Not exactly my pick for Pride stream, but it makes sense. There's a reason this isn't titled Pride stream. Also take that back, or you will be executed. My room looks like a back room now, yeah. Well, I still have Poir here. Poir will keep you safe from the back rooms. There you go. I didn't pack him up yet. I'm unemployed. Many such cases. Yeah, so I'm probably not going to do the Pride stream. Because, I don't know, moving fucking sucks. And I'm too tired. And I can't really have fun if I'm tired. Fun with bad games, I mean. I can have fun with good games, but not bad games. If I somehow have time to stream tomorrow, I'll do the Pride stream. If I'm not tired at the end of moving all the shit. I didn't sleep that well last night either, so. This isn't the new house. This is literally the same place. The shelf's just going. You guys need to step up your schizo maxing. It's the same exact background. There's just no game shelf. Why am I always moving? I've been here over 2 years. Wonder how the lighting will be with nothing in the background. Yeah, I removed the ring light. I didn't even actually pack it up though, so I probably could have just kept it plugged in. I'll do that tomorrow. Why would I get a vasectomy? That goes completely against my plans to impregnate everyone. Loter God was streaming Gex 3 last night. Based. Why wouldn't he come on Chudcast? Did everyone spam say Gex in the chat? What happened to the infamous poster? I still haven't. Alright, I haven't seen this yet, so that's why this is up instead of Spyro. I wanted to see what they talk about with Dark Arisen. We'll probably watch videos later, but I'm gonna play at least an hour or two of Spyro before we do something else, because I just need to chill. I need to milk the tiny droplets of nostalgia left in my brain just a little bit longer. Oh, it's on Air. Is that the chicken, the expansion? Like I said, I haven't seen this yet, so if they talk about that, I guess I'll give my opinion. Yeah, clickbaited. No, you didn't get clickbaited. This trailer is only 7 minutes. 7 minutes. And then we're just gonna Spyro. Where's Spyro? It's in the background. Crash Bandicoot Mog, Spyro, fuck you. Fecal matter mogs your face, you fucking bitch. Crash 2 is the only, like, top tier Crash game, that's the thing. At least Spyro has 1 and 2 that are top tier, so get fucked. Okay, alright, I'm gonna, here, let me turn this up a little bit.
Arisen. 'Tis a burden I alone must shoulder.
Yeah, whatever, Foyd. You ain't doing shit. I'll solo this fucking dragon.
皆さんこんにち
And then
は
I get one shot.
ドラゴンズドグマ2ダークアリズンディレクターの木下健人です。本作は王道ファンタジーの世界で自由な
This is something I was talking about with Devin, but this is the most fucking hilarious shit. It's almost parody tier. If you're not a Dragon's Dogma freakazoid like me, you might not understand. This guy directed the first Dark Arisen. So literally history is repeating itself. Where Itsuno directed Dragon's Dogma 1. Then he moved on after the game came out. Kinoshita came in, fixed the game with Dark Arisen. Fast forward 10 years later, Itsuno makes Dragon's Dogma 2. He leaves Capcom after it's done. Kinoshita's back to direct the expansion. It doesn't even sound real. That sounds like a fucking parody. But yes, you know, hopefully that means he knows exactly how to fix the game, but I have my doubts. Yeah, literally Kino Shita. Yeah, I trust it. I am gonna fucking, yeah, because he's known for making Kino shit. That's right. That's fucking right, because Dark Arisen is some Kino shit. Even when I'm getting one hit killed, it's Kino as fuck.
冒険を楽しめるドラゴンズドグマ2に新たな遊びを加えた拡張タイトルです。より遊びやすく、新しい体験を追加し、より手に取りやすく、この3つを目指したプロジェクトです。
Okay, 3 goals. Let's hear the 3 goals.
新しい体験については大きく分けて3つの要素を追加しています。まず1つは新エリアノルガンを舞台にしたストーリーコンテンツ。
Don't care.
新たな土地で各社たちの新しい冒険が描かれます。2つ目は
Snow DLCs do have a good track record, I have to say. It was my favorite of the Dark Souls 2 expansions was the Snow one. I'm sure there's other ones that I can't think of. There you go. My one example. That's a pattern right there. One example. There's other ones. I swear to you there are other ones. Chat will say so.
本編エリアで楽しめるチャレンジコンテンツです。育て上げたキャラクターで12種のユニークなダンジョン。
Yeah, the fact they're adding 12 dungeons is kind of interesting. I heard about this though, that they're just stronger versions of the existing bosses in these dungeons.
に挑んでいただけます。そして3つ目はキャラクターエディットのバリ。
Oh, they're expanding the character creator? Oh, that's good. Maybe I'll actually be able to make a proper chud. Did they add any anime hairs?
バリエーション追加です。髪型やタトゥーのバリエーションを追加し、新たな姿での冒険が可能になります。これらの新要素は、PlayStation 5、Xbox シリーズ XS、Steam では追加 DLC として配信予定です。Nintendo Switch 2では本編とエキスパンションを一つにまとめたパッケージとして発売を予定しています。
Yeah, why not? This is the real question. This is like the most question of all questions. Yeah, why'd you wait 2 fucking years?
ドラゴンズドグマ2発売後、本当に多くのプレイヤーの皆さんから反響をいただきました。本編ゲーム体験に関したさまざまなお声をはじめ、もっとこの世界を冒険したい、さらに遊び続けたいという。
Yeah, want to continue playing, explore the world even more. I'm assuming the translation there is they want an end game, right? Because even base game Dragon's Dogma has the Everfall. The Unmoored World in 2 has a time limit, and it feels a lot less structured for replayability, right? So there isn't really much of a functioning end game in 2 outside of, I believe you got like upgrade materials for the end game stuff in the Unmoored World. That's what I seem to recall. But that was it.
多くいただきました。私たちはその思いに応えたいと考え、本作の制作をスタートしました。これまで遊んでくださった方にはさらに遊びやすく、さらに深く、これから触れる方にも新たな形で楽しんでいただける内容を目指しています。
Can players enjoy gameplay like the original Dark Arisen? What a question. What a question. Okay.
初代のダークアリズンと同様に、本編とは異なる新たなエリアで新しい冒険と物語を楽しめる内容になっています。今回、新たな舞台となるのはノルガン、極寒の地に広がる滅びと謎に満ちた土地です。この地では魔物との戦いや探索によって遺産品を入手できます。
Yeah, so this is just the new Bitter Black Isle. You gotta praise the shit you find instead of just getting the loot. So they got your RNG gacha system thing. Again, I don't care. I was pretty neutral on it, even though, well, my luck in my last playthrough was pretty fucking bad. If you watch the last couple streams, where my first entire run through Bitter Black Isle, I didn't even get a single level 2 weapon for a class that I had, vocation levels in.
犠牲品を拠点へ持ち帰り
What the fuck is that thing? Vile. Look at that vile creature. Get these uggos out of my video games. Even the hags got it look like a supermodel.
鑑定することで強力な武器や防具を獲得できます。単純に数値が高い装備だけではなく、特別な効果やユニークなスキルを持つ装備も存在します。より強敵へ挑み、さらに冒険を進めるために遺産品を集め、装備を整え、再び探索へ向かう。そうした繰り返し遊べるハクスラ的なゲームサイクルも本作の大きな魅力です。本作の物語の中心となる存在がキーアートにも描かれ
Yeah, so Fallen Dragon, this is the replacement for Daemon. That's kind of what I was afraid of. See, Daemon is a demon, hence the name, right? That's a completely new enemy, new skeleton, completely new animations. It fought like a Dark Souls boss instead of the way most Dragon's Dogma enemies fight. And this is just a reskin of a dragon. That's pretty fucking lame.
ている利害の竜です。本来であれば心臓があるはずの胸部は空洞となっており、その異形の姿とともに死してなお朽ちぬ力を持っています。そしてその竜を追う謎多き女性エイ。
Arisen.
彼女はなぜ竜を追い続けるのか、そして利害の竜とはどのような存在なのか。各社とポーンはノルガンの地を巡りながらこの2つの存在に隠された真実へと迫っていくことになります。ドラゴンズドグマ2本編にも先日配信したアップデートに加えて8月末に追加のタイトルアップデートを予定しています。
Yeah, this is... I mean, I will stream some of it, probably not all of it, because, I mean, it's going to be the same game that I played 2 years ago. But I do want to at least stream some of in the end of August. All because of the action adjustments. The fact that there's going to be 6 equipable skills. I feel like that's going to at least make this game feel how it should, to a point. I mean, there's still massive controversial changes that kind of fucked stuff. Like the fact that, Strider got split into Thief and Archer. It's one of those things where I think they could have done it right. There's a universe where they could have done it right, but it just feels like Archer is gimped into oblivion and Thief is just OP as fuck. So it's like they fucked it up. The dagger classes were the best classes just for general purpose playing the game. I mean, Mystic Knight is really strong, don't get me wrong, but the dagger classes had everything. They were basically the Dragon's Dogma experience. And then, speaking of Mystic Knight, they replaced Mystic Knight with Mystic Spearhand, which I don't know, it just feels like a hodgepodge of random ass skills. Like the gameplay doesn't feel very cohesive compared to Mystic Knight. You were a paladin, you were the tank, you reflected shit, you had your magic orb of orbness. The orb is really what the class is, though. If you wanted, if you're really actually playing the video game, it's Orb Simulator, orbs and parries. But that's still an identity. That's an identity, and it was fun.
アップデートではプレイヤーの皆さんから寄せられたご意見ご要望をもとにより遊びやすく冒険を楽しんでいただくことを目的として利便性向上と遊びの幅を広げる調整を進めています。代表的な内容としては先日のアップデートでは制限なくファストトラベルができるアイテム刹那の永久石を追加させていただきました。一度訪れた拠点や主要地点などへ何度でも繰り返し移動することができます。また8月末のアップデートでは多くのご要望をいただいて
Yeah, this is just baffling completely. It was obviously one of Itsuno's autism moments that he refused to have extra save files for the sequel for no reason. Like, there's not even a good reason why there's only one save file in the first game.
いたセーブスロットの追加や竜付きのメリット向上と
Power unending courses through my veins.
治療手段の追加
Dude, I mean, I only played it, I say only. But I played it 80 hours, and I only had a Dragon's Plague pawn once, and I just killed it. Like, it's just, it's not even, it's such a non-factor in the game. It's kind of a weird, I don't know. It's weird. It's an interesting idea, but it wasn't fleshed out at all.
That's done the trick.
カスタムスキル枠を6枠へ増設などを予定しています。その他アップデートの詳細は公式サイトで公開しているので、そちらもご確認ください。本編を遊び続けてくださっている皆さんにも、これから新たに冒険へ旅立つ皆さんにも、王道ファンタジーの世界をさらに深く、さらに自由に楽しんでいただけるよう、今後もアップデートとエキスパンションの両面から展開していきます。ぜひこれからのドラゴンズドグマ2ダークアリズンにもご期待ください。
This title will be available on Nintendo Switch.
I still can't believe this is real. This feels so fake. Sometimes living in like our modern ultra consumer hellhole is a good thing, because if we didn't, that would not exist. I guarantee you it wouldn't exist. This is probably one of the few times I actually have to thank normies for being consumers, because if they weren't so desperate for, you know, a medieval fantasy game that they would try anything, then we probably, you know, wouldn't have gotten that expansion. But I guess we'll have to see how much it realistically makes the game better. Mauled cells seething about the Japanese man's gorgeous locks. It is weird how like middle-aged Japs will have high school kid haircuts, though. That is a little strange. I'm not sure why that's normal there. All right, we'll watch videos later. I'm sure there were suggestions that came up, but I just wanted to see that on stream. I saved that for the stream. I feel like I'm too lazy to put anything in this black square. Hold on, maybe I can get the Chudcast overlay so that at least there's something there. Let me fade this out real quick. This is Chudcast, isn't it? Oh, I see. That's not going to work because I need to crop this window. Hold on. I can do that. There we go. It's like ghetto Chudcast. Hold on. I can fix this. Do I have like just a blue part here? I guess if I did green, but then it's just green. Why do I just have green? I don't know. I feel like this is going to look bad no matter how it's set up. There you go. It's green. You see that green there? You like the green square? I guess I could try and make it so the Chudcast window fits here and doesn't look stupid. Maybe. Let me see. Like maybe like that. Hold on. That's fine, I think. Fill in the black slit. I can crop the slit. I just got a little lazy. I'm a slit cropper. That's a reference to female genital mutilation. That's the word, mutilation. Alright, so, if you're asking why we're playing Spyro, get fucked, motherfucker. I don't need to explain anything. No, the reason is I'm tired of moving. I'm tired for multiple reasons. I'm tired of the physical activity of moving all of my heavy... Do you know how much dog shit I have? I have mountains of dog shit. Like, fucking mountains. It's actually mind-blowing how much dog shit I have. I should have trashed some stuff, but my inner Redditor consumer can never be completely, you know, silenced. It's brain damage.
Okay, rolling. Oh, it's been peaceful.
I do not like Spyro. I want you dead, motherfucker. Take that back now, or die, or die,
We now have
or die.
12,000 treasure.
Hold on, let me turn it up.
15,000. What about this Ganasty Gnork character? Now I understand he's found a magic spell to
I should have
turn
paused
gems
it
into
first. Yeah, whatever. It's not like you're missing anything. I'm sorry you missed the Spyro cutscene, dude. So good.
warriors for his cause.
I'll take that question. Nasty Nork.
And now it's just not capturing.
Vampire.
Awesome.
He has been
There we go.
contained in a remote world and is no threat to the Dragon Kingdom. No threat! Besides, he is ugly. Ugly? That does it!
He's ugly,
Looks
dude.
like I've got
Don't
some
call him
things to
ugly.
do.
They call me ugly, that's what I'm doing. But to Israel. Remember the game Scarlet Nexus? Anime style action game bought on sale a while back. Decently fun combat, but my god, the amount of cutscenes, dialogue. Ooh, that's brutal.
You to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
Find dragons first. It is funny, like, how nasally Spyro sounds in this one. When they got Tom Kenny to do all the lines for the remakes, it doesn't quite sound right, you know? I'm used to Spyro 1 being just a shit. He's a shit.
Where's Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
Keep your horns on, Spyro! You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragonfly following you is doing? His name is Sparks, and he's helping and protecting you. Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
Wowie zowie. Health. If this is a modern game, there'd be like a forced tutorial read, and then some bitch would be like, Focus S. Your health bar is represented by the color of bar, blah, 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 blah. Spyro's Jewish! Oh my god! Spyro's Jewish in Spyro. Spyro is Jewish in Spyro. Yeah, that represents my comprehension of the English language. Dude, wasn't that on stream? I think Devin streamed this one time. Was it the remake? And like he was failing the stage like 10 times over. That was making me spurg out. Like my inner Spyro spurg was pissed. I'm just like, this is a fucking baby game. How are you fucking this up? You know what I mean? Like I know the route I take is like not the route, but I mean it is a baby game. How hard could it be, right? I'm no speed runner, that's for sure. I'm curious how many times I've played this game. I wish there was some way I could track that, because I'm sure it'd be disturbing. I mean, I used to play this yearly. I probably played it multiple times a year, a few years as well. And I've already streamed this and the remake on stream, so I've streamed on stream. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm having a fried brain day today, so expect some synthetic retard. I definitely need to go to sleep on time. Look at that. How did Devin fail that? I have 36 seconds left. 36! Another thing about Scarlet Nexus, everything has a pop-up tutorial. When you try to close it, a second pop-up confirming you want to close it. Shut the fuck up, let me play. That's brutal. That's brutal. In the words of Spoonie, don't tell me how to play. Listen, I relate to every single streamer crash out, to be clear. Like, Maybe when I was younger, I was like, oh my god, stop getting so mad. Honestly, no. I think I always side with the rage people. Like, I think back all the way back to even, like, the Game Grumps days. The only time I ever got mad at John and Aaron for being, like, unbelievably shit back then was, like, the Naughty Bear video and, like, I don't know, there's, like, one or two other ones where, like, they clearly don't give a single fuck about the game and make no attempt to learn the game. Those are the only times I'm mad. I feel like I have decently high tolerance for retardation unless it's a game I'm autistically obsessed with, like this. Like, yeah, if I watch someone else play Spyro, I'll probably get tilted in 5 minutes. But I have also played this, you know, 30 times, so it's okay.
When you
Would
free
I
a
mod
dragon or
Spyro?
step on
Maybe.
one of their platforms, you're saving your progress. That could be useful if you run into trouble. Not that you ever run into trouble, Spyro.
Yeah, Aaron is unbelievably bad at video games, but I never... See, that's the difference between me and, like, the DSP type people. I wasn't mad because he was bad. Even a lot of times, I wasn't even mad at him blaming the game like DSP. What I was mad at is he would pretend to be some kind of expert on game design when he's completely dog shit at video games. That's the shit where I'm just like, have some self-awareness, you fucking retard.
This fancy vortex thingamajigger. It'll take you back to the artisan home. But first, let me tell you a story.
No thanks. See ya.
Whoops. I love video games, the secrets and shit like this. I think a big problem with modern game design, and I'm sure I've talked about this 100 times already, but it's way more clear when you play games with small levels. Everything, the sense of scale of modern games is completely fucked. Like, everything is way too big. I think sandbox games completely corrupted the design of every other genre of video game. I'm not sure what happens. Like, if you play, like, probably one of them... I know I talk about Dark Souls every stream because I have brain damage and I love Dark Souls, but there's a lot of areas in Dark Souls where things are really fucking cramped and the sense of scale is weirdly small. And the only reason it stands out is because it has, you know, a pseudo-real, like, slightly realistic art style, right? I mean, it's still fantasy, but, you know, like, the humanoids are more realistic and less stylized. But that's just how most old games were designed. Like, things are supposed to be small, because giant empty land masses are boring and don't feel handcrafted.
You bet.
For the longest glide, press the X button at the top of a jump, and try pressing the triangle button to drop down in mid-flight.
Like, a big criticism you'll see of a lot of FPS games, at least older ones, is when they're corridor shooters. And the only reason that's bad is when it's in the most literal interpretation, where it actually is just hallway after hallway after hallway, then it is bad. But there's nothing inherently wrong with tight areas if that's, like, the purpose of the encounter design. Like, if the game is purposely trying to funnel you into a hallway so it can, like, have enemies that snipe you from the other end of the hall, or they throw grenades into the hall, or maybe they flood a bunch of dudes into a room after the hallway and you have to back up into the hallway so that you can gun them all down. Like, something like that, right? I don't think hallways are bad. If the alternative is giant, huge landmass with nothing in it, then hallways, like, 10 times better than that. I don't know. It sucks that, like, I think collectively, most people agree game journalists are stupid and dog shit and you should never listen to them. But a lot of the things that they came up with still pervade in game discussion, right? Like, a lot of ideas that they started, people take seriously, probably because they don't even realize where they came from. I gotta double check up here before I go grab the treasure chest. It's so easy to miss a couple gems. Yeah, I like this one. I don't remember how many gems are in the hole. I guess we'll find out. What was the thing holding the egg? It was a thief, dude, wearing basically a fucking burqa. Shit. It's crazy how the remake turned this dude into like a gay tattoo artist, like lumberjack. That's the one I showed in the video not that long ago. Alright, how many gems? Yeah, I got them all. Nice. Let's go.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro. His color indicates his power. When he eats butterflies, he stays strong. Like me.
Sure.
Yeah, I saw on my homepage that Gerby made a video on that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to see it. Gerby. I never knew as a kid you could just leave the level and it saved all your stuff. It was turned to a gay, the dragon. That generic blue dragon got, I showed it in the
Spyro,
Summer
press the
Game
jump
Fest
button
video.
twice to glide, and don't be afraid.
Afraid? Of what?
Falling from high mountain peaks, plummeting into prehistoric glaciers.
Oh, that.
People have already asked me about GTA 6 pricing. Oh, that is $80. I guess it could be worse. There were rumors it was gonna be $100 like 2 or 3 years ago. Because there was like, I think it was Jewish investors. Yes, I'm inserting Jewish. I don't know for a fact. Who cares? We know I'm right anyway. But Jewish investors like, oh, it should cost $100. And it's just like, so it being 80 is, I guess, the best case scenario. Obsessed with Jews? Yeah, I mean, what channel do you think you're on right now? The guy with the name Schizophrenic Shrimp. I'm pretty sure you are too. Because he is Jewish. Yeah, Jews are schizophrenic. A lot of them, that's true. The incest babies. Yeah, to get the deluxe gay ass homo edition, it is 100. Yeah, that's true. The thing is, isn't it literally just skins? Like, it's nothing. I remember back. I know everything's a slippery slope when it comes to monetization. That's a no-brainer. But I mean, I remember back when deluxe editions were a thing. It was basically you're just pre-ordering the expansion pass with the game. Right? That was the first version of deluxe editions. And then just turned into cosmetics for $10.
Use the L2 and R2 buttons to get a good look.
In order to access certain stores, you have to buy the deluxe. Oh my god. You know, it's funny. So this is something I'll mention now, and you guys will have to remind me later, because I might forget, because I'll be so tired by the end of the stream. I wanted you guys to give me some suggestions. I was thinking of, since the strange Sneed and Feed video bombed beyond belief, which I'm not saying I'm surprised. I actually knew that was going to happen. That's why I was wary about making the video, you know, 2 weeks ago. But I was thinking maybe it's time to do the biggest gaming disappointments videos. You could say that maybe it's a good idea to wait until GTA 6, but I actually kind of already incorporated that because I was writing like a semi-script for it earlier today when I had some free time. And I was basically just like, I don't give a fuck about GTA 6, Half-Life 3 is never happening, and new IPs are all dog shit, so I might as well make this video. That's basically what I wrote in my notes. It's like, yeah, that's more or less what I would say. I was in kind of like a My issue with writing scripts is sometimes I'll just write it too robotic, but that time I wrote it in the style of how I talk, so it worked out pretty well. Keep forgetting to ask you, did you have to bully Devin and Air Riders while playing as a brown Kirby? Well, I'm brown. I'm showing my Italian heritage. 30K for Strange Seed is as good as it gets. I mean, I might have got some new eyes on the game. I mean, most likely I did, because if you combine, like, all the unique viewers on the stream, 30,000 is way more, right? Like, if I had to guess, I'd say between 10 and 15,000 unique people watched the 2 streams, you know? So double that is good. That's good. Or more than double, even, depending on what number it is.
Thank you for releasing me.
Yeah, thank you for releasing me. At least the remake did record extra lines for a few of those dragons. There we go, got all the gems. Impressive they moved to a house that looks exactly like the old house. Yeah, I know. If you want a fool, is there a type of autism for house blindness? Like, we got face blindness, but maybe house blindness is a type of autism too. All you have to do is move one shelf, and then you're like in a new house. That's funny. Did I sell everything because the Strange Seed video bombed? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Gather the gems, not the crystals. Embryo. That's on the street begging for money. Listen, video bombing is not that important. Like, it's better that one video bombs than no video be released for a month. You know what I mean? I mean, neither one is good for a channel. But I'd say most of the time, channels going into a death spiral is because of consistently declining views over a long period of time. Or just channel inactivity. So that's why Devin needs to get back to work, because like doing nothing is probably the worst possible thing you could do. But having a bunch of videos that bomb is also bad. So that's why I think talking about the greatest gaming disappointments is a good next video, because I think almost everyone who watches my videos would be interested in seeing that list.
Of course they wouldn't bother me, but here's a hint. Metal armor is fireproof, but a charge attack will take care of them.
Tier and KPX, I think that was just a rumor that wasn't substantiated. But I'm sure the pre-orders are insane. They gotta be crazy high, but that sounds too high, honestly. I mean, there's literally, I know literally everything has to be culture war, mental illness bullshit, and yes, I realize the irony of me saying that. But GTA 6 was always going to be successful. There's no universe where GTA isn't successful. I think everyone like darker than a certain skin pigmentation is gonna buy that game.
Spyro, want to know a secret? Use the triangle button when you want to zoom in and look around. Oh, your secret's safe with me.
Yeah, Crimer status symbol. It could be the worst game ever, but would still be the most successful game of all time. Yeah, basically. The only way that it might, that GTA 5 might beat it is that GTA 5 had the greatest consistent lifetime sales, I think, of any video game. So, like, if GTA 6 ends up disappointing, let's just say even 15% of potential, like, buyers who could influence further people from not purchasing the game, it might not be as successful as 5, you know? And obviously, if we're talking about pure cashola, obviously, how GTA Online does is way more important, right? Because GTA Online was bringing billions of dollars in microtransactions. So if the new GTA Online sucks, then there's no way it can be as successful as 5's was, you know? I think my earliest game memory was playing this on Christmas with my grandma, watching me run directly into an invisible wall and getting bounced back over and over. The little wave effect is amusing. I do like how they handled that. My theory for why the game will lack a physical release is to prevent refunds because they have no confidence in the quality of the game. Okay, I doubt that last part. The game, it depends on your definition of quality. I forgot to go back to the treasure chest.
Big enemies like this Gnorc with the club cannot
The lock
be charged,
chest.
but a quick flame, that should defeat them.
Wowie zowie. There's no way you could have figured that out at the end of the level where you have to, you know, use fire on the fat fucks. I botched. Baby Brain was having a great time looking at awesome graphics. These are awesome graphics. Look at this. This is pure Kino. Every background in Spiral 1 is like a fucking painting. Which is part of why the remake, you know, is such a downgrade in visuals. Because they cheaped out. Like, some of the backgrounds are so good in this game. They're probably crunching so fucking hard on the game that they need all the time they can get, so maybe the game won't even go gold before release. I mean, hasn't it been in development 10 billion years? I know that doesn't matter when you hire incompetent fucks, especially like the amount of places that still work from home. Apparently, I don't know, I probably should have verified this, but Devin said that Jagex, you know, the developers of RuneScape, are still working from home? What the fuck? Why? What type of retardation is this?
Cool, Flash. Do that again.
The artisan's boss is through a portal behind me. You can challenge him now, if you feel you are ready.
Play Ripto's Rage like an actual man you should. I'm playing the better game. With wisdom and experience, you realize simplicity is king when it comes to video games. Now, I'm not going to be an arcade pretentious... Okay, never mind. I feel like I keep throwing digs at people who don't deserve it. You guys probably don't even know what I'm talking about anyway, but some of you do, but... like, pretending to be like an arcade supremacist because of some gay-ass shit about gameplay density is really retarded. But, you know, that aside, I don't even have to kill them this way. You can just fire and then jump fire. I love how the dogs, like, they try to jump on top of you. They don't bite you. They jump on top of you. It's just goofy. One thing I hate about my favorite genre nowadays, survival horror, is that most of the time there's a female protagonist. I mean, the excuse is probably that, you know, it's easier to get scared when you're playing as a woman versus a man. But in reality, most survival horror games aren't scary to begin with, so it doesn't really make sense. I mean, I know you know, it's highly subjective what finds you scary, but the actual survival ones, you end up usually killing at least 100 monsters over the course of the game. How scared could you be?
Nasty Nork has put one of his most devious henchmen in charge of the artisan world.
Bring him on. I think I smell a barbecue.
Be careful, Spyro. This boss has many tricks up his sleeve.
Oh, now the game audio is loud? Yeah, hold on. This song in particular is louder than most of the other ones. I don't know why. You're about to see the power of Spyro 1 bosses. Wowie zowie. How is he controlling the arms? Maybe there was other sheep in there and you kill a sheep every time you hit him with fire. Dude, moving sucks. Mega ultra cock, I'm just telling you. The problem is I've had to either move myself, my mother, I had to move my dad last year. Jesus Christ. I don't even want to know how many times I've either had to move or helped people move. It's too many fucking times. I'm tired of it. I love the art style of these PS1 games. I felt a remake such as Combat Devolved really ruined the game experience. Yeah, the sad thing is, like, even like the indie games that try and recapture the PS1 or N64 aesthetic don't really do it right either. I don't know why. Maybe it's just really hard. Maybe because you actually need talent, and there's no talent these days.
Spyro. Look how our treasure has been turned against us and stolen. Recover our treasure, Spyro.
Collect treasure. Got it.
Yep, treasure good. Give me money now. These guys make such great sound effects. Yeah, people mention jumping flash. I'm gonna change some things up when I move. I'm gonna finally do a bunch of the shit that I said I was gonna do for years. Like, get a soundboard. Like, I'm getting a fucking soundboard. I'm probably gonna figure out a VR setup. I just want to try some VR slop. Some stuff is gonna probably take a little while because, well, let's just say I'm happy that I saved up so much money because my wallet is getting raped. I missed. Got him. That works. I'm definitely not doing VR chat. Hell no.
Thank you for releasing me.
Is there a VOD channel? There is an unofficial VOD channel. I don't remember. I think there's actually more than one. There's like Synthetic Man Streams is one. I think there's other one. There's at least another one, isn't there? Yeah, I need to upgrade my graphics card too. I already explained my issue though. Like my motherboard has a fucked release lever for the graphics card, and I gotta figure out a way to not break it and also get the graphics card out. I am gonna do that.
Is that you,
though.
Spyro? Are you the young dragon I've been hearing so much about? Ever since
I like
you're
how
a
he
wee
scratches
puppy
his
smoke,
like
we've
nose
known
horn with the wing.
You've known?
Ah, I forget.
That's gonna be me, dude. I'm just talking about something for like 10 seconds, forget what I'm talking about, and then I'm out. I'm leaving. Boomer synth mode. Yeah, gonna be. I mean, I have done it before. I'm sure someone could make a stream compilation of all the times I just forget about what the hell I'm talking about in the middle of it. Yeah, I can't believe I'm spending money. Well, it's unavoidable. I wouldn't if I had a choice. Hello, is being a dragon woke? I don't know, is being a scaly woke? Someone asked a range tumor. I honestly shouldn't have come this direction first, because I'm gonna have to come back here with the key. Purple. If I'm touching PS3 360 era games, I should play Enslaved, Odyssey of the West. Yeah, I think people have suggested that before. Yes, lizards are ugly too. And there you go. We got the answer.
You are a good glider, eh, Spyro?
I was born to glide.
Why didn't I like the Spyro remake? No, I thought it was fine, actually. It's ironic, given all the remakes I hate, I couldn't really bring myself to hate the Spyro remakes, if only because, like... Even though the only sin it truly commits is the aesthetic, which is a big one. That's a big one. But at least the game, like, plays, I'd say, 90% the same. There are definitely some control differences, but... It's so... this guy, they turned to a fat fetish guy in the remake. He has a big belly and he shakes his big belly.
Ugly vultures standing on my head. Those birds might look tough, but they're pretty tasty. Flame broiled, with a pinch of salt.
And he's out. Mid-sentence, he's out. Yeah, what the fuck? I know. Oh, I know. Yeah, I said what the fuck a lot. You know, there's people... This is years ago. Probably my first year of streaming. There was years ago people gaslighting me about the remake dragons being gay furries. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, who are you lying to? Who are you lying to? Because you ain't even lying to me. You lying to yourself. Where's the campfires and vast open world with landmarks? Yeah, I know. You know, when I play Spyro, I'm like, where's the open world? You know, this really could use an open world. There's a lot of people, I guess it depends on which side of the aisle you're on, but it's either doomer or extremely white pill. A lot of people are coping that the game crash is finally coming. And the thing is, by my definition, I don't think it's coming. But there might be, you know, an even more drastic downsizing in the future. That might be true. Nice, let's go. Yeah, game recession. A big downsizing of a bunch of major studios. I mean, Xbox has already done that a bunch of times. What Xbox is doing right now is what EA did, like, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe less than 10 years ago. And that's not a gaming crash. That's literally just, they're cutting all the fat. The fat they purchased in the first place, by the way. I love this. This is great. Oh, it's not this one, I don't think. Is it this one? Yeah, there you go. Die. I think movies are in a better place than games. Hell no. Hell no. To be fair, though, I'm not exactly speaking from experience because I haven't seen a modern movie release in theaters in like 5 years. Well, less than 5. I guess I saw, the last movie I saw in theaters was Deadpool and Wolverine. That's the last movie I saw in theaters. And that was the only movie I saw in theaters that year as well. So, I don't know. I fucking... I don't know, man. Go watch Supergirl and get back to us? I don't know. Do I really want to subject myself to that? I did see James Gunn's Superman on streaming. And I already talked about it on stream when I saw it, I'm pretty sure. But just the fact that they tried to turn it into like his parents wanted him to take over the planet, which he should have done. Take over the planet and breed the Voids. Women wouldn't even be mad about that. That's the least believable part of the movie.
Flame won't harm metal, but charging with your horns, that should do the trick.
As woke and goy sloppy as games are, movies are somehow twice bad. Yeah, movies are so fucking bad that I genuinely don't understand how people watch them. Like, I was, my mom was watching season 3 of House of the Dragon came out. It's literally like, I didn't even say anything crazy. I was just being cheeky. I'm like, so did all these black people die before Game of Thrones, or what happened? And my mom's like, no, there were a bunch of black people in Game of Thrones, weren't there? And I'm like, no, there weren't. I literally watched Game of Thrones with my mom, and she somehow gaslit herself. You like how they slap you and it does no damage? I like that. Look at that. Get bitch slapped, Spyro. Yeah, in the Sand Kingdom, literally where, you know, brown people would be. So, I don't know if any of you guys have seen House of the Dragon, but not only do they make, like, the Targaryens are like these gross mudoid creatures, and not in like the old royalty. See, this is where leftists are always disingenuous. They're like, actually, royalty were all incest babies, and yeah, okay, but not with other races, retard. But anyway, Sorry, had to get that out of the way in case there's a lurking subhuman. It was because we know they like to come to these streams to be faggots. I just had to get that out of the way. Anyway, so not only did they do that, but like every scene, and I only watched about 10 minutes, but every scene had a random African in it for no reason. There was a scene where it was some retard was talking about wanting to be a knight so that he gets a castle or something. And of course the black guy schools him and is like, no, retard, you know, all you get is a horse. You don't get a castle. Can't believe this white retard didn't know that. Me, smart black man, you know. I know I'm reading into it. Oh, I'm reading into it. No, that's clearly what they were doing. The fucking cum guzzle central. Capital of cum guzzling. That's exactly what was happening. I'd like to know if you're considering the idea of multi-streaming to other platforms. Maybe. I don't know. That sounds like efforts. Sounds like efforts. I'm not the Foyd who's gonna read 5 billion comments in 2 seconds. In fact, I can't even read, remember? I don't even know how. Like, if I multi-stream, there's a chat getting ignored. I don't know which one, but one of them. I don't know how that didn't hit me. I fucking just ninja dodged that shit. I feel like so much of what I like about video games is shaped by this game. It's insane. Like, I just really love finding little secret areas in games and picking up random trash off the ground.
The highest point in Clifftown. You can get to almost anywhere from here. If I were you, I'd use that whirlwind
there, that general direction. I don't have fingers. They couldn't model, there weren't enough polygons for fingers. So look at where I'm pointing. Like what I'm talking about specifically, obviously like almost every level in the game is something like this, but like gliding over here, you know, I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. That's exactly what I sound like at 5 years old, by the way. That's a one-to-one impression. Always love games with fun movement like Spyro, Jack and Daxter, Mario 64, yeah. Yeah, since I'm having those simple flips videos on my second monitor, I'm slowly psyoping myself to try Mario 64 ROM hacks. So I might do that soon. Here we go, we did it. A lot of childhood games of mine were movie license games because my parents assumed if I liked the film, I'd also like the game. Damn, that's brutal, dude. I'm sorry. That's what I picture in my head every time people are like, games are actually better than they used to be, okay? Old games are shit, you're just nostalgic. Every time people say that, I picture you were one of those kids who grew up with, like, the fucking Shrek games or Chicken Little. I've seen Zoomers are actually, dude, the fucking Twitter thing. This is like some fucking tweet that got like a fuck ton of likes. I was like, dude, the Chicken Little game's actually fire, for real. I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Hi, Spyro. Sparks the Dragonfly has been doing a good job protecting you. Make sure to keep him strong by feeding him lots of butterflies.
Is this game my Jewish awakening with all the gem collecting? Yes, this is single-handedly what awakens clearly my Italian Ashkenazi Jew genetics deep down. Yeah, honestly, but this is the other part of that argument, is that a mid movie licensed slop game is actually better than probably about half of modern game releases, which is actually like, that doesn't sound real. That sounds like hyperbole, but honestly, just if we're not, well, yeah, actually, I would say by any reasonable metric, that's probably true. Like, if you include indie slop, like, there's 10 billion indie slop games. I saw a statistic that, remember Jeff Keighley said there was like 9,000 games released on Steam last year. Well, guess what? 6,000 of those games made less than $100 to pay for the Steam, like, storefront fee. 6,000 out of 9,000 didn't make $100.
Wait until you grow big.
That's dog shit. That's worse than Chicken Little, Ratatouille. Any of those fucking licensed games are better than the 6,000 Steam trash. Let's be real. Like, that's just, I think that's just a fact. Old games better than modern indie games. Yeah, I mean, that's the sad thing. Like, that was, like I said, since I was writing, like, a little bit of a pseudo script for the most disappointing games list, I was just like, don't expect to see a lot of indie games on this list because you'd be an idiot to have any expectations for most indie games. You know what I mean? Because, like, if we're talking about disappointment, to be disappointed, you have to have expectations. And my only expectations for indie games are the same as for any game. So by that logic, every game would be a disappointing game since they don't meet my basic expectations. You know what I mean? Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is actually extremely good. That's probably the best movie license game.
Me.
When I streamed that, I was like, I can't believe how good this is. Like, because sometimes people hype up shit a little bit too much about old games. But, like, when I played the Spider-Man 2 game, I'm like, oh, actually, this is exactly as good as people said it was. Like, yeah, I mean, it's not a flawless game, but I think it was just fun from start to finish. So, like, even just delivering pizza was fun because the controls were that good. Yeah, I'll have to play Simpsons Hit and Run at some point. I'll probably rage a bit. When will I stop avoiding Ice Age 2, The Meltdown for the PS2? Listen, I've been avoiding everyone's favorite game if it's not one of the obviously good video games.
Psst. Spyro, some big Norks up ahead are wearing armor. And in the ice cave, armor can make their feet very slippery.
Oh my gosh. Oh. Slippery. I played any of the Siren games. I think I played one of them that was on PS3 that was on PS Plus or something, and I didn't like it. Yeah, a few guys have told me about PsyOps. Yeah, the Mindgate conspiracy. Did I ever play Web of Shadows? Yes, I also streamed Web of Shadows. It's too bad that game is so unfinished, because it would have been really fucking good if it was finished. Like, you can just tell. Like, there's so many things in that game that are cool, but then there's so many parts of that game where it's like, this is just an unfinished mess. But yeah, I streamed through Web of Shadows. I'm pretty sure we did Evil. I feel like every time I stream a game, I have to pick Evil. Because if you think about it, if we're not even considering entertainment value, chances are, if you played the game before and only one time, you picked good. Like, even chuds usually pick good, right? People just want to be good, and usually video games incentivize you to be good. So if I'm going to stream the game, I might as well do Evil so some people can see some new stuff. And it's usually more entertaining.
Thank you for releasing me.
Wow, he's out. That, like, surfs up. The movie, Yeah, I think it was alright. This is another part where I just like mind blown as a kid that they'd have like half the level behind a secret cave. Now, obviously, to a grown-ass man, that's not very secret. I think it looked extremely obvious that you can jump on those. But as a kid, if this is one of the first games you've ever played, I don't know. It's just mind-blowing. And the thing is, we live in Idiocracy now, so you'd have to put yellow paint on those things for people to even know you could jump on them. So, I don't know. It's fucking... Why haven't I made gaming is dying and retards are killing it? I should have. Maybe there's still time. Should I write that down? I don't know. Because, like, the problem is, like, I have to lean into the meta of me being the son of DSP for the joke, because obviously DSP is the answer confirmed by Sony Santa Monica anyway. It just seems like somehow it's tied into DEI, though. Because, like, there's no way every fucking company at the same time decides, oh yeah, we're gonna just put fucking gross-ass yellow paint on every object. Like, there's like 20 different developers who all did that at the same time.
Some dragons thought you weren't ready.
That's not just because of DSP.
I'm ready, all right. Ready for what?
Sorry, we only had enough budget for 10 seconds of dialogue. That conversation will never be finished. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Missing 3 gems, chat. Oh. Never mind. We're good. Damn, this has to be my best record yet for getting all the shit. We haven't had to run all the way around a level yet. I've just played this game too many times. The TISM is too strong. It's going by instinct. It's not even by memory. It's completely by instinct. The secrets are by memory, obviously, but the specifically looking in every little nook and cranny is instinct. These dragons are distinctly lacking in personality. They should be fat, gassy, tattoo artist freaks. That should do it. That's why that is it sad that's in like my top 3 concerns for Spyro 4. I mean, number 1 is obviously open world. Like, that's the worst thing that could happen. But probably like number 3 concern is they turn it into gay furry bait too much. That would hurt me a lot. I mean, there's straight furries there too, obviously, but they're kind of like the bad kind. Like, you look at Tawna, right? Because Toys for Bob did Spyro 4. Like, you look at the new Tawna Bandicoot, and it's like, this is some Tumblrista feminist, like, lesbian bitch or something. So that's not straight furry, that's lesbian. But you get the point. You look at Allura, right, in Spyro 2, and she looks like some weird, like, DreamWorks mutant furry thing instead of her just being a fawn like she was supposed to be. I guess they didn't want a human in the Spyro universe because, like, the upper half of her would be human if it was actually like what it was intended to be. But they turned into this, you know, like pseudo Kumbait. Like, it's not Kumbait literally, but it's like they tried to make her fuckable. Which is like, why would you do this? This is a children's cartoon. Fuck you. Not everything has to be for jerking off. And the worst part is, then they try to deflect that onto me. But me, I know the difference. Like, children's media should not have, you know, Rule 34 material. Like, you can make Rule 34 out of anything. That's the point of the rule. But purposely leaning into fan artists is fucked. What is wrong with you? Buddha man turns a new leaf. Truly. I mean, to be fair though, like all the Coomer memes aside, I was never proud at any point of that stuff. If you actually go back to any of the old streams, I never ever ever said it was a good thing, and never will say it's a good thing.
This guy thinks he's so cool. You don't know what it's been like listening to him over and over. But I'll tell you one thing. He should watch his back.
Wowie zowie. All that, and he doesn't actually say anything. You know what I mean? He doesn't talk, so how does he say... All right. I actually forgot how this boss works. That's funny. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. First phase, he just walks to your position. The second phase is when he turns, and then third phase, you jump over him swinging. Now I remember. Yeah. Let's see. I just forgot. There we go. Again, that's the power of Spyro on bosses. Wowie zowie, 1 purple. I know that adds up to 300, but I'm just gonna see the spinning text real quick. There we go. The enemies in this game are so fucking massive. Yeah, I like that practice. I like that practice. People get too teasmo about it. Like, you know, people are acting like it was a huge revelation. Like, dude, why are the enemies so big in the Souls games? It's like, so you can see them telegraph their attacks. They're the same size as you. A lot of the animations, you know, it can be hard to tell what they're actually doing. Especially if their designs are too complex. Light levels. If they basically, in Spyro 4, turn this into, like, open world collectibles, I guess that wouldn't be too bad, you know? I know they want to use flight as the general purpose travel mechanic, but I hate that. I hate the idea of that dearly, but regardless, I think it would be okay if it was just used for this kind of stuff. Like, if the flight levels were incorporated into the levels themselves, then it wouldn't be so bad. Spyro 2 is the best bosses. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty low bar, but I would agree, yeah. Spyro 3 is the best one. You don't even believe that.
Keep up the good work, and I know you'll fulfill your destiny.
Every Spyro 3 truther is a LARPer.
And collect the treasure.
Spyro 3 is noticeably the worst one. The only people who think Spyro 3 is the best one are the people who started with Spyro 3, and we have a word for that. It's called subhumans. Like, your parents hated you. That, oh my god, Jesus. Okay, there we go, got it. That's not supposed to be hard. Spyro 3 is better than 2. No, it isn't. I guarantee all the people who think 3 is better than 2 or 1 haven't even played it in like 20 years. Like, the minigame characters are so fucking bad. Actually, just the minigames, period, are even worse than 2's. I think genuinely everything about 3 is worse than 1 and 2. Except the soundtrack in 3 is better than 2. That is true. 2 only has maybe 5 or 6 really good tracks. In 1, every single one is a banger. Like, this game, the whole soundtrack is like my fucking childhood. And 3 has some good ones. 3 I'd say about half of the soundtrack's good. We did it. We got all the treasure. Alright, I'm gonna go grab some water. Then I'll read the super chats. I'm assuming dinner exists, but I'm not even really that hungry. Maybe I'll just eat later. I object. Why are... I don't understand. Like, what's the argument behind 3 being better than 2? Like, everything 3 added is worse. It's just a worse version of 2, honestly. Like, I just don't get it. The minigames are worse. All the additional characters objectively make the game worse. Yep, I said the word objective. Give fuck. I don't know. How is 3 better than 2? I don't get it. Minigames are worse too? No. I like the characters way more. I'm sorry about your autism. Three is more memorable? Yeah, memorably bad. I remember how horrible it is. Just like all the slop games I've played over the past 6 years. Very memorable, but I hate them all. Because they're spurg low IQ and think variety is better. Yeah, I mean, I am so anti-minigame pilled. I was never the type of guy that thinks strong core gameplay needs to be broken up by gimmicks. I've never believed that, ever. If you do believe that, what happens? You get Donkey Kong 64. Donkey Kong 64 is the pinnacle of that dog shit game design philosophy. Alright, I'll be back. Sometimes I just read shit in this chat and I'm just like, why did you even type that? Nintendo fans are not human beings, prove me wrong. I can't. He gave me an impossible task. Alright, I was gonna read supers. Hadius, thanks for the $2. Rockstar simps lost their minds, hate normies. Honestly, I haven't even kept up that much with the Rockstar shit. I mean, I know about the $80 price point and the $100 Garbo edition or whatever, but I honestly really don't care about GTA 6 that much. I will review it, don't get me wrong, but I never cared about GTA. I do have to play GTA 4 probably. That might be the next old game I play after I move. Let's play GTA 4. I think I'm pretty much done with San Andreas. It didn't hold my attention. I will say overrated, definitely. I mean, all the GTA, actually, pretty much all the Rockstar games I played are overrated. Maybe I need to try, what was it, The Warriors or something. Maybe I could give Manhunt another shot. Just try and get better acclimated with the controls. I don't know why I was so... I usually I don't get filtered by controls, but I remember streaming it and just not having very much fun. You know? Incinerator Dave, thanks to the 9 months membership. Skipping on my day off, synth sus. Skipping what? Skipping the Pride stream? I don't know. I just don't care. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow. Swooping Hamster, thanks to $2. Cool green screen. It looks like you never moved. Yeah. Funny bit. You know, you just move one shelf in the background and it's a new location. Skitter Sauce Man, thanks to the 2 years of membership. 4 years since finding your Saints Row vid. Time flies. Dude, that's crazy. That came out 4 years ago. What the fuck? Can you believe they gave me a code for the demo? I don't think they gave me a code. No, actually, I remember now. They gave me a review code for the game, like the day it came out, which makes no sense. What the fuck? Like, that's not, the whole point is you're supposed to get it a week early or more. Skitter, thanks to the $2. Good luck on the move in the next phase of life. Yeah, thanks. Nimpo Gaming, thanks to the 20 euros. Hoy Synth, just got my golden poirge, and I want to thank you for single-handedly moving the Overton window back in place. And no, Asmund Foyd didn't do it. He watches you in secrecy to see what he can parrot. You the real N-word. Thanks. I don't think I have very much influence, though. I mean, I appreciate the compliment, but in reality, the only time people acknowledge my existence outside of our... I'm not going to call it an echo chamber. It's not an echo chamber. There's way too much, like, random spurgery to be an echo chamber. But anytime it's people outside of this audience, it's just, like, random Twitter faggots or Redditors, etc., just complaining about whatever the latest crazy thing I said is, you know? It's the autism chamber, exactly. Incinerator Dave, thanks to the $2. Entire trilogy before Beyond the Realms. I already have streamed all of these, but maybe I'll stream them. No, it's a waste of time to stream them all again. I already streamed all of them. I streamed. When did I stream Spyro 3? That was last year, I think, right? Spyro 2, I probably didn't. It was like 2 years ago, maybe 3 years, and Spyro 1 was a long time ago, I think. But I streamed Spyro 1, well, this is the third time, technically, because I streamed the original, the remake, and now the original again. Amped88, thanks to the 50 NOK. Synth, will you ever play San Andreas again? I don't know. Honestly, the most enjoyable streams I've ever watched. At least it was for you guys, not for me. Even though you shat on my entire childhood. Sorry, your childhood sucked. Anyway. Honestly, if I grew up in San Andreas, I would kind of understand the hype, because when you're a kid, the novelty of, like, I don't know, posting up on a building and just shooting cops or whatever, it was fun. But even by the time I played GTA 5, I didn't really have fun fucking around sandbox games like that. Especially because the type of sandbox games I messed around in were like Prototype or Infamous. So you have like superpowers, you're a god, right? Those are the games I like when it's a sandbox game. The superhero sandbox games have always been my favorite. Because in those games, I feel like, I'm going to try not to sound pretentious here, but basically the way I view it is it's like there's an unspoken agreement between the player and like the game world that the sandbox is just a very loose playground that doesn't really need a lot of like polish or details or weird hidden secrets, because you're so powerful, you just cross the map in like 5 minutes anyway. Just super running, flying around, shit like that. Yeah, Infamous not as fast, but still, even, you know, riding the the telephone wires, you can move decently fast, right? So for me, most of the complaints I have about sandbox games aren't as important for superhero sandbox games. So that's why they're my favorite ones. Also, I've always liked power fantasy games. Anyway, Bobby Iron Man, thanks to the 13 months of membership. Good luck on the move to Israel. Dude, man, thanks $5. 70% of people buy the deluxe edition. Believe me, they probably spent $6 million. Yes, it's probably more like 70,000 on market research to figure out the pricing for max profit. It probably won't be that high. I mean, it'll be high, but probably not that high. Deranged Doomer, thanks to the $5. GTA 6 can save gaming by bombing hard enough to crash AAA industry. That is definitely a pipe dream. We would, that would be awesome. But like I said, everyone darker than a certain skin tone, a certain melanin level. We need to figure out what the melanin level is, but if you have more than a certain amount of melanin, you're buying GTA 6 day one. That's just, I don't know why it works that way, but that's just how it is. Mega Rock and Roll, thanks 21 months of membership. No such thing as a skippable synth stream. That is, I mean, I appreciate it, but that's definitely not true. I feel like every Dragon's Dogma stream is skippable. Probably at least a quarter of all the Breakers streams are skippable, if not half of them. There's probably other ones, but there's plenty. Jordan Corey, thanks to the membership. Meenock, thanks to the $1. Mega Rock and Rolla, thanks to the $5. Soundboard suggestions. No talent. Who the fuck are you? Look at me when I'm talking to you. Item bounce snippet. Curse splat. I'm just doing every voice. I can't do Croc very well, obviously. And Poir voice lines. Yeah, those are pretty good. Browns is first, though. Like, literally, there used to be other ones. It's been years, because I've literally talked about wanting to get a soundboard for probably 4 years, and just never did it because I'm a lazy ass. But, I forgot all the old suggestions. But for me, now, number one is going to be Browns. Browns. You know, like, it's got to be Browns. Hadius, thanks to the $2. This is Black Metal Gamer. Here's some move money. Oh, did like the @ change to YouTube fuck with stuff again? Thanks. I actually don't need any money. I'll be okay. And then another $2. Will Seinfeld bass song make it on the soundboard? Yeah, that's not a bad suggestion, even though it's kind of generic, but I find it amusing. Yeah. Azor Tormenta, thanks to 22 months of membership. Thanks for not letting me know Synth was on YouTube. Oh, Synth was on YouTube. Yeah, like they didn't notify you I'm streaming. Yeah. Deranged Zoomer, thanks to another $2. This super chat is worth more than a Ubisoft share. Ubisoft needs to go. It's time. It's time. I know people are gonna buy the Assassin's Creed 4 remake because retardation. That's genuinely the only reason I can think of. I mean, that game, the original game looks good. It looks good, dude. I've seen the comparisons. Yeah, it's not completely up to the modern standards, but like if it was made like 2 years later, like you look at Assassin's Creed Unity. I know everyone remembers that game because it was broken as fuck on launch. True. But Assassin's Creed Unity is the best looking Assassin's Creed games. Like, I've seen the Nick Tech videos where he compares it to, like, modern games. Like, what fucking... Anyway, you get the point I'm saying here. The graphics are not very dated in Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, so it didn't need a remake. And this is just a cheap cash grab. Very cheap. One reason Spyro 3 is better is skateboarding. Skateboarding sucks. Fuck you. And another is Bianca. Okay, so Kuma reasons then. Spyro 2 level design is boring. The levels constantly interrupt with minigames. What? Have you not played 3, motherfucker? 3, every single level is interrupted by a minigame. At least 2 has some okay ones. I'm not a minigame enjoyer, though, in general. Anyway, Hadius, thanks to the $2. Seething Sanchez simping for Super on X. Yeah, I heard Angry Joe was in this. Well, I won't say in the news. It's never in the news, but yeah, he was fighting with the Nerdrotic and all them or something. I don't know. Angry Joe's still existing, assuming we're always assuming there's no bots involved. We're always assuming. But the fact that he can still somehow get like 1 million views on some of his videos, like, who are these people? Even if, like, I get it if you have like a comfort YouTuber from, you know, years and years ago, like you think of Nostalgia Critic or AVGN or something, or, you know, if you're a bit younger, you could even say like, I don't know, PewDiePie, Markiplier, that kind of thing. But Angry Joe was nobody's favorite YouTuber. Like, nobody. There's not a single fucking person who's parasocial for Angry Joe. He's not even a human. Anyway. Okay, you know, I am exaggerating a little maybe, but you get my point. Like, even back when I watched Angry Joe, back when he was, you know, more popular, he wasn't even in my top 20 favorite YouTubers, or top 30, or top 40. You know, like, he was just, you would watch the reviews sometimes because they were kind of funny. That was it. Ugly Bad 4, thanks to the $10. There are some amazing Super Mario 64 ROM hacks out there, and if you start playing them, I'll be here every time. Yeah, I might set some up, maybe. I know Devin's played some. I'll have to see. Aryan Rooftop Party, thanks to the £5. I really liked Enter the Dragonfly when I was a kid. Does that make me an official Zoom tard? Yeah, it's just nostalgia, man. Like, I don't even think Spyro 3 is bad. It's more like just a meme. Like, you know, I exaggerate my opinions. You guys know this. I hope. I was about to go on a tangent. Let's not do that. But Enter the Dragonfly is dog shit, though. I should stream it because I haven't played it in so long. But even as a child, I knew it was shit. So we'll see. We'll see how bad it is. I'm sure it's bad. Strange Axel, thanks to the $2. Oh no, Dr. Connor's class. I forgot all about it. Is that from one of the Spider-Man games? I don't even remember. I'm assuming it's talking about the lizard. I was a big lizard guy because he was in the 90s Chatterman cartoon a lot. And, you know, I don't know, he's cool. The game is so ass you can skip to the final boss. Yeah, like you like swim through the air or something. I remember seeing videos about that a million years ago. You're normie until something very specific to you gets botched by the Matrix and then you wake up. Yeah, for me it was kind of early. I got pushed down the path early, I'll say, with a lot of bad social experiences. Deranged Zoomer in shambles at this news. What? No one thinks the lizard is sexual though, because he's a lizard. Like he's not an Argonian with giant titties or whatever, you know, the equivalent. He's just a lizard. What's the difference? You'd be surprised. No, I'm never surprised, but listen, I'm not getting trapped in this conversation. Okay, it's called Rule 34 for a reason. I'm just saying it's not popular, which is accurate. I guess I'll just say Black Metal Gamer instead of Hadius. Thanks for another 2. Now I put games in another language, less cringe. Yeah, the English voice acting went to complete shit. Like all the talented people, which is ironic because in a lot of these old games, Not all of them. Some of them actually got a lot of professional voice acting. But some of the old games was literally like developers voice acting, and some of it was better than these fucking like Funimation tards or whatever the equivalent is for modern games. Spooky, thanks to the $5. Have you ever played Painkiller Black Edition? Nope. Should I play White Edition instead? I don't know. I couldn't think of anything that clever. Mega Rock and Roller, thanks to the $5. I've seen a lot of people who think GTA 6 is going to be some kind of online roleplay life sim, like their GTA 5 RP servers, and not just another movie game. Yeah, those are some retards. The type of people who think like, dude, I forgot his fucking name. Anyway. Oh, Carmelo. I was going to say something about Carmelo Anthony, where it's like, yeah, the same people who think Carmelo Anthony was like a slave who got whipped by white teenage boys or whatever, and he shanked in self-defense. That Netflix adaptation shit is so true, though. Anyway, Swooping Hamster, thanks $2. Best part of San Andreas was when you got stalked by trucks. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's good for one more stream. There were a lot of funny moments. I'm not going to lie. It's not like it was a bad game. It definitely is not a bad game. Let me make that clear. I was very annoyed by a lot of parts, but it's not a bad game. It's just not really that fun, honestly. Like, it hasn't aged very well. It had a lot of funny moments. It's just the gameplay wasn't that fun. M. Garcia, thanks to the $2. Imagine chimp outs if GTA 6 ends up like Cyberpunk. Yeah, can you imagine? Is it coming to last gen, or is it only coming to PS5? Because if like it has a last gen version, I'm sure it'll be completely broken, like slop. Even Rockstar trying to polish things, I imagine if there's a last gen version, it's garbage. It's fully next gen. Okay. I guess we'll see. If it doesn't work on PS5 or Xbox, because they have to make it work for Xbox One S or whatever, or Series S. I keep forgetting the naming scheme for Xbox because it's S. But they have to make it work for the Series S. I don't know how many people realistically own a Series S, but that version's probably complete shit. Eric Williams, thanks to the $2. Your appreciation for Air Riders is giga-based. Thanks. It is good. I mean, that is one of those games. That was the rare moment where I was not disappointed by a sequel to one of my childhood games. Like, yes, there were some big mistakes. Namely, like, how the online matchmaking worked. That was the big... The other big one being only one city trial map. Those are really the two big things. One city trial map, and the online matchmaking was done in a very stupid way. But I think in every other way, it was awesome. Nicholas Unique, thanks to the 7 months of membership. Realistic expectations for Dragon's Dogma DLC. Almost every enemy will be a reskin. They might not do hard mode, because otherwise they would have mentioned something by now. Which I realize hard mode is a bit of a mixed bag. If you watched my last stream of the first game, unless you have really end game stuff, like, you just get annihilated in Bitter Black Isle. Like, everything kills you in like 2 or 3 hits. But, you know, the fact the option is there in hard mode is more than just stat increases. Like, it gives you tangible benefits in the game is what made it great. You know what I mean? And Dragon's Dogma 2 is in some ways easier than 1. I think in other ways it's not, though. Just because, like, the way that... Like, I don't remember completely because I only really played the game 1.5 times, we'll say. But there were certain weird jank elements that make the game unintentionally harder than 1, but it's still a pretty easy game, right? So a hard mode would definitely help, especially if it worked the same way as the first games. So anyway, to get back into the answer to the question. So you're going to have your new snow map that's going to be mostly reskins, because almost everything they've shown was basically just a reskin. Bitter Black style gacha system's probably going to be annoying unless they make it really forgiving, in which case then it's pointless. Might as well just give you unique loot. There's no new vocations, so that sucks ass. You know, they could have at least made one or something. See, I'm making the almost certain accurate assumption that they're going to show basically everything interesting. Because the mistake that all of us, I say all of us, there's plenty of people in chat or doomers until it came out. But me, I was hope-pilled on the matter that surely there must be things in the game they didn't show us. The only thing they didn't, like, overly spoil before launch of the original Dragon's Dogma 2 release was they didn't do that much details on the Unmoored World, the post game, right? But even that stuff was like unpolished and shit. Like the big worm boss isn't even a fucking boss. Like you can annihilate that thing before it even hits you, basically, you know? You can like stun lock it or something. I can't remember exactly. But the point is it was easy. So realistic expectations are snow map, reskinned enemies. Hopefully it's hard. The news, the way they're handling the skills is the same way as the first game where you're getting items to alter the skill effects. That shit's good because I love that shit. I mean, it was almost all OP, which it should be because that's part of the fun of Dragon's Dogma, but I didn't really show it off in my last two streams because, again, I didn't get very lucky with any of the skill rings. But some of the improved versions of the skills that you get are, like, crazy. Like, they just do so much damage. Anyway. Porcupine, thanks to the $20. No message. Appreciate it, though. Mikey Gamer, thanks to $5. Is Spyro a Hero's Tale, the Wrath of Cortex of Spyro? Not bad, not good, just mediocre. I believe it or not, I've never played it. I should have streamed it by now. You think I would. I've done so many baby game streams, and I still never got around to streaming End of the Dragonfly, and I still have never played Hero's Tale, so I'll have to do that. Probably not for a while, though, because there's too many games that I need to play for future reviews, like GTA 4, for example. At least, and I do actually want to finish Fable 2. I do want to finish Fable 2. I just need a little bit of a break from it because it's getting too repetitive because there's too much combat, and the combat is not good. The Commodity Man, thanks to €5. Asmund Golem reactions about Stellar Blade. If you play, you're a pedophile. 4 years ago. With all the gen hacking, you can look like as you want. Okay, that read a little ESL. I get what you're saying. I think I've seen a comparison image where in the past he was like more pro lolly stuff, and then now he's like anti lolly stuff. But I also don't care about anything Asmongold has to say because he's not a real human either. No one's real. We live in the Matrix. Become a solipsist. Don't believe in anyone other than yourself until proven otherwise. Yeah, I know. Yeah, McNugget, exactly. The fact that him and Hassan are both part of Night Media Group should really just expose everything about like how fake and gay most of the modern internet is. Like, you just extrapolate that to every whitelisted YouTuber, you know? Even if we can't prove it, I refuse to believe that behind the scenes there's not connections to artificially prop up every major popular YouTuber. There's a reason why they all interact with each other. You know what I mean? I don't know. And obviously you can go very schizophrenic with that, but I think a lot of it is just so inorganic in general. I don't really want to bring up a million examples, but it just always rubs me the wrong way that so many of the popular YouTubers, you know, have hung out and been around each other. Even people who on the surface you would think would be fundamentally... I don't want to talk about Turkey Tom for the millionth time. Turkey Tom is the ultimate fucking Zoomer golem. I don't want to talk about it for the millionth time, but every time I think about all the people he's associated with, and then the shit he said specifically to shit on me, and I'm fine with the shit about Andy Pants, but the shitting on me was the real thing that made no sense, because it's like, how the fuck are you talking about other people obsessed with Jews when you literally hung out with Sam Hyde, who's like the #1 internet open anti-Semite that I can think of, who is popular. It's like it just. I hate Turkey Tom, dude. He's not a person. He's like the least human that I've seen that's popular on the modern internet. Unpop Red, thanks to €2. Fight right-wing grifters in a ring like Uwe Boll. For what reason? Yeah, it was just jokes. Yeah, there's like with that. Never mind. I'm not getting into this. We all know, any one of us who watch those videos. I don't even watch very many Sam Hyde videos anymore, but it's gotten less and less joke. Like there is no. If you actually watch the videos, there is not a hint of irony when he's talking about Jews ever. Like this, it's just none. How delusional or autistic or even anti-autistic, like you're some kind of whatever normal fags are these days. I can't even think of a word for it, but they just have no inner voice. This is true NPC pilled, where they just can't think at all. That's the only conclusion I can come to. Eli, thanks to the $5 and that is a new gross emoji I haven't seen. It's a yellow and pink person with their head in their hands saying you're #1, blinking with hearts. Yeah, that's vile. Eric Williams, thanks to $2. If Dragon's Dogma had any enemy variety, it'd be good, I'm assuming. Yeah, enemy variety is definitely a big weakness. And the first game has that problem as well, to maybe a little lesser extent, but yeah, two, that was a serious problem. Dude Mon, thanks to the $1.50 in the peach. JI, thanks to 10 Australian. Don't think we're not onto you and your connection to noted China shill, Lord Frogmire. Show us the contracts you signed. Listen, you know, Devin need the money, I guess. I don't know. What Devin needs to do is make videos. He needs to get back to that. I have good news. Actually, it's not good news. It might sound like good news. The good news is... Oh, wait, I told you about this already. I told you guys he, like, slipped down the stairs, right? So that's horrible. But the good news, the silver lining, is that, now the pain is moved from his vocal cords to his back, and he can talk again. Which is very bizarre. But yeah, he can talk. He can talk now.
Welcome to Magic Crafters. I want you to release the dragons, reclaim our treasure, and recover the eggs from those pesky blue thieves.
I think I did last stream explain he slipped down the stairs, right? I don't know. Maybe I didn't. If you didn't hear that last time, basically he was going down the stairs in the morning with socks, and he slipped down one of the steps. He caught himself, and when he caught himself, his entire like upper back like popped and gave him like a crazy amount of pain, and so he had like vertigo. He tried to walk, and then he slipped and like the lower half of his back popped, and so now, you know, his spine is just fucked, which is great right before moving, which he would have already had issues helping move anything heavy anyway, but now it's really fucked. So it's gonna be up to me and my dad, basically, to pick up any of the heavy stuff. Yeah, he's Mr. Glass. That's what I said. What I said last time is he's Mr. Glass from Unbreakable. These things actually scared me as a child, like unironically, these dudes. Because like my brain is like, what the fuck even is that? You know what I mean? Like 5-year-old me is like, oh, that thing is scary. I don't even know what that is. But like every enemy in this game, it's not a threat. So I don't know. I'm so scared of falling down the stairs. Your life could be over in a second with one mistake. Yeah, man, how many old people die from falling down the stairs? Probably a lot.
Spyro, you're not afraid of those big, noisy, gigantic, awful beasts, are you?
Of course not.
I didn't think so.
I sincerely doubt Turkey Tom is more of a subhuman than Critical, because the latter unironically said Devote 7 First Light is a good video game. I feel like that's the least of my issues with Critical, is him saying that. Like, I don't know, the Critical Sneeko shit, again, if the internet was organic and real and not full of subhumans, that should have been, like, maybe not career-ending, but it should have definitely permanently damaged Critical's reputation. Because, like, not only is Sneeko, like, said a million retarded-ass, like, subhuman things, but, like, he's obviously not very intelligent. So the fact that Critical wasn't even ready for that shit is such a bad look. But again, nothing on the internet is fucking real. Everything is fake and gay. Almost actually died there. I got nervous. Dead internet theory is real, but for the wrong reason, you know? Everyone thought it would be because of chat bots, and that is still true, but it's not like, that's just a small piece of the pie. Obviously, way before chatbots, it was just Indians shilling shit and astroturfing to create consensus on nonsense. But we've just reached idiocracy. We're like, you have to understand, there's so many... If you look at, like, the countries that are using the internet, like, what are the ones that have risen the most in, like, the past 10 years? It's like India, Brazil... These are the fucking people you're talking to online. Is it any wonder all you read is retarded shit all the time? It's genuinely just... I don't know. It's so fucked.
Oh, thank you for releasing me.
Yeah, and if you're reading Chinese shit, it's usually just... I don't know. It definitely never sounds like a person on the other side. Like, I don't know, man. The funny thing is, I'm not even the type of guy who goes out of his way to be racist. It just keeps happening. Like, I don't know how, but it's just like the world is forcing me to be extremely racist. You know? Like, it's not even a choice. It's just, oh, I'm noticing that it's always noticing. That's why the left is literally anti-noticing. Anti-notice patterns. Believe what you're told. Argentina hates blacks. China owns 360,000 acres of American landmass. That's... Yeah, that's... I mean, everything is fucked, man. Like, the thing is, that's what I've heard. I don't even know what to call this. Is this the libertarian crowd? I have no idea. But I've heard, like, the cold take, we'll call it that, that the reason why there's so much woke leftist garbage is because China was funding it to weaken... Oh, yeah, I think I heard fucking, what's his face? Razorfist say this. Where it's just like, he thinks the woke shit is like China. I don't know if he still says this, but he said it at one point years ago. It's like, that is definitely part of the component to, like, not only weaken Western values, and the other theory was to make game companies basically completely fucking worthless so they could just take over. Like, I'm sure that's part of it, but that's just completely putting into... Well, first of all, you're ignoring the JQ, which is always the answer to everything. Which I just can't... I can't abide by that. That's an unforgivable crime. The JQ is always the answer number one. But the thing is, like... American values were already eroded way before that by actual communism and not Chinese communism. Like, we're talking, you know, Mr. Goldberg style communism. So, I honestly don't know if China weakening things further really is making as much of a dent in this as people would have you believe. Like, if China took over the game industry, would that even make anything worse? Like, it's already so bad. I have no idea what difference. Like, games, that's the funny thing. Like, I think of Chinese games. What do I think of? I think of extremely derivative slop. Alright, what do I think of when I think of Western games? Extremely derivative slop, but it's woke. Oh, okay. What big difference. I don't know. Like, originality's fucking dead. There's no talent. No talent. China had a few big Jewish advisors. Yeah, I heard about that as well. You know. Better China than Israel. Yeah, you know, ideally it would be neither. I don't. Why do I have to choose between like the demon and the monster or whatever, or the horde of bugs, whatever you want to say in this analogy?
Begin a supercharge.
Supercharge? Excellent.
Go ahead, try it.
Supercharge. It's just bizarre to me that this mechanic is barely used in the sequels. I guess just because Spyro 2, that I know I was doing my shit on Spyro 3 routine, but I think I will agree if we're not counting minigame shit and playing as the other dog shit characters, that Spyro 2 does have more boring level design than Spyro 3. Like, Spyro 3 actually has more gliding stuff. Like, there's a few levels in Spyro 3 that could actually fit in Spyro 1. Again, minus the minigames. But Spyro 2, for some reason, had, like, so many flat levels and not that many, like, abysses to fall into.
Please do something about these green druids. They insist on moving everything in sight.
In fact, 85 to 90% of the foreigners helping the Chinese at the time of the communist takeover were Jewish. This included the daughter of the founder of the brokerage firm Goldman Sachs. Yeah. Yeah, so, you know, there's like... I don't know. There's no point preaching to the choir for the millionth time. My point is, like, when people try and divert the conversation to China, I just think, like, their country is gonna suffer an even bigger demographic collapse than most of the Western ones. So, at the end of the day, everyone loses except Israel, right? And whatever Israel vassal states there will be, which, you know, there's always... Like you look at BRICS, right? Like the whole BRICS World Economic Forum thing. When they're done milking Europe and America and all that shit dry, they're just gonna do that to, you know, Brazil, Russia, India, China, what was it, South Africa was the last one or whatever. Well, South Africa is gonna be hard because all the white people will be dead by then, I think. But but the point is, those are the next world superpowers that they would want. At least one of those. Well, they want to turn to a world superpower to milk that dry before they then parasite some other country.
I hate those bugs. When I become big and strong, like you, I'll squash them all.
Until then, remember that supercharge makes you invincible.
Yeah, I hate those bugs. I hate these bugs. Whoa, Spyro, hold on. Wait a minute, Spyro. Wait a minute. Are you being racist, Spyro? Spyro would definitely, I mean, I know you can argue that Nintendo games just inherently are gonna have way more tism, because, like, I don't, maybe this is just completely unrelated. Completely. I don't know, I'll try and give the less schizo take first before I move on to the other one. But you could say the reasonable reason that, like, Nintendo has so much autism is just because, like, basically the vast majority of their library was dedicated to children's games. Whereas, like, on PlayStation, you had everything, you know? You had rated E, you had rated T, you had rated M, you had all the whole range, right? You know, with a PlayStation, you could simultaneously grow up with Spyro and Crash, Final Fantasy VII, Metal Gear Solid, you know, games like this that appeal to different demographics. But if you bought Nintendo, you probably grew up with Nintendo, right? It's not that rated M games didn't exist, like GoldenEye, right? Shit like that, but it's just that for the most part, you were with the baby games, and then Nintendo stuck with the baby games, whereas PlayStation gradually grew up with its audience. Like if you look at the mascot platforms of the PS2, they're obviously designed around the kids who grew up with Spyro and Crash, getting a little bit older, so they move on to Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter, and of course, you know, Sucker Punch joins the mix with Sly Cooper. So. You know, obviously you have like this eternal... Where am I going with this point? Why was I talking about autism and Nintendo? What am I talking about? What? Hold on. What the fuck am I talking about right now? There's some broader point. I got way too lost in the sauce. I told you guys I'm sleep deprived today and tired from moving. Too much moving. Yeah, 30-year-old dementia, it's over. Oh, I remember now. So basically I was gonna go on this whole point about why, like, people are way more tismy and obsessed with, like, Nintendo properties as adults. And you can make, like, the Disney adult connection, of course. But I was gonna say, like, you know, if you played Mario 64 as a kid, then a few years later you play Sunshine, a few years later you play Galaxy, you just keep playing that shit, and like it builds like this, you know, ultra brand loyalty, eternal nostalgia thing. So then as an adult, what do? Like you replay Mario 64, you love it, but there is another component. So what I was gonna say is, what Super Mario 64 has in, like, certain older games is they have, like, unintentional advanced mechanics. Like, well, sometimes it is intentional. But, you know, I'll watch videos, like, when I was listening to a million Super Smash Bros. Melee videos, you know, there's, like, a lot of shit that was either intentional or unintentional that obviously made it an accidentally extremely demanding competitive game. Super Mario 64 has like a decent amount of movement mechanic shit that facilitates speed running. There we go, got all 500. So we don't even have to compare.
Try combining supercharge with jumping and gliding, and really explore the high caves.
Yeah, you say as I did the whole thing. Fuck you. I already 100% eat shit. So Spyro 2 has a like glide double jump thing that people use to like clip their walls and stuff, but I think that's like the only... There might be other advanced movement mechanics, but I think that's like the only interesting one. I need to get the key first. But dude, I really am going Unk Brain mode. I was just gonna say, like, it's a combination of the tism for Nintendo and unintentional, like, advanced mechanics stuff that led people to, like, basically be obsessed with Mario 64 to this day, to the point where you got all these ROM hacks and stuff. Because it's like, you know, you take something like Super Mario Galaxy, well, I guess also simpler games are much easier to mod as well, right? But it doesn't just count for, like, Nintendo versus Sony shit. I also think, like, you look at Banjo-Kazooie, is a fairly well-liked game, but so much of that game is contextual and doesn't really allow for player freedom of, you know, high skill ceiling stuff. Dude, I really am boomer rambling about nothing. Like, I feel like there was originally 5 minutes ago some kind of grand point I was gonna come to, and then it was gone. It was gone, and it's not coming back. I don't know. Advanced movement mechanics are cool, but I don't like it when they are not... Well, it's fine if they're a glitch and not intended. Obviously, that's not going to be reflected in game design. But I don't like when... This is something I have a problem with indie 3D platformers, where a lot of them will have advanced mechanics that are not like glitchy, they're completely intentional. But then the level design barely facilitates like that much power that the game gives you. Again, Hell Pie was the ultimate example. Where at Hell Pie, you could like do a million different things to like just fly through the air practically. And you could beat the entire fucking game like without half the upgrades easily. So it's like, what's even the point of letting me swing through the air 3 times, glide, you know, do like backflips and side flips and triple jumps or whatever, if you never need any of that at any point? That's kind of my problem. Okay, to tie this back into something that might, you know, be slightly intellectual, perhaps. That was part of my problem with Super Mario Odyssey. Like, I remember when Super Mario Odyssey came out and people were, like, sucking off, like, the movement mechanics. And I was just thinking in my head, like, yeah, but when do you ever need any of that? Oh, never? Like, it's never required to be anything in the game? People do all that shit, and it's just, like, speedrunner slop. But this is a game no one's going to be nostalgic toward. No one's going to obsess over this, because all the other elements of the game are worse than Super Mario 64. The collectathon shit's way worse than 64. You know, the level design's way worse than 64. Like, everything is worse than 64. You're just being a retarded subhuman because you're autistic. Fuck you. Anyway, see, now it's becoming a synthetic rant. I had to find my way there. I was lost for a while. Wait, did I grab the key chests? No, I didn't. See, yeah, that's why I came back over here. I was so... This is a bad multitasking stream. Whatever, I'm getting the chest now before I forget. Speaking of platformers, just beat Yellow Taxi Grandma. Amazing recommendation by the Steady King. That's the game I should have reviewed. I mean, it's too late. Well, I guess it's never too late because it was never algorithmically relevant, so it's technically never too late. But if I was going to make a positive game review, that definitely would have been a better choice than Strange Seed. It's just that, you know, I played Yellow Taxi a long time ago now, so I'd have to play it again. But regardless, that is a game where if I reviewed Yellow Taxi, it would literally only be positive things. Like, that game is a genuine, like, 9 out of 10. Like, it's not flawless, but... Like, if they had made a sequel and ironed out the few issues, it genuinely would have been like a 10 out of 10. Yeah, maybe I'll go back and replay it sometime later. I need to put out a review. I just think this is a conversation I had recently, but I do have to ask sometimes, why do people want positive reviews? Like, I think I get it conceptually, but it's not like making a positive video makes me happy. It seems more like I actually like reviewing bad games sometimes. It depends on the type of bad. Like, I had a lot of fun making the Starfield review. I think when I was making the Outer Worlds 2 review, I was engaged most of the time, even though I hated the game. There's definitely, like, I don't know, I just feel like people need to have the right reason to want me to make a positive review. You know what I mean? Like, because I have to, like, dispel this notion that just making a positive video is inherently good for any reason. You know what I mean? Like, if it's the idea that, oh, I should make positive reviews to prove that I'm not, like, some negativity vampire grifter or something... I don't know, I'm just making up words. That no amount of positive reviews would ever convince any Redditor subhuman that already made up their mind about me that I'm not that thing. So it'd just be a waste of time. Like, any enemy that I made will never be unmade from an enemy. Like, there's no synthetic redemption arc in the mind of people who've decided I'm their enemy for whatever reason. So, there's that. I just think I'm just not that good at making positive videos. Unless like the game's like really funny in some way. But usually funny games are bad, not good. You know? I don't know, gaming and comedy don't blend that well. To be fair, I have a very fucked sense of humor, which you guys all know about me. But if a game's funny, that usually means it's bad, not good. So yeah, I'm just not that good as like a positive critic. I'm very good as a negative one. At least not according to ChatGPT. According to ChatGPT, I'm a 4 out of 10, but according to me, I'm at least that 7, I guess. I asked Deranged Zoomer what he thought of Yellow Taxi. He said it's a great game, but he wasn't a fan of do the jump exactly how I want you to platforming. I think there's a decent amount of freedom in as long as you're super jumping every time. You can like skip obstacles and stuff. Like I feel like the super boost jump lets you do a lot of stuff. Like when it comes to the harder platforming challenges, you do have to do like exactly a sequence. But I don't know. Like that's why like if I was tying back into talking about Mario 64 again, like I understand the appeal for people who are doing all the tricks, like how they really enjoyed the movement. And I think that's good if you're the type of guy who's going to play the game for a million hours anyway, that you can do all these cool tricks to make the game faster, but I don't know. I'm usually more of a fan of like intentionally good game design than accidentally good game design. That makes sense. I still like Mario 64 though. It's just that like I guess maybe because I'm the guy who actually likes Sunshine the best, which is like basically nobody, except for nostalgia blinded people. Which, you know, I mean, nostalgia's part of it. I won't deny nostalgia's part of it. But
thank you for
I guess, but anyway, to get back to the point, as someone who likes Sunshine the best, like, yeah, I do like the cool movement shit you can do in Sunshine with Flood, but, like, I still kind of like the Floodless levels where you purposely can do less things, because it is interesting to have that challenge, you know? Super boost jump is more consistent if you press the gas pedal slightly before the flip will boost triggers. I 100% Yellow Taxi rate game. Yeah, I figured out the timing pretty well during my second playthrough, yeah. Like the first one I was confused about it for a while because it's not that good feedback for it, but I got used to it. I love this level, by the way. I just have to throw that out there. I mean, since this is my favorite game, you can probably assume I love most of the levels. But I genuinely think Spyro 1 is... See, this used to be more common. It's usually the opposite. Well, I don't know. I'm conflicted. I don't know. I'm not autistic enough to list 1,000 examples. So I'll just put it this way. I prefer games that get better the further you get into the game. Whereas conventional wisdom is to make the first level the best level, because you need to hook people to keep them playing. Right? Like, you think of, again, we could talk about Mario 64. Bob-omb Battlefield is definitely one of the best levels. Same with, like, Whomp's Fortress, right? But Spyro, in my opinion, I think the first world is, like, the worst levels. I mean, they're still good, but... they have minimal, like, required skillful platforming. Whereas something like this, the supercharge ramps, like when we get to Treetops is the best one, obviously. Treetops, the whole level is boosting off ramps, you know, over and over again to get around the whole level and, like, gliding everywhere and shit. Like, that's super fun. That's like Sonic, you know, like, it feels like Spyro turns into a Sonic game. Why did I bring that up, though? That's the real question. I forgot.
Listen carefully, Spyro. There's a secret area in the artisan home. It is at the waterfall. Try jumping on the stones there.
Artisan home, waterfall. Sounds good.
I didn't understand the super boost until I was on the last two collectibles, both of them requiring it. Lol, I played the whole game without using it. Yeah, there's a lot of ramps that you can boost off at just the right angle to get extra height without the super boost. Like, when I replayed the game a second time, like, you do everything so fucking fast if you're super boosting the whole time. Like, because you can just get everywhere all the time easily with, like, no struggle. It's kind of crazy. Except for, obviously, like, the hard platformer challenges at the end, but you get the point. Like, it makes everything so much easier. You're just super boosting all the time. Alright, did I get them all? Yeah, let's go, dude. This is, like, one of my cleanest playthroughs. Which is funny, because my brain is at its smoothest, I guess. Maybe that makes perfect sense. When you play Spyro purely by instinct, then you can easily get all the collectibles. It's when you try too hard that you miss stuff. I looked in the steps. One has to take the multi-stream with OBS, and actually looks easy to set up. You only need a restream account, and it's a pretty short process. Alright. I was gonna make a smart-ass comment, but then I realized the smart-ass comment was more weird than asshole-ish. So I've held it in. I'm showing a lot of restraint today. To not go synthetic sus mode. This boss is so easy. I fucking just got hit for no reason. I mean, I know that's every boss in this game. Saying a boss in Spyro is easy is just like, yeah, have you played the game? That is the game. I'm describing every boss. I'm still getting hit just because, like, I don't know. My brain is kind of going into, like, wandering mode. But that's why I used to be able to play Dragon's Dogma like this, but I kind of fucking got rusty since I hadn't played it in a couple of years. Because 2 is so disappointing. But that's why I like doing, like, Breakers streams, or Dragon's Dogma in the past, or like this, or any other game where I know perfectly, because if I can autopilot the game, then I can talk the whole time, you know? And isn't the whole point of streaming that you just never shut the fuck up, and you just talk the whole time? Yeah. So, it's more stream-friendly, because I can talk about whatever easily and not have to even think for a single second. I read Skylanders, and I'm just, like, tempted to rant for the millionth time about how, like, the whole Toys to Life genre was, like, the biggest fucking wasted potential ever. Like, I can't even believe how little they did with that concept. It's like, okay, the only way I'll defend corporations is that the average gamer is a grown-ass man. And it's actually even worse. Like, the average gamer is a 37-year-old white man, which is, like, kind of crazy to think about. What the fuck are young people even doing? I guess they're all broke. The answer is they're broke. You know, Zoomers can't afford video games, so the average age of a gamer is just getting older. Because I'm assuming they base the metric based on, like, purchases and shit, and not, like, literally everyone who's touched a video game. Because I'm pretty sure young people play video games. They just don't... They can't afford to buy every video game, because Zoomers are broke. I probably should have looked at the study, but you know me, guys. I'm fucking lazy. What's fun for me in RuneScape? I love number go up. Did I know A. Wyatt Mann is dying of cancer? Who's that? Yeah, I mean, like, the constant scrolling and watching, like, short videos and garbage like that is some depressing shit. I can't watch YouTube shorts for more than, like, 10 minutes. Because, like, Eventually your feed just gets to something so retarded or pointless, or it's like AI slop or something, and I'm just like, I hate this. This is making me seethe. I'm fucking going to autistically spurg if I see another video like this, and then I have to go back to normal videos. I don't know how they stand
Master
it.
Nork is turning our swamp into an electrified junk heap. And it used to be so beautiful.
I'm sure it was.
I think they turned that line to something that sounds more like sarcasm in the remake, but I can't remember. Oh, he's the guy who drew the original Happy Merchant. Oh, okay. Because when I think of Happy Merchant, I think of the Ben Garrison comics. Is usually what I think of. So I didn't know. I always 100% the homeworlds before doing any levels. Yeah, I can kind of see the appeal if you're annoyed by like the gem count not being an even multiple of 100. I can't wait till we get to the second to last level and I bitch about them censoring the guns. I can't even remember what they turned those little metal turret things into. I'm sure it was something weird. I just know them turning the fucking assault rifles into goo guns is so gay. Oh my god, it made me mad. What's funny is they didn't censor the revolvers in Spyro 3, I believe, that the dinosaurs use. So it's like, oh, okay, this is literally propaganda then. It has nothing to do with ratings and everything to do with, we don't want kids to think, you know, assault weapons are cool. Or whatever. That has to be what it is. It's just retardation.
Watch out, Spyro. The Norks in these parts have discovered the power of electricity, and it really stings.
It's okay when dinosaurs do it. Yeah, orcs can't do it. Orcs are not allowed. Because they're too much like black people, am I right? And when you see these guys in Spyro, you think, black! He black! She black! Genuinely, yes. Okay, well. I don't care. Like, assuming there was even a hint of sincerity to what you just said, I still don't care, you know what I mean? Like, sure, why not? I have that opinion. Who gives a shit?
Good job, Spyro. One day you'll be able to tell all the dragons about your amazing adventures.
Sure, but what I'd really like to do is get out of this swamp.
If you'd want to experience this class again in a fresh way on your future playthroughs, I'd highly recommend setting it up on an old CRT with the original hardware. I mean, I literally did that growing up. I don't care as much about the CRT filter anymore. Hold on. Like, you can set up Duck Station with, like, a mock CRT filter. It looks okay. I was never, like, super CRT pilled. For me, it was less about the visuals and more about the experience of... Like, what was actually important about CRT gaming had nothing to do with the TV and everything to do with, just sitting next to someone on the couch playing a game next to them, which is basically a dead experience at this point. You know? I guess I could read supers while I'm going. Hold on. I'll just scroll up. I might as well, because, I mean, it took me way too long. Sweeping Hamster, thanks for $5. I can't believe Synthetic Man pushed his brother down the stairs. Yeah, I mean, I was literally asleep, but I did do it when nobody was looking. That's what I woke up to. I mean, I woke up to hearing Devin... I think he said, like, oh no, or something, like, in his choked up voice. Because, like I said, he still couldn't really talk that well until, ironically, after he slipped and fell. Which is very bizarre. Oh, yeah, you know what I fucking heard recently? Dude, if you ever wonder why I don't trust doctors, I mean, I don't think you guys do wonder that. But in case you are one of the people who still trust doctors, the latest doctor Devin went to just straight up told him, yeah, we don't know what's wrong with you. It's not an autoimmune thing. It's like, what? Are we fucking serious? Like, dude, doctors are so goddamn worthless. Oh my god. Anyway, shit, what was I saying though? Whatever, I guess I got to the point. Yeah, I didn't push him down the stairs, I promise. But at least he can talk, so he can record a video. He's not going to until we move, for obvious reasons. But he can make videos again at least, even if his back is fucked up. I have weed brain without smoking weed. It's just, I really didn't sleep well last night, but I'm not mad. Like, the reason I'm streaming is because, like, I knew I'm not, like, in, like, a crotchety mad mood. I actually was before I was physically tired. When I was just mentally tired from sleep deprivation, I was, like, a little bit, like, synthetic rage mode. Like, it would have been one of those streams. But after I got physically tired, now I'm just like, okay, this is synthetic weed mode, I guess, like you're saying. There we go, 400. Axton Zero, thanks 17 months of membership. Good news, chat. Debin's still in excruciating pain. Yes. No, the good news is he can make videos, but, you know, obviously the bad news is he hurt himself yet again. If anything, this is a lesson that you can't trust any future vaccines. Like, Devin kind of agrees with me. I also hated these guys, by the way, as a kid. The huge fucking warthogs. Giant boar-ass boars. These guys, I fucking hate. As a child, I just hated how they looked. Oh, yeah, this is another thing I think I talked about. The fucking little tree dudes who eat you in this level also scared me as a kid. You do have to keep in mind, I played this when I was 5. I have to keep saying that. But my point is, I still remember that it's just like a core memory that I was scared of a few enemies in this game. Yeah, these guys, because they eat you. Scary. Childhood trauma. It definitely was not the trauma. Hey, I'm pretty sure most people here know what it was. I mean, it's not like it's not like it's been a secret. He was scared of the giant snowmen in Spyro 3. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The ones you have to like laser in that one level.
Be on the lookout for attack frogs. They are cold-blooded killers.
Attack frogs?
And this used to be such a nice swamp.
I don't understand. I know things change for video games like later in development, but the fact that they place him after the attack frogs is just like, what? Why? What? How hard is it to just move the location of the dragon to the beginning of the level, you know? All my homies hate attack frogs. My brother's friend had this demo disc with an ad for Clock Tower 2 on it. The Scissor Man literally gave me nightmares. It was such a pussy, bro. Yeah, I was the same when I was a kid. I told you guys this, but one of my cousins was playing the demo for Resident Evil 3 on my PS1. And watching him play Resident Evil 3 gave me zombie nightmares for like the next week. I've also told you guys about the night terrors I used to have where I would basically sleepwalk into my parents' bedroom and just stand over my mom like a fucking, you know, scary child in a horror movie. You know, who's been like possessed or something. I would literally just stand in front of her and wait for her to wake up. Like, if my kid ever does that to me, I'm gonna fucking have a heart attack.
It seems like I've been trapped in here since I was your age. No, no. Why, I remember... gotta go.
I was pure until I was overexposed to horror slop. That's just anyone who grows up with the internet. You get desensitized to so much shit. I mean, I think about how dopamine fried I am, and like, Gen Alpha is going to be even worse. Like, everyone's going to be functionally depressed because they won't be able to feel anything because they've already seen everything extreme in existence, you know? I feel like in some ways I'm ahead of my time with the whole every game is dog shit thing because, like, if we ever live in a time where people can just play, all they do is fucking play games, of course they're gonna hate every game. Because you've already played every good game. Basically, like, it's not that you've literally played every good game, but it's just a matter of if all you fucking do is play games. Like, a game has to really stand out to be interesting. You know, everything plays the same.
Thank you for releasing me.
Wowie zowie. I like that the boars can friendly fire. That's fun. I hate when enemies can't friendly fire. I've actually gotten used to it now. It used to be kind of a novelty when enemies could friendly fire. Now I'm like, if enemies can't friendly fire, then I'm mad. Because, like, first of all, it's fun and cool. Honestly, another thing we don't see that much is, like, enemies, like, openly fighting each other. You know? I feel like, I don't know, games suck. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying, for the millionth time, games suck, okay? Because they're not made by people who want to make a good game. I know I'm just repeating myself for the millionth time, but that's all I do on this channel anymore. But I feel like games are not made by people who want to make a fun game, which just sounds crazy, but it has to be true. It just has to.
I'll tell you what to do with
I think this dude also looks like a furry Bara character in the remake, but I can't remember what he looks like.
How about charge them and flame them? We are dragons after all.
Why is a broken record streaming? That's what you came for on my channel. This is another one that blew my mind, by the way. Because, like, again, I feel like if this game was made today, this shit would have yellow paint on it. But, like, when you fall over there and walk this way, given, like, the angle, you're not going to notice this platform is here, right? So you wouldn't even think you're able to glide to this. So the fact that you can glide to this and stand on this is cool as hell. Because, like, this game doesn't really have a free camera. You can hold triangle to look around like this, and you'd be able to see the gems on here. And that's how you'd figure it out. But I don't know. I'm gushing about. I'm gushing. I'm bursting. No. Anyway, fuck. Fuck. Hold on. I'm gonna actually die because I'm fucking laughing at a stupid thing. All right. Yeah, I don't have sparks. I gotta actually pick up the gems now. Brutal. I fucked it up! My dopamine just got destroyed. I fucked it up. At least I didn't die, though. I didn't die. That's the important thing. This level is really well designed, honestly. This is one of the best ones, too. Alright, did I get 500? This is the last thing I like about this level. It's like, okay, yeah, you could exit the level, or you could do this. Look at that. Look at that. Dopamine. Straight dopamine to my brain. That's good shit. Whoa, no way! Yeah.
Spyro, it's great to see you, but I've got to go.
I always wondered why that guy says that instead of just thank you for releasing me, like most of the other ones do. Why was there no health? I need sparks. My boy, dude. He's my boy. No, I've never played the Ratatouille game. It's so funny you brought that up, given that I talked about, like, movie license games earlier. It's so funny. Like, me playing this, I know no one pays attention to this. But I imagine for the one person who does, whenever I played this, it's like you're just hearing the soundtrack to, like, half of my videos. And the other half is, like, Ratchet and Clank. I like the Norks that just like chilling in boats for like no reason. They're just chilling. Wait, I missed one of the boats? Uh-oh. Oh shit. How'd I miss one of the boats? Oh no, chat! How the fuck did I miss this guy? Oh, that's not good. I think I can still make it though. Yeah, I can still make it. There's a bunch of ones back to back over here. Fuck. Chat, I fucked it up. Damn it, I lost! I lost! I lost. I don't know how I missed that Narc. I'll have to pay attention. Here, I could try going this way instead. Maybe it's easier this way. I don't think I've ever done it this way. Shit. I botched that. Ah, man. Ooh, I'm sloppy, chat. I'm sloppy. It's fine. I got it. There we go. Dude, man, thanks $5. Stairs are a mechanism for natural selection. Don't be sad that it's over. Be glad that it never began. Brutal. Devin didn't, like, break his back or anything. It literally just is, like, his whole... Again, it's the Mr. Glass thing. I hate to describe this. This is a jump scare. Yeah. I remember that scaring me as a kid. Maybe that's why the boar scared me. Specifically just that right there. Like, Devin didn't, like, break his back or anything. It's just, like, his whole system is fragile. The worst part is he says he wants to try being a vegetarian for a while since he's basically out of ideas. And it's just like, Devin, you're too underweight. Like, you can't afford to be a vegetarian. Like, this just seems like a bad idea. Like, his other plan is fasting, and I think you should try fasting first. Because fasting, at least, I think has, you know, more tangible health benefits. But I think, like, I don't know. For some reason, he just doesn't want to do that. Here we go, treetops. Yeah, Colin, he did carnivore literally for months. Like, not even completely intentionally. Like, he did carnivore because he could only eat meat back when the mold was at its worst, right? Because, like, I don't want to explain this mold thing for the millionth time. I feel like if you're not aware of the mold situation, you're a tourist by now, because I've already talked about it for, like, 4 years. So you would have to have ignored every stream I've ever done. You'd have to be either a tourist or an actual, like, new fan, which I don't get a whole lot of those these days. But, yeah, it's mold related. That's all you gotta know. Now, has this game not been canceled? Yeah, how dare you depict monkeys throwing bananas, you racist fucks? This level, I love this
Greetings,
level. So good.
For an amazing tour of the treetops, don't just stop at one supercharge.
Oh. Insomniac must have had a lot of artists at the time. Because you think of a game like Banjo-Kazooie, which only has 9 levels, and they're much bigger levels and take much longer to complete than Spyro's. And then Spyro has, I don't know, like 25 to 30 or something. And it's kind of interesting to me, I guess, without going to TISM mode, like the different type of priorities. I just feel like you get so much more visual variety in Spyro because, oh, did I really fuck it up? Oh my god, I fucked it up. I'm washed. Fucking washed, shit. That's brutal. Alright, let me just focus on winning. Oh my god! What? I think I jumped at, like, the perfect wrong time, because I only got a baby jump instead of a big jump. Holy fuck, hold on. Alright, I gotta get back in the zone. Alright, I got it. That was close.
That was quite a ride, Spyro. You've learned a lot since you were a young glider.
Yeah, well, you could have found an easier spot to get stuck.
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? Why'd he even come way over here to... Did he come here to come? Is that what it is? Like, why are you on the isolated island? Secret Goon Island. I do like you maintain a little momentum after, like, canceling a supercharge. I don't think there's any practical applications of that, but it would be cool if there was. That kind of tism is what's needed to be a game designer. Hyper-analyzing what something is why modern design is bad. It follows trends rather than knowing why something works. Yeah, that's kind of the problem, is I feel like a lot of the type of people who have the right tism for level design aren't making anything original, you know? Like, a lot of times, again, like I said, I have these, like, simple flips videos in the second monitor. And I look, and like some of these levels would genuinely be good 3D platformer levels in an original game. But those type of people never seem to be the types that end up making indie games, you know? Like, that's the shit that we need, is the guy who makes the baby game who actually has talent in level design. Like, obviously Yellow Taxi did a good job on that front. But like, not to talk shit to be a contrarian, but I do think like level design was one of the weak elements of Hat in Time. Like, Hat in Time is definitely good, but I think the first two levels were much better than the second two. I think the DLC was a bit better. Like, what's it called? The Forest. I forget what it's actually called, but the Forest level was just a giant empty space when it opened up. Like, there's fucking nothing in it.
You can really go far.
I'm all over it.
And they had an okay idea with the last level, where it was designed a little bit more like open worldy, but I don't know, it was just kind of forgettable to me. Banana. Banana. We gotta loop around again, chuds. We loop one more time. We're loop maxed. Just the puzzle of figuring out where you're supposed to jump is the cool part about this. Obviously, when you played it 5 billion times, I mean, any time after the first time, you would know what you're supposed to do. But, you know, like, as a kid, like, trying to figure out just how to get to that area that's behind the end of the stage, like, what the fuck are you supposed to do? But, you know, figuring that's the cool shit. Like, obviously, in the age of the internet, you can figure it out in 2 seconds. But I didn't use... Even if you did use, like, game facts, like, you're going based off text. How do you describe the shit I just did right there? You know what I mean? Spyro had some nice tech as one of the first games to actually have real LOD meshes needed because the levels are so large you can actually see quite far. One thing I wish a lot of other 3D platformers had learned from is the gem sparkle. Like, you see this? Like, do you know how much easier it would be to 100% like other collectathons if you could at least like have some indicator of where the missing items are? Like, in Spyro 2, you can just hold all the triggers, and in the remake of 1, you could do it. In the remakes, you could do it in all 3 games from the start. But in Spyro 2, you could just hold all the shoulder buttons, and sparks would point toward the treasure. But in the first game, like, you can literally just look. Oh, look, there's gems over there. Oh, right, yeah, I didn't get the key. All of the 2 shoulder buttons. I need to pull out the old PS1 controller that clearly has 4 shoulder buttons, you not video game playing motherfucker. Yeah, fake gamer. Look at that. Treasure chud. What I wish Spyro 2 and 3 had done is if the boss levels were still levels. Because, like, the trade-off here is that, yes, the bosses in Spyro 1 are really easy and have barely anything to them. Like, this boss is probably the only interesting one out of all of them. But the trade-off is you get a fucking whole-ass level before the boss. You know? What, is there no universe where we could combine those two things? We could have a good level and then there's a boss at the end of the level? I don't know. I think that'd be cool. Fucking... Enough with the banana! Enough! Hold on, I keep forgetting that was gonna periodically read super chats. Lord Particle, thanks for $5. Anybody else start coughing after drinking milk products and feel the need to keep coughing and swallowing like there's something stuck in your throat? No. I'm assuming one of those 8 replies maybe explained what's wrong with you. We can only hope. Alfradrum, diagnose him. Figure it out. You got this. You are the synthetic doctor. Rabies. Yeah, it's rabies. You're dead. Sorry, dude. It's over. Anyway, but look at this, dude. Look at this secret, though. Look at that. That's fucking Kino. Again, it makes you forget this is a boss level. It's just like, this is a level. This is a real-ass level. Sergeant Wolvington, thanks to the 100 ARS. Hi, Synthetic God! I played the Onimusha series for the first time this year. I highly recommend Genma Onimusha, a great game from the past. In what order do you recommend playing Spyro? Order of release, definitely. 1, 2, 3. Because the thing is like, if you play 2 or 3 first before 1, then you're not going to understand that, wait, where's the whirlwind? Was it on the other side? Oh yeah, it's there. 2 and 3 add a lot of things, and I would say some of those things are not good, but a lot of people seem to prefer 2. But anyway, the point is, like, it might feel like a step backward to play 1 after those, even though 1 is the best game, no matter what anyone says. But the point is that for 1, what you see is what you get. It is a platformer the whole way through, you know? This is almost like the Crash Bandicoot of collectathons in the sense that there's nothing else to the game. Like,
this big robot is all charged up to meet you. Attacking the power pole should
what a pun.
disrupt its power supply.
Anyway, so, like, a lot of other mascot platformers seem to think, like, you needed a bunch of gimmicks to mix up the gameplay, which I always found to be strange. I like how he can destroy his own power thingies with his lightning. I mean, it's already pretty easy, but I don't know, it's just amusing, I guess. Somehow the electric poles are not immune to electricity. Oh, look, he's throwing a dude. He's throwing a monkey. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's throwing a monkey at me, dude. Oh my god. We got him. It's that easy. Remember, chat, this is a video game, so there's obviously a secret behind the waterfall. Even the sewage waterfalls. Azor Tormenta, thanks for $5. Finished 5 to 16 with the DLC. Leviathan and Ultima are the best icons to use. Overall, I'd rate it a 5 with the DLC. Without it is a 4. I can't imagine willingly, without making content, putting myself through a 5 out of 10. I know 5 is average, haha, haha, funny, good meme. But even if 5 was average, I just think there's too many good video games to waste your time with average. You know what I mean? Like, you might as well just only play good stuff. There's thousands and thousands of video games. Wowie zowie. Sergeant Wolvington, thanks to the 100 ARS. Sorry about the meme coin synth. You should be. What do you think of Spyro Dawn of the Dragon? I didn't play it. I only played, I think Devin did. And like he dropped it after like an hour or something because it was basically just New Beginning all over again. I played New Beginning. I hate it. I think it's slop. Extremely repetitive slop. I just found out that game exists. What other game are you looking forward to this year? Greens from Argentina. Well, it's an expansion, not a game, but obviously I'm looking forward to the Dragon's Dogma 2 expansion. I'm looking forward to reviewing GTA 6 for the views, I guess. What else is coming out this year? Is there anything exciting coming out this year? Damn, I gotta eat dinner. Time flies when you're playing your favorite game. That's for sure. Getting a bit dehydrated as well. Dawn of Dragons is 6 out of 10, not more than that, but definitely better than Eternal Night. I'm excited for all the melanated comments saying L take on that video. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a million bot comments on that, and they'll be real people. This is the worst part. They'll be breathing humans, in quotes. But they might... What the fuck? Oh, my controller got disconnected. Shit. What's it trying to do? Is this... It's trying to save state? Can I get out of this? Okay, I plug back in. Hold on. I'll just read the other supers real quick before I eat dinner. Black Metal Gamer, thanks $2. Clavicular made out with a troon? 2 cans orders. Yeah, did he sell out? Or was he just like super drugged up? What happened? Maybe we'll watch a clip or something. J.I., thanks to the 10 Australian. Which survival horror game character does Debin's mangled body look like the most right now? That's mean. That's mean. I don't know. He just looks like the average European, probably. But humans are superior thanks to the 20 gifted memberships. Appreciate it. Max G, thanks to 5 Australian. Hey Synthman, what's your favorite Jak and Daxter? It's, believe it or not, it's the first one. I think Jak 3 is still good. Jak 3 is good. It's just kind of feels unfinished and a bit rushed. I hate Jak 2 though. I'm a Jak 2 hater. I've talked about this. As much as I like the first one, mine would have to be 3 because there's so many weapons and powers. The only downside with 3 that I've come to realize, like every time I play it, like I realize it more than the last, is like Past the halfway point, each new gun you get just doesn't really add anything. Like, the anti-gravity gun is a meme. The last gun you get is a meme. That's just a screen clear. So, like, all three of the blue guns are awesome, I think. And the first two yellow guns are good. Yeah, the third yellow gun's also a meme. The UFO. Yeah, that's ass. The thing is, all you need is the second yellow and the third blue. Everything else is completely unnecessary. You can switch to purple, like, against a few enemies. And then, like, red is just, like, the third red is okay as well, but, you know, half the guns don't see use past the halfway point, or 2/3 point, roughly around that. C taken quickly, thanks to 2 euros. Do I use protein powder? Yeah, I drink it sometimes, but since my mom's been working from home, she's been cooking, so I haven't really drank that many protein shakes. Eli, thanks to the 5 gifted memberships. Alright, yeah, that's it. That's insane if Clavicular actually did that. I wonder what kind of blackmail he received from the Jews. Yeah, I don't know. My statement that Clavicular is a male-to-male troon is proving more and more accurate. I don't know, is there a clip of Clavicular? Maybe we'll look up a clip, but I gotta go eat. I'll be back. The wait for Dragon's Dogma 2 DLC is even more intense. Yeah, I'm excited for August, unironically. It's crazy. It's because I'm over the disappointment now, and it's just like, I think in hindsight, like, dude, Dragon's Dogma 2 was fun though. It was just worse than the first game, but it was still fun to play. I think back to the streams. I was looking back at like the video footage. Hold on, I'll get the Poir music. And it's Poir. It's not Breakers. Breakers, what's that? Never heard of it. It's the Poir music. Hold on. Anyway, whatever. You get what I was gonna say. I had fun in those streams. I did have fun playing the game. It was just very disappointing. Alright, I'll be back. I'm back, Chuds. Hold on. I am back. I actually forgot that I had the fucking Chudcast thing set up in the background. Drawing Y4X, it's a fucking meme that got out of control. It's literally contrarianism. People saying Dark Souls 2 is the best one is literally the same thing as the Flat Earth people. It just makes certain people mad to say Dark Souls 2 is the best one. So, of course, that causes retards to double down, be like, it's mega bad one. Chat, please. You don't have to do this. You don't have to. I love how this is like a fantasy magic level and the Norks have grenades. Like, I don't remember what they censored it to. I think maybe just bombs. They were probably just bombs in the remake. I can't quite remember. Oh, this game is scandalous. You can't show grenades in a children's game? Grenades? Thoughts on spiritual... I'm assuming that's supposed to be spiritually white browns? Jesus, I can't speak. Explain. What does that mean? Now, hold on. I have to be fast with this. I kind of fucked it up. It's okay. There's another power-up on the other side.
Hey, Spyro.
So you know how there are spiritual.
See what it can do to your power of flame.
Okay, I know we love making fun of ESLs here, but what kind of sentence is, so you know how there are spiritual? Oh, okay, spiritually brown whites. Oh, I see what you mean. So you're saying, what about the spiritually white browns? I don't think it works that way, I'm gonna be honest. I mean this in of course, the least racist way possible. Of course, synthetic non-racist over here. Don't believe the lies that you've heard that are literally just quotes of me. The completely in context quotes. Lies. All lies. It was AI. I don't think it goes both ways. That's all I gotta say. The spiritually white browns you're thinking of are just like the more mixed race people. I'm gonna go back and get the kiss over here. It should be easier. Spyro's getting smooches from all the berries. There we go. What did they mean by this? And why did they stop doing this? In future games, Insomniac became woke pretty early. There's proof. You didn't get any more fairy smooches. Did Spyro become a true cell? No, like, Spyro is definitely a fake cell. I mean, Allura was throwing herself at him, like, in the ending of Spyro 3 when they didn't even interact in that whole game. Because you have to understand, like, Spyro was made in a time before everyone was mentally ill. And they're like, of course the male hero needs a love interest, why wouldn't he have one? Now, of course, we live in tranny land where that's obviously a problem.
You've become a master of the supercharge. Great work.
Hold on, let me, Asterix, thanks to the $20. Clavicular, unironically a Truant lover. According to him, it's one less dude he needs to mog. I felt that sounds like fake internet personality shit, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm more inclined to believe either one of two things. Either one, the schizo theory that it is a humiliation ritual by Jews, or option two, he's very high, and people do stupid shit when they're high. I like this. See, that girl, that was the Stacy of the fairies, so now we get the firepower up for the rest of the level. I just think this whole part is cool. I mean, you could argue it's trial and error gameplay because you wouldn't know there's a, basically an unofficial time limit to this part, because if you don't just run through that platforming section, then they just start beating the shit out of you and there's nothing you can do about it. But, I mean, I don't know, it's cool. Who cares if you fuck up one time? There's a checkpoint right before that anyway. There's no real consequence. Remember Tate saying Megan Fox with a penis. What did he say? Megan Fox has a penis, or what did he say? You love my skit, so there is. You better.
Patience, little one.
The 24% loves my schizo theories. It's one of my hottest features for sure. Dibrob, thanks to the 1-year membership. Hope you get through these hard times, empty room. Yeah, well, it's definitely gonna be collecting dust until my mom moves out here, whenever that's gonna be. The Commodity Man, thanks to €5. I should have made Henry Cavill should be next James Bond after nuking India in Mission Impossible. Nuking India in Mission Impossible. He would be the lethal weapon with Arnie Hammer. I'm confused as to like what the context is here. What do you mean? Like, what? Am I missing something? What do you mean you should have made? What have you made? Who the hell are you? I was about to say, who the hell are you? I know who you are, like, as in you're a frequent chatter. You know, I have a good memory for that. But I mean, like, what do you mean? I don't know what you've made. Like, I feel like I'm missing a part of this conversation. Alright, pretty sure that was it. I think I only need 20 more. Let's watch it spin. There we go. Who the hell are you? Exactly. My fan roll for Henry Cavill's guts, even if he's 40. See, the thing is, though, I fundamentally have a problem with that shit. I don't think anime should be live action. Like, anime is inherently retarded. And you know what? A lot of times that's a good thing. I love DBZ. It's extremely retarded. I would never say it's not retarded. But DBZ shouldn't be live action because it's stupid, you know?
The fools you see in this world are invincible, but that does not mean they shouldn't be attacked.
Sounds alright to me.
Violence. You hear it? Spyro just wants to hurt people, even if it accomplishes nothing. Yeah, I know. Dragon Ball Evolution exists, and it was complete dog shit, case in point. The thing is, even if Dragon Ball Evolution wasn't the worst thing ever created by Jews, at least in the top 3, I mean, Dragon Ball Evolution is almost as bad as Israel itself. I don't know. I was about to go into a whole bit. I didn't want to be racist again so soon. I was gonna talk about Amerimut golems and shit, and I'm just like, I don't know. Do I really have the energy in me for that one? Dragon Ball Evolution is almost as bad. Oh, these guys scared me too, but I think those guys scared a lot of people. The dogs, the evil dogs. Yeah, this is definitely like the top 3 levels in this game. I love this one. This one's so well designed.
The enemies here can be quite frightening, but you should watch the fools.
I'd rather flame the fools.
Now you're thinking.
Yes. Burn those fools alive, Spyro.
Kill them. Do it. Do it, Spyro. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Oh my god, yeah, look at him. Oh my god. You can still kill them, it doesn't even matter.
Thank you for releasing me.
Finally, some good content. Yeah, we're playing a good game. They exist. I gotta remember, still commit to memory. I'm sure all of you have been very diligent in thinking of all the greatest gaming disappointments, and you're ready to spoon feed me the whole list off the top of your head, right? Like, you'll do all the research for me and I put in 0 work. I like that idea.
You know, I think you just might be the dragon to defeat Nasty Nork.
That's me, all right.
See, this is like the 90s. Every mask guy had to be like confident in some way. It's just weird. Insomniac did this twice. They did it with Spyro and then with Ratchet and Clank, where like in the first game, like the character has so much more like ego to him. Especially Ratchet became a completely different character after the first one. And then they kind of like, they just soften him up a bit. Everyone wanted to be Sonic, but only Sonic can be Sonic. There we go. We're in the whole second half of the level is completely optional. They just don't make shit like this anymore. Oh my, well, I did that wrong. Like, what the fuck? Like, games are deathly afraid of making content that any significant amount of the player base might not experience. Unless they're literal fucking copy-paste chores like a Ubisoft game. This level, Dark Passage, half the level is optional. Like, you don't have to do this. This is all, like, technically one giant secret area.
Thanks, Spyro. I'd love to help you catch Nasty, but I'd really hate being trapped in Crystal again.
Don't worry. The only one who's gonna be trapped is him.
Here's the game for greatest game disappointment, RE2 remake. See, I knew it was a mistake asking chat. Immediately, like, how the hell can you say RE2 remake when, like, RE3 remake exists? Oh, you want to see like a fuck up Insomniac did? Look at this. Dun dun dun! It doesn't hurt you. In the remake, they just made this not purple. They made it the color of the rest of the environment.
Thank you for releasing me.
The good one would be MGS5. Yeah, MGS5 definitely has to be on the list. I think I need more help with older ones. I think I have a pretty good knowledge. I mean, I'll still have to look up some stuff because there's plenty of stuff I've forgotten, but I'd say my knowledge for gaming disappointments from 2010 to now is pretty damn good, you know? It's like older games, because like people didn't have the same expectations for gaming back in the day, so there's not nearly as many like true disappointments. Yeah, Final Fantasy 13 might be a good one. I feel like in hindsight, again, things have gotten so bad. People say games like that, though, were good in hindsight. Pac-Man World 3 is one of the greatest gaming disappointments. Are we trolling? We haven't... Maybe I need to do this list by myself, I don't know. They're very threatening when they're giant fat people. Very threatening. Yeah, Duke Nukem Forever is definitely gonna be on there for sure. Yeah, Dead Space 3 is definitely a good one. That would be pretty high tier for me. Dead Space, I love Dead Space so much, and like Dead Space 3. The problem with, again, this tier list is gonna be fucked because like things have gotten so much worse. Like Dead Space 3 is better than, I don't know, like 70% of games that come out now, probably. Dead Space 3 is disappointing, don't get me wrong, but like in a vacuum, it's fine. Like I'm not gonna say it's like a great game, but it's a fine game. A fine game. Flat Out 3. Is that a what? How is that a disappointment? Were people hyped for a thing I've never heard of? Do we have to define the word disappointment? I'm not saying worst games of all time. It's a disappointment. Yeah, this is definitely one of the best tracks in the game for sure. Lofty Castle. Yeah, Fallout 4 is definitely top tier. Like, this is literally just... you guys could probably guess most of the top tiers. Though, ironically, like, I'll have to look at the list and see if Cyberpunk 2077 is still top tier. Like, I feel like when it came out, it absolutely was top tier, but... I don't know. I feel like... It's definitely still either top tier or the second highest tier, but I don't know if it's top tier anymore. Like, because obviously my personal bias is going to be a big part of the list, but I don't know. Like, is something still count as the most disappointing thing ever if they at least made like a halfway decent game after all the updates? I don't know. The problem is, the reason I'm debating whether or not it's top tier or just high tier is because it doesn't matter how many fixes the game gets, it'll never be an RPG, ever. I think I point this out every time I play this, but it's very bizarre. This is the only instance of the game where they have a red gem, like, chest. Like that. Playing Fallout 4 was when I had my first realization about the terrible state of games. Yeah, I mean, I hate Fallout 4, truly. I think it really represents everything that went wrong with the game industry. As soon as people were saying, like, it's awesome and they love it, I'm like, oh, it's over. Like, it's over now. If this is what counts as, like, amazing games in... When did it come out? 2015 or something? Then we're fucked, you know? And that turned out to be extremely true, given the liquid shit people defend now. Yeah, you can cheat to get that one. Oh, fuck. I forgot you have to wait for that guy. Would Fallout 3 count? No, I mean, I don't think Fallout 3 was disappointing to most people because most people never played Fallout 1 and 2. I should probably try to limit it to one per franchise because I think there's already plenty of... The problem is for some franchises, limiting it to one might be hard, but it probably should just be one per franchise.
Supercharge will get you to new places here in Lofty Castle, too. See where it takes you.
Rhyming. Yeah, Thief 4 is not a bad one, but I actually never played it. That doesn't mean I'm not going to include it, but I will say I didn't play it if I didn't play it, you know. Yeah, Dragon Age 2 is another one I didn't play, but that was a huge one, yeah. I remember that. No, will GTA 6 be on the list? I addressed that. I actually addressed that. I was writing notes for it. And I wrote the reason that I didn't wait until GTA 6 is because I always thought Grand Theft Auto was overrated and I don't give a shit about it. That's why.
Thank you for releasing me.
No, you don't play racing games, so Flat Out was decently popular and had 2 great games. Maybe Need for Speed Most Wanted 2012 fits better. Maybe I'll have to look into it then. If Flat Out 3 was like really crazy bad compared to the previous one. Yeah, Red Faction Armageddon was a huge step down from Guerrilla, that's true. That's a good one. There's so many. The problem is, you guys are answering too quickly. I'm obviously not taking notes right now. I was just saying like to think of it for the end of the stream. Spyro 3 doesn't count. Like, you guys know I'm just fucking hamming it up. Like, if Spyro 1's a 10 and Spyro 2's a 9, Spyro 3's like a 7, you know what I mean? Like, that's... I don't think Spyro 3... Like, Spyro 3 would be pretty fucking biased for this. And I get it's all biased because it's just my opinion on... Like, the whole point is it's my opinion on what other people consider disappointments. Except for the games I haven't played, but... You know. Would I encourage people to skip Spyro 3? I saw someone say earlier he skipped it because of me. No, I wouldn't say skip Spyro 3. I would say play it till you get bored and then drop it. That's probably what I would say. Because, like, I'm assuming you're emulating all this. So if you're emulating, or if you bought Reignited Trilogy, what's the harm in trying the game? I mean, maybe you disagree with me, but all you do is lose, like, a couple hours tops. You know what I mean? Because, like, what's going to happen, this is my prediction. You're probably going to get all the way through the first world, maybe most of the way through the second world, and then you're going to have a realization, oh, this sucks. Because that's what happens every time I play Spyro 3. Like, the first world's fine when there's less mini-games and Sheila is the only other character you play as. And then you get to the second world, Sergeant Bird. Sergeant Bird's actually pretty good. I like Sergeant Bird. He's the only one who I think adds anything to the Spyro formula. And then you're gonna do like some more shit levels with some more like dog shit mini games, which is 100. And then, oh, my dad's calling me. Hold on, I'll answer. It could be important if it's related to the move. Okay. I'm here. Hold on. Checks, thanks to the 2 years of membership. Gold Poir Gang. Yep, let's go. Final Morpheus, thanks to the $10. I know you're pretty mixed on indie games, so I'd really recommend Blood West. Did I buy that? I'm trying to remember. I might have. Just not gotten around to it. Kind of like Thief, but with way more combat. Good game where you start ultra weak and limited, but you become very capable. Maybe I'll have to check it out. I think when I move, I'm probably not going to do any work for a little while. I mean, obviously Assassin's Creed 4 Remake's coming out, you know, early July, whatever the day is. But I am going to take some days to just chill for a bit, so maybe I'll get around to a couple of those current year releases I've been putting off. I'm too used to streaming everything.
Hello,
Started playing
Spyro.
Fable 1 between the
Nicely
video
done.
release
I'll be
and
done
this
when I
stream.
toasted that nasty
Yeah, I think Fable 1 is a little bit better than 2. I don't think it's a big difference, but, like, I think that's the problem, ironically, right? Is that Fable 2 doesn't really improve on any of the things that I wanted improved from the first game. Like, I feel like the combat's almost exactly the same. Though magic is a little bit less overpowered in 2, it seems like. It's not like either one is a hard game anyway, so it's... Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter that much. But, I still want to finish 2. Like, I still think it was pretty good. Oh yeah, there's a secret. I keep forgetting, the remake did add some weird shit. Like, there's a secret room right here in the remake for a skill point. What's up with the awkward member emotes on screen, by the way? Weirdly takes up space advertising. You mean like the badge next to their name? I mean, yeah, it's to show who's a real Cincel and who's a fake crimer in these streets, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you're fake. You're fake and gay. That's what YouTube's saying. Now give me money. The problem is you're not even allowed to joke about stuff like that without somebody getting mad. I mean, mostly just leftists get mad about that stuff, but it's still just like money is funny, though. Money is funny. I feel like anything, well, almost anything can be funny in the right context, but I think there's just something funny about being openly greedy. I mean, Jews do it all the time. Mr. Goldstein, he's at it again. Kobe Goldstein. Lackey May, thanks for the $10. This game looks magical in Kino, but furry degenerates and the spiritually dead people have tainted it. Chud Jack, nothing is sacred. Yeah, you're just not allowed to do stuff like this. I think at least, like, with parts of Reignited Trilogy, it wasn't, like, completely in your face. I mean, a few of the dragons were gay fetish shit, though. Like, definitely. Like, it's undeniable. But you look at stuff like Bubsy 4D, where they specifically advertised to gay furries. Like, that was part of the marketing campaign. That's where it's like, this is just crossed the line so fucking far, it's a joke. Like, this is ridiculous. That's horrible. I don't care that everyone hates Bubsy and they had to do something with him. I don't care. I'd rather he stay dead forever Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? He's not even gay in the game. That's the funny thing. Like, they just made him gay. Like, they prostituted out Bubsy for sales, and I don't know. I guess it sold okay from what I heard. So maybe it worked. And the thing is, the production costs were probably pretty low, because it was, what, like a 3-hour-long game? Remember how short that stream was? On top of it being a 3-hour-long game, they literally recycled all of the game mechanics from, Demon Tides. So what the, like, that game must, I left a fucking gem. I left one. My Goldstein is mad. I'll have to go back for that gem.
Thank you for releasing me.
Wowie zowie. Can't believe Devin's turning into an old man at 37. How did I miss that? Hold on, can I get it from here? Yep. Nice. Yeah, I honestly, I don't know. I do get sad when I think about it, so I try not to think about it too much, but I don't know what he did in this world to piss off God or whatever, but I don't know. Like, the schizo part of me just keeps coming back to the vax. I mean, there's no way this many doctors have no idea what the fuck is wrong with him, and he's had a million health problems in the past 5 years. I think it was a combination of factors, because I told chat this a long time ago, but both me and Devin got norovirus. I honestly sort of wiped it out of my brain, because I honestly forgot I even had it, because it wasn't as bad for me. But, like, Devin got norovirus, you know, he went to Alaska, which I'm sure exposed himself to a bunch of crap. He got vaxxed. There's, like, all these things that happen back to back. And then he's just, all of a sudden, like, he just is developing this mold in his body. And then just everything's fucked. Like, everything's fucked after that. A lot of doctors aren't well versed in research, they just resort to old knowledge. Yeah, I think doctors are fucking hacks. That's really just my conclusion. Look at these dickhead placements of enemies, dude. Luckily, they give you plenty of time to hit them. This is obviously a baby game in every sense of the word. The guy in chat has done more for Devin than the doctors. Yeah, Halfredrum did help. Devin's, it really is kind of at the end of his rope, though, for, like, possibilities. Like, I can't imagine him in a million years a few years ago saying he'd try being a vegetarian. Like, it's just like... Especially, like, this is the worst possible time he could be one, too. Like, if he had a little bit more weight on him. But he can't really afford to lose much. I mean, he's not at, like, his absolute skelly mode like he was, like, a year ago. Oh, yeah, I did go back for that gem. I forgot if I did or didn't. But he's still, like, he really can't afford to lose much weight. I'll know if I got everything if this is a multiple of 25, if I remember right. Yeah, it looks like it is. Okay.
Any advice before this battle?
Advice? A wise dragon once told me, aim high in life, but watch out for flying boxes.
Huh?
What? Hey? Wowie zowie. I want to remind you, this is like the 5th boss in the game. The 5th boss in the game. And this is what we're doing. The Spyro 1 bosses, they probably could have just cut them. They could have just cut pretty much all of them. Oh, I missed. There we go. Wowie zowie. Look at all these purples, dude. I love purple. He said the color purple's being ruined by, like, the never-ending bisexual lighting in everything now. I think purple can look nice. Royal purple. Now it's more like just the gay shit everywhere forever. I don't know. They must ruin everything. Alright, chat, we're almost at the end. I went from royalty to grape drank. Kazardine, thanks to the $10, just got back from a party and I feel so drained. Almost got into a fight with a black man over the fact that I didn't like some underground rapper. He fled like a bitch. And everyone there felt fake. I wouldn't even know who it was. Like, if someone named... I mean, I'm this way with a lot of music in general, but if you just named, like, any artist that isn't the most popular fucking people, I have no idea who it is.
Hey, didn't I already free you?
You're in Nasty's world now, Spyro, and you are the dragon who must defeat him.
Bring him on! I'm ready!
Reach the exit in each of Nasty's lands. Then you can challenge the Nork himself.
Yep. That's the gimmick of this place, is you have to free dragons again, because some of them actually did try to fight Nasty Nork. The real question is, why the hell does Spyro never, like, never at any point does Nasty Nork or any of his minions try to turn him to crystal? I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Spyro's just immune to it somehow. Maybe having a dragonfly makes you immune, but then you'd have to question why he's the only one with a dragonfly. I don't know. I like to, again, this is another thing. This used to be more common in old games. I have noticed in so many modern games, past like the halfway point, they never introduce anything new. This is the third last level in the game, and they introduce a new mechanic, ramming the barrels. You would never fucking see that in a modern game, because by this point in the game, only 25% of people tops are still playing. Unless it's a Souls-like or a Sony movie slop game, which again, I still don't even believe those statistics, but whatever. It is a deeply worrying sign that Sony games have such high completion percentages. It's like, motherfucker, just watch the game on YouTube, you goy cattle subhuman. You're not even playing a video game. But yeah, anyway, my point is, I like the barrels. We have barrels now.
Keep up the good work,
Yeah,
Spyro.
Crimson Des is too far in the opposite direction.
Really starting to worry about you.
I'd be shaking in my Nork boots if I were him.
Crimson Desert is the bad kind, where it's like, oh yeah, here's a tutorial for something 60 hours in that you're only gonna do one time, and it's not even fun. Holy fuck. Do I have to make it my quest to complete that game before the end of this year? Maybe have another dedicated stream or two where we just bum rush the game and only do main story. Motor Slice dropped new mechanics all the way to the last chapter. Oh, that's cool. I never did go back to that. Don't force myself. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I have much of a reason to, except for content. Crimson Desert was such a nothing burger, people already forgot. Yeah, I mean, that's most games these days, but yeah, Crimson Desert was definitely like, I'm sure it was very popular in a certain type of crowd, because it did sell a shit ton. Like, it sold, like, twice as much Dragon's Dogma 2 did, or something, or maybe not twice as much. It was at least 6 million sales. I don't remember what it ended at. It might be 8 million now. But only 8% of people beat the game. That's like astoundingly low. Like that should be the statistics the developers look at. Like I applaud them for patching so much of the game and not like, you know, we're not talking bug fixes. They actually changed like a lot of shit to make it better. But the core of their game is rotten because it is just a very shallow experience. It's extremely style over substance. That's why, like, it is cool that you get so many abilities, but the abilities just have very little function. Like, they have very little purpose in the gameplay loop. Like, who cares if your character can do 50 different WWE wrestling moves if they all basically do the same thing, right? It'd be cool if they had unique functionality, but they really don't.
Wow! I never thought I'd be rescued, especially by such a little dragon. What I mean is, I always believed in you, Spyro.
You gotta believe.
Parappa the Rappa. Wowie zowie. I'm on chapter 9 of Crimson. I have 160 hours. I'm not rushing the main story at all. The meat of the game is open world and random side quests. I hated almost all that stuff, I'm gonna be honest. No, that's not true. That's not true. I actually think I had the most fun when I was kind of just exploring. I think the exploration's not that bad in that game. It actually is not that bad. But I just think, like, a lot of it kind of felt a little too aimless for me. I love exploration as long as I know what I'm doing, like what the purpose is. I feel like a lot of that game, I just don't even know what the fuck I'm doing, you know? I guess sometimes exploration for the sake of exploration can be satisfying, but I've just never been that type of guy. There's got to be things to find, you know? Why are there so many indie baby games that have to do with demons? Demon Tides, Hellpie, and like, interesting. I think the non-schizo answer is that lefties just love being edgy with that shit. I mean, again, just look at Dead Domain. Like, I feel like he really is the perfect example of this. Like, I don't know. Like, who gives a fuck except boomers that, like, you're proud of being an extreme sexual degenerate who worships a demon? You know what I mean? Like, no one actually gives a fuck. You're just being disturbing for no real reason. There we go. All 400. Yeah, hell of a boss, has been hotel, that type of shit, yeah. Yeah, the leftists just own... Why do you think they were mad about Freerun? Which I still think is so retarded. Like, I'm not getting tricked. I'm not tricking myself into talking shit about Freerun again, because again, I feel like just like Spyro 3, I'm overhyping it, because I did enjoy, you know, half of Season 1. The other half I thought was just fine. You know, not bad. Let's go, man. Let's fucking go! They have guns! The pump action assault rifles. Why? I don't know. Because they got to give you time to react. Alright. If they just open fire, then Spyro would be fucked. Yeah. Most players will not finish Crimson Desert. That is fact, but that doesn't make the game bad per se. Just, yeah, I don't even think it's bad. I honestly don't think it's bad at all. I do think it is a massive waste of potential. I already said this 10 times. If Dragon's Dogma had the budget of Crimson Desert, it'd be like a 10 out of 10. I mean, probably not, but I can dream. I can dream. Seriously though, like so many modern games waste budgets. Like, I love the Doritos. They shoot Doritos. The little triangle bullets. PS1 graphics are so soulful. Dorito bullets.
Thank you for releasing me.
That's soulless. Fuck you. You should have said something. You piece of shit. Oh shit. DSP for missing both those gem chests. Did I... Hold on. Did I actually walk past gem chests just now? I did. Maybe I was too thinking about other things. Whatever. We're gonna supercharge back that direction.
Be on the lookout for Nort Commandos, Spyro.
They better be on the lookout for me.
Yep. In Dark Souls, you find cool weapons by exploring Crimson Desert. Every weapon basically has the same stance. Yeah, I liked it. Believe it or not, I did like the idea with the weapon augment system that, like, basically the unique properties of weapons could just be switched to other weapons. My problem is, most of the ones I got access to were very lame. You know what I mean? Like, they just weren't that interesting. That was the two chests that spit out gems. You flamed them both, then jumped and missed both of them. Oh, okay. Hold on. Lord Particle, thanks $5. I had a dream last night where Gandalf said, "May the Force be with you," then I woke up. Oh, okay. I feel like my dreams are never dreams like that. My dreams are... Yeah, I knew there was a life here, not that I needed. Hold on, let me check the other side. I don't think there's one on this side. My dreams are either... I have, like, stereotypical anxiety dreams. You know, you think of, like, the type of stuff where it's like, oh my god, I'm naked in public. Except mine aren't that. They're usually more autistic than that. Sometimes I have dreams where I'm, like, some kind of power fantasy type of thing. Like, I'm a superhero or some, like, evil... Not evil, like an anti-hero vigilante. I'm actually never evil in my dreams. At least by my perspective. Oh shit. Oh. Ooh, I got too excited, chat. I got too excited. Hold on. Alright. This supercharge is too powerful. I'm getting downgraded to goo guns. Hurts my soul so much. How dare you ever glorify guns at any point, Judd? They're literally the bad guys. Like, if they had to make them shoot fucking Nerf bullets, I wouldn't give a shit. They're guns. Why would you make them Splatoon goo? That's not even close to the same thing. You could make them fucking Nerf darts and it would at least be understandable. They turned it into something completely different. It was definitely political. Oh, did I actually miss some? Yeah, it's fuck. I was doing so well, and then right at the end of the game, we're missing gems. This level is not very long, so it shouldn't take that long. Oh, okay. Yeah. Nice. Mimics and traps is so underused in fantasy games. Kind of sad. Even Elden Ring had no mimics or Dark Souls 1 troll elevator. Well, it had the boulders, I guess. The boulders are kind of memorable. I like the boulders in Elden Ring, but I guess it's not exactly the same thing. Oh, I forgot. These levels are special. You have to exit out of the exit gate. Fuck. All right, well, let's speed run, boys. Speed run time. This is the only levels you actually have to leave the exit gate to unlock the next one. You can get through levels so fast if you're just ignoring everything. Oh shit, that was a perfect shot. Fuck. Alright. Toddler game, by the way. I mean, this game actually is for children, but again, like, I don't know. We don't. Do we even need to talk about the same shit that we talk about for the millionth fucking time that, you know, lefties will just spurg out? Oh, how dare you even show guns in the game for children? Oh boy. Everyone knows guns are cool. No amount of gay ass lefty cuckery will make guns not cool. Guns are cool. Here we go. No intro cutscene. He's just here. Gun nasty gun orc. He's trying to shoot me, chat. Chat, I don't want to be a crystal. I don't want to be a crystal, chat. Just put me in the crystal. Ah, fuck. I actually shot the fire ahead of him. That's fine. They actually did make the thieves a little harder in the remake, which is probably good because they're way too easy in this. That was actually a good change. 179. That's kind of a weird number. I'm not gonna worry about it till I think this is another one where you know you've gotten everything as long as it's a multiple of 25 at the end. I'll go back for that yellow one. Actually, I should have gotten it just now, because I'm going to have to do another lap anyway. Oh shit, hold on. I'll just read these other ones real quick. Eli, thanks $5. Debin needs to finally take the bug pill and live in a 10 by 10 by 10 cube while consuming insect paste like our master Soros demands. Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. He hasn't tried it yet. How can he know if it's bad? Bad Space was thanks to the $2. Devin's voice was cured after visiting the D factory. Yeah, he just needed some. There's no way to not be gross. I mean, yeah, you're saying he had to lube up his throat with semen. I get it. I get it. I get the joke. I get it. That's funny. I get it. Hold on. I'll scroll that in a second. All right. Hold on. Let me pause this. Sandatsu Gaming, thanks to the $10. I was in Vietnam 2 weeks ago for a weekend trip. A Nigerian got caught trying to steal a local bike a couple blocks away, and the locals beat him down. We need that kind of response in the U.S. Yeah, I saw the Paul Joseph Watson clip of there's like some fat Italians who were attacking an African who was just starting shit for no reason. Yeah, hopefully people are waking up to this shit. There we go. That's it. It's that fucking simple. We did it. Spyro beaten for like the 30th fucking time.
Sorry I took so long. I kind of forgot about you.
What about Ganasty Ganork?
Nasty Nork is toast.
So now there's order again in the Dragon Kingdom?
Well, mostly. I've still got some treasure to pick up.
What will you do next?
I'd say the sky's the limit.
And that's it. That's all the budget we had for cutscenes back then. Thank God. Let's go back to those times. You want to save the game industry? Cut all budget from cutscenes. The cutscene budget is $5. You got to make do with it. The games that improve overnight. Skip to the Sauce Man, thanks $2. We hope you add Jack X Racing to your list to stream. Yeah, I should. Because I've never beaten that game. I only played it a little bit because a friend had it. I never owned it. Max G, thanks to the 100 Australian. Feel free to tell me to F off, but Devin shouldn't go vegan. Fasting would be the way to go. I actually agree with you. Unless it's processed fast food slop, meat, especially steak, is the best things for you. That's why the globalist elites keep telling us it's bad. Hope your brother gets better. Yeah, my Devin, really? My brother, Devin, he was eating steak pretty regularly a while ago, back when he had the mold, but he hasn't done that in a while. Can you actually not skip this? Oh, thought you could. I agree with you. I don't think... He wasn't going to go vegan. He was still going to eat butter, you know? But he was going to do a vegetarian diet. There you go. Music by Stuart Copeland. What a legend. He should have did more game soundtracks. It's kind of brutal that he didn't. Because what was interesting... This is... I mean, I'm sure plenty of... Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Clancy Brown did... he did a couple of the dragons in this. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. It was about Devin and the vegetarian shit, but... Yeah, I think he should fast. But he... Again, like, the problem with Devin is that he did try a lot of this stuff back when he had the mold, but he hasn't retried things since he got rid of the mold. You know, he doesn't have mold in him anymore. Now it's other weird health problems related to who the fuck knows. He's Mr. Glass is really the only way I can describe it. He just seems to get injured very easily and it doesn't heal. Ironically, it heals when he hurts a different part of himself. Wowie zowie. I'm glad they didn't torture sheep to make the video game. Or am I? Maybe they should have tortured sheep.
Nasty's ancient history now. So, what's in there?
I believe this is Nasty's treasure hoard. But the gate will not open until you have found everything in the Dragon Kingdom. Come back when you have reached 100%.
Oh, conveniently, I now have 100%. Let's go. Black Metal Gamer, thanks $2. Coming this fall on Fox. My Debin and My Nuggets. I was trying to think of a good pun for 2.5 men that would fit the situation. I can't think of anything. It's a man, a cripple, and a nugget. I mean, what the fuck? What do you do with that? Yeah, so this is like the number goes up ADHD level because you get 1 billion treasures. You just rub your hands this whole mission. That's all you do. Hand rubbing time. The other gimmick is you use these, basically you can fly as high as the maximum height you've reached. So you use keys to unlock further height up in the level so you can fly higher. Two men and a Fuda and a pizza place. What the fuck? I miss old Spyro. Spyro didn't deserve to be dead as long as he was dead. I mean, I know Activision killed him, but still, like, they didn't have to do that. Why'd they do that? Skylanders being attached to Spyro's name probably didn't even fucking give them a single additional sale. You know what I mean? Like, I know the corpos are like, oh, dude, you can't just call it Skylanders. It's got to have something to do with one of our shit properties. And they probably just flipped a coin, whether it was Crash or Spyro. And Spyro lost. Big sad. Oh, yeah, here we go. Everyone forgot Spyro's and Skylanders. I unfortunately own an ugly, disgusting Spyro figure, because I actually have one of the Skylanders games. I know. Is that any surprise? That's not surprising at all. For all of you know, I'm a consumer man-child deep down. But I do own Skylanders Trap Team and like 20 Skylanders. I'm pretty sure I've shown them on stream before. So I guess I could do like a Mega Man Baby stream. Though I think I might have lost the portal somehow. Or I threw it away. I don't fucking know. If I threw it away, I'm stupid, because I feel like that'd be a good, like, shit game stream. Maybe I could just buy the one after Trap Team, because I feel, aren't they all backwards compatible? I think so. I don't know which one's after that one. Who's the bigger Skylanders fan? Me, DSP, or the Irate Gamer? Does DSP have Skylanders figures? There's too many comparisons. There's too many. I'm not comfortable with this. Oh, it's just one yellow, because the point of this is just to unlock the maximum height. That's it. One yellow. One bug woman for chat. You have to share her, though. You all only get one yellow void. Good luck with it. My sense of humor is fried. Alright, here we go. Now you might notice, well, I never checked the totals screen because you don't have to. But if you did, we only got a little under half the treasure in the level. Because all of it is right here. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god, my numbers. All my numbers, my money's everywhere. They turned this room into Reddit shit in the remake. It was pretty cringe. NGL. There we go. 2,000. 2,000. We did it, chat. True 100% achieved. Don't tell me.
Spyro the
Okay.
Dragon, you've defeated Ganasty Gnorc, collected the dragon eggs, saved all the dragons, and recovered every bit of
I wonder why
treasure in the
Sparks is
Dragon
green
Kingdom.
in this
How do
cutscene.
you feel?
I feel fired up, Bob. And I'm happy for the dragon world, of course. I certainly wouldn't want to spend the rest of my dragon days butting heads with Nasty Gnorc and his weird minions.
What's a minion?
Never mind. You know what they say. For every good battle, you need a good adversary. And I felt that Nasty, in spite of his misguided nature, was a worthy opponent. Uh-oh. Here we go again.
Not canon. Not canon. Didn't happen. Yeah, Elijah Wood voiced Spyro in the shit ones. Spyro New Beginning and the two after that I can't remember. Yeah. It's bizarre. Yay, stream win. Yeah, I know. I might have to abandon the Pride stream. The thing is, I have a lineup. I just don't know if I'll have time. I know you could say I could have done that stream today, but I've been tired all stream. My brain has been kind of fried and scattered. So I just played Spyro to de-stress from the moving, because it's been shit. It's been not good. What they do with the Reddit room. Basically, from what I recall, he had a bunch of old school motivational posters. He had like a pile of letters, like fan letters, but I think they were like from his own minions or something. I don't exactly remember. You could probably look up a video. But yeah, they turned it into meme shit that doesn't fit in the game. It just looks weird. It feels like they wanted to have a developer room without having a developer room. You once said Legend of Spyro 1 was just mid, now you're saying it's just bad. What changed? I don't know. Mid and bad are the same to me. That's all that changed. How many times have I said... this is something I've consistently said over the years, that if it wasn't for YouTube, I would never play a game under a 7 out of 10 ever again, if I could avoid it. You know, like, if I get tricked into buying a game that's a 6 out of 10, that's fine, I guess. But I would never intentionally play a game below a 7 out of 10 for the rest of my life, right? Like, I think... You know, if I was being fair, Spyro New Beginning is a 4 at worst. Probably more like a 5. You know, it's probably like 5 out of 10, you know? So, yeah, it's not trash, but, like, why would I ever play 5 out of 10? You know, it's just that simple. I guess I'll save, though. I don't know. What's the point of saving? I don't know. I'm just doing it. There you go. Do not reference that disgusting Subway image. I hate you for that. Sophia, what's wrong? It's okay. You're on camera, Soph. I guess I'll see what she wants. Yeah, I played the last two Earth Defense Forces. Actually, with me, Devin, and Thomas, we played all the way through Earth Defense Force. Which one's the latest one? I don't remember. Let me see. Earth 5. Yeah, we played all the way through 5. We played all the way through 5. Me, Devin, and Thomas. We only played like a quarter of the way through 6 because it was way too similar to the last one, so we just dropped it. But yeah, we played all the way through 5. All right, I'll be back. Hold on. I'll just throw the BRB. Yeah, fuck it. I'll throw the BRB up. She probably has to go outside or something. Yeah, so not only did I have to let Soph out, but also she was actually locked in my room. Because Devin had a Devin moment. Many such cases. Yeah, Oddworld Stranger's Wrath is a pretty good suggestion. I remember when I was in middle school, a friend of mine hyping it up, and I watched like a YouTube video on it, and it seemed cool. I just, there's so many games. There's like 10 billion games I've been asked to play, so they kind of just blend together in my head, but that seems like a pretty good suggestion. Retardigus 2, thanks to the 10 reals. Did you see that trend of only eating kosher food some fitness people were doing on Instagram because they know that shit isn't poisoned? Maybe Devin should try that. Wouldn't be shocked if it helped. I have heard conflicting things on that, but it might be worth a shot. Just to try it. Cordless Steak, thanks to $5. A few brain dead fanboys are actually paying scalper prices for pre-orders of GTA 6 on eBay. Okay, that's full retard. And there's a lot of people who deserve to be scammed, and those are definitely some of those people, you know? Valst, thanks to the 5 Canadian. I empathize with Devin as I've had similar crippling autoimmune issues. What helped the most was macro dosing vitamin D3 plus K2. At least 10,000 IU a day. That is a fuck ton. I can't remember. I think someone mentioned that to Devin before. Maybe it was you. I don't know. I definitely heard Devin mention that. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure if he's tried that. Eli, thanks to the $2 and the blushing pair. Alright, was there any videos we wanted to watch? The only thing I'm worried about is if I do a video watch segment, that's all we're gonna end up doing. But I guess that wouldn't be so bad, because I didn't have that much of a plan B, except maybe try to finish Fable 2, but I'm assuming there's more than 3 hours left. And there's no way I'm streaming past 2 a.m. because I was already tired when we started the stream. Yeah, someone mentioned the Gerby vid about the incel shooting thing. Yeah, I saw Goku takes dick pills, yeah. Yeah, it seems like Kobe Shinobi's he's picking back up. His humor has recovered. He probably just stopped doing drugs for a while. That's my guess. Oh, was there yeah, there was a Xenoverse 3 gameplay reveal. Hold on. I kind of want to see this. I've never been the biggest Xenoverse guy, but I did play both 1 and 2, so I might as well check it out. Fuck it. Is it just this Globku video? They're wrong about Dragon Ball Z Woodley by Sirius. He's gonna talk about his black excellence, and I'm gonna have to listen. I don't have a choice. Yeah, what gameplay? Is there a neutral gameplay source, or do I have to be fed information from a YouTuber? Breakers 3. Hey, if there's a Breakers 3, it'll be definitely because of Xenoverse 3. That's funny, man. Wait a minute. There's no Breakers 2. Well, wait a minute. Are they gonna skip 2? Yeah, I'll try Bandai Namco's channel real quick. I think I saw the Welcome to West City trailer. Did I? Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Maybe I didn't.
You there, is my voice reaching your ears?
Okay, I'm already upset. It's been like 2 seconds. Do you want to come up with a sentence Shenron would never say? Fuck you, motherfucker. Shenron would never say that. He would never.
You have been summoned, brought here from a land far, far away.
Who are you, and what?
Dude, every new Bulma design is worse than the last. Like, they just can't stop. Like, no one thinks the Karen look is good. Stop. Just stop.
What are you doing here? Do you know what brought you here, and where you came from? I mean, do you even know where you are? And it's not.
Why is she being a bitch already? Shut the fuck up. Like, guys, I'm not doing a bit. This has already annoyed me multiple times. Does this even look like Dragon Ball Z? Let's be real. You see this? If I just show you this image right here, ignore the Ozaru. Ignore that. Do you think Dragon Ball Z? This looks nothing like Dragon Ball Z. I fucking hate Dragon Ball Super. All right, whatever. Let's just keep going.
Not like you or I have any lead, so why not join the GS squad?
Hey, you! Keep your hands off that, you dirty thief! Move one more.
Okay, it's Yamcha. Yeah.
Oh,
Brett the Yamcha.
Do you hear me?
So, what do you say? Will you fight with us?
These I never understood what people like about the Gammas. They're boring. I don't know. Maybe just because superheroes are just so played out. They're boring to me.
For the sake of world peace, you still don't know much about this world, right? Well, I want to test you with a special mission. Bulma and I talked it over, and we have decided that you will enroll in a school. There, you will learn more about this world.
It's nice to meet you both. I'm Lilika. Hey, everyone. It's rare to see new faces in this class. Well, nice to...
Are they gonna fucking hit? They're not going to, because Dragon Ball is for little babies. But they're not gonna do a fucking romance shit in Dragon Ball, are they? That's not appropriate for Dragon Ball to have like romance quests. They're not gonna do that. They're not gonna do that.
meet you.
Hey, Punk, what do you think you're staring
There's just a fucking pompadour midget. Like, what the fuck are we looking at?
We'll see who's laughing in a minute.
He's a Saiyan. He's a Saiyan, though.
We're the GS Squad, champions of justice. Let's suit up. Time to show them what we can do. Heroes away!
Yeah, still, this is the worst part of Xenoverse. Like, I think it would be fine as long as they leaned heavily into RPG elements, which the first game actually did. The second game ruined it by making only stamina and ki were the only two stats that were heavily affected by the skill points you poured into them, right? Everything else, like, I can't remember what the numbers were off the top of my head, but basically, investing skill points in anything else was basically retarded.
Heroes like us never lose. Right, trusty sidekick?
I feel some weird connection between us.
Good! Now release! I believe you can handle it. Transforming into another being. Impossible.
We can win if we work together.
Okay. We're transforming into the other characters.
You've grown strong. You might even have more potential than Gohan.
Whoa! Do you feel that power?
Take your time. Just focus on giving it everything you've got. Challenging us was your first mistake. It'll also be your last.
See, I thought the whole appeal of these games is you play as your OC. So why the fuck would I want to play as the other guys unless it was like, you know, parallel quests let you play as the other characters if you wanted to, but like that being a main gimmick, why? Why though? It seems like just a bad idea. I don't understand. Wow, he's Zowie. Go Super Saiyan. Unbelievable.
A superhero never turns their back on a person in need. Right, sidekick? Today begins the first chapter of our heroic saga.
I mean, I guess at least they seem to be doing something different. Like, if I have to look on the bright side, they're not just doing, okay, here's the Dragon Ball Z story for the 10 gorillionth time with tiny little changes in the timeline that you have to fix. Thank God they're not doing that a third time. But this just is not Dragon Ball Z. Holy shit. It's just, no. This is... yeah, this fucking sucks. Didn't Breakers do that? Yeah, they stole that from Breakers, the far superior game that you could transform into the characters. Breakers, God tier genius idea. But for this, no, terrible. Absolute trash. Nope. Breakers, 11 out of 10. This, 3. 3 out of 10. More Breakers scope. What do you mean? What do you mean? But seriously, it does seem like they're doing the transfer system, but the whole point of the transfer system in Breakers is you're playing as a character with no powers, basically. You know? So you transform into a character with power to fight the Raider temporarily. In this, you are playing as your custom character who has powers. You know? Why would I transform into someone else? I used to be the Breaker. That's true. Watch the beginning of World Cup exposes Argentine races. Yeah, I guess I could. What was my opinion of Sparking Zero? I was kind of disappointed, but not that disappointed because I had low expectations.
Why Argentina accepted Nazi war criminals after World War II? Argentina, well...
How is this an article? How the... Hold on. I'm assuming that's cutting off 2026. How is this a current year article? Like, what? Okay, no, this one's 2025. But still, what the fuck? Really?
Argentina welcomed thousands of them. Juan Domingo Person, or Perón, whatever, his regime, I guess that was the leader of Argentina.
Oh my god. How many subscribers does this guy have? Hold on. This guy's 255,000. He sounds like a fucking tard. I hate YouTube. Anyway, moving on.
His regime went to great lengths to get them there, sending agents to Europe to ease their passage, providing travel documents, and in many cases covering expenses. They were like, come on in.
Yeah, Argentina is going to be the last white nation on the planet after the Western world is fucked. All the Germans, all the greatest Germans who survived World War II went to Argentina. They're the last white nation. They got to stay far away from Brazil. This is going to be Muttland 2.0. They got to... All Brazilians are not allowed. They're not allowed in Argentina.
Come on in, brother. Family, gang, twin. Come. You're good over here.
This guy allegedly debunked basic logic. Yeah, good shit. How much of this were we supposed to watch? Oh, okay. Yeah, we got a video suggestion in the super chat, so I'll check that out next.
So, as many of you know, it is World Cup time again, and this time the World Cup is being hosted in the West. It's being hosted in America. Some of the games will be played in Canada, I believe, and some of the games
Okay, I can't listen to this. I just can't do it. Like I can listen to a certain kind of fumbling around speech where you don't get to the point, and it exactly sounds like the Synthetic Man word for word. But any other type, I'm just like, get to the point, please. Stop waffling. You can waffle after you've made your point. You know what I mean? Like I think the waffling comes after you get to the subject. All right. I'm gonna just open that in a new tab because I'm sure we'll watch the Gerby vid. M. Garcia, thanks to the $2. Watch Resident in the Hood 4. It's a gem. Okay. It's an AI video, so set your expectations low.
Resident in the Hood 4.
Oh, I actually saw a clip of this on V.
Her name's Lele. Have you seen her?
¿Qué carajo estás haciendo aquí? Lárgate, cabrón. Mierda.
Her name.
Dude, how AI videos are animated is just I don't even know how to describe it. It's fucking alien. It's alien. Also, I don't know why, but the way they stylized Resident Evil 4 looks like the Revelations games. Like, there's something about, like how they smoothed out all the details. Like, Resident Evil 4 looks very rough. Like, it's very rough how they tried to detail with the limited, like, graphics they had at the time. And then, like, you play on 3DS, like Revelations 1, and they basically took that same style, but they just smoothed it out. That's what this looks like.
Is Lele, and she's the daughter of the chief of police.
I know, bitch.
Welcome.
The training data for AI must have had like a fuck ton of random dancing vids, because I swear I've seen like a shit ton with exactly that gimmick. It's just bizarre.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
The door's locked. I can't open it. Where are you going, Leon?
Bingo?
Leon!
¡Basta, hijo de puta!
So, after we get back to my place, why don't we lick each other from our heads to our toes?
Nah, bitch. You just a hoe.
That's true. All right, Inslayer Clone, thanks to the £2. Society right now is Boletaria from Demon Souls. What, that we're turning into demons? Or that, like, I mean, you could have just said, like, any Souls game, I guess it'd be the same. Is there, the Silent Hill fog has come upon us? Swimming Hamster, thanks to $2. Breakers 2 stealth sequel. Let's go. Eli, thanks to $2. Burrhead is my favorite slur. This just sounds like you're calling it. That's I get what that's supposed to mean, but I just think of Bill Burr for some reason. Like, yeah, saying you're a fan of Bill Burr in 2026 is a slur. that's kind of funny. All right, hold on. We gotta watch at least a little of the Kirby vid. And we have to. Don't worry, we'll switch off if it's boring.
Communist, but she won't let me.
What the? Do you see this? Like, I get he always has different flags in the background in every single video, but like the one on the right feels like it was made to be rage bait. It's like the trans flag, don't tread on me, Kekistani, like all this. Like, what the fuck even is that shit?
Hit. She's stalling. I'm about to smash some twins. Man, I'm feeling like Bin Laden. I just robbed a cougar for some pumas, now I'm ballin'. Still remember when the tower started falling. Still remember it will never be forgotten. I guess they had to fall like autumn. I don't even like these hoes, but I got them. She don't even like those clothes, but she bought them. There was a rabbi outside of the hub headquarters in Canada, and then a female cop shot him. You might have seen the title by now. This is a very serious situation. Okay, don't laugh. There's not an ounce of this that's funny. This is tragic news. Okay, I want everybody to take this seriously. There was an incel. He brought a gun to the P Hub headquarters in Montreal, Canada. He started firing. There was a rabbi on the scene. Okay, why was he there? I don't know. Maybe he was.
Oh, we know. It was Pornhub headquarters. That's why. Rabbi on the scene. It's probably across the street from a synagogue or something.
In the neighborhood. The gunman got into a shootout with the police at the HQ. And a female cop, amidst all of the gunfire and panic, was shocked by a rabbi who happened to be at the scene. And she shot him. I know I'm missing some things. Incel shooter, hub headquarters, gets into a shootout. Rabbi walks out, female cop panic shoots him. There's even more to the story. I have to pull up the news article, but there's so much here, dude. This is such a symbolically dense event. You think I'm a schizo, you're not seeing the structures that code reality here. This is bizarre. If we had a real education system, entire courses, entire fields of study would be dedicated to just this event. It's because it's also like the shooter was a communist. I can't even remember all the variables. It's like a very complex math equation. Headquarters, rabbi, female cop, incel, communist. At a certain point, my brain can't even figure it out. And maybe if I had the media...
This is why satire is so hard to do these days, and why... Well, it's one of many reasons why South Park hasn't been funny in like 15 years. But it's just like, what the fuck? Like, if you were, let's say, we're not going to say South Park. We'll say like Family Guy, because Family Guy's allowed to be as retarded as possible. They couldn't even craft a cutaway gag half as absurd as that. Like, this is just, it's Clown World for a reason.
Literacy of a Kendrick Lamar listener, I could really break all of this down for you. I don't have those capabilities, but I'm still going to try. There's just so much, and as I read more into it, it got like more ridiculous shit was appearing. Like, I can't even believe it. It feels like it was written to be.
South Park was good once, not Family Guy. I feel like you kind of missed the point there, but Devin will scream at you in spirit.
Just everything was in the right place. It has something for everybody. I'm surprised. There's probably more stuff we don't even know about. You know, speaking of Kendrick Lamar, where's Drake? Where's Drake in all of this? He's Canadian. He's Jewish, I think. He's a gooner. I remember he posted like hentai on his Instagram story publicly. So where's Drake in all this? I bet I can't prove this, but I bet his ass was there. Baby, you my everything. You all I ever wanted. She just shot a rabbi outside the Pornhub headquarters. So alright, so here's the news story. This is from the Jerusalem Post. Full disclosure, you know, me having residency in Israel, this is where I get most of, if not all of, my news.
I just find it funny. I don't know how the communist part ties into this, but they say suspect believed to be member of incel movement. I'm sorry, but like politically being an incel and being a communist are mutually exclusive. Now, if we're talking about people who can't have sex, yes, trannies are a fuck ton of those, no matter how much in denial they are of that fact. They are incels by definition. The ones that aren't like disgusting, like prostitute level semen toilet, meat toilet people. But the other ones that are not meat toilets, like the autistic spurg troons, are absolutely incels. But they're not incel movement. So this is bizarre. I don't know. I don't know that detail, but I guess we'll see.
3 killed, including shooter, in Montreal shooting in Jewish neighborhood. Michael Mizrahi, a Jewish local and member of the local Chabad Center, was declared dead at the hospital after emergency surgery. This happened Monday, June 22nd, 2026, a couple days ago from when I'm filming this video. A Montreal police officer and a Jewish man were killed in a shooting attack in the... See, this is what I'm saying, bro. The Archons are actually fucking with us.
Côte des Neiges.
Côte des Neiges. Côte des Neiges. They were killed in the Côte des Neiges neighborhood of Montreal on Monday. A second officer was seriously wounded. The civilian was Michael Mizrahi, a Jewish...
Moshe. Fucking Moshe. Michael Moshe Mizrahi.
Local. The police officer who was killed in the shooting was identified as 34-year-old Mohammed. This is what I'm saying, man.
The police officer killed Constable Mohammed. What the? Oh my god! This. What the fuck? This is the layers. There's so many layers to this. Holy shit!
There's so much to this event. What does this mean? Like, what does this really mean? What are they trying to tell us? You know, it's just such an insane. There's depth here. This is the type of shit that was written in an ancient Sumerian scroll, probably buried under the ground 8,000 years ago. This is the type of thing that was prophesied. There's definitely an ancient manuscript that foretells the coming of the hub incident of 2026. Zaka is working with local authorities to bring Mizrahi's body to Israel for burial. Yeah, gotta take him back to the soil.
That's really important.
The attack began around 11:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time after 20 to 30 shots were reported to have been fired next to the Hilton Hotel.
I love how the Pornhub HQ is in the heavily Jewish area of Montreal. Yeah, don't connect any fucking dots there, you fucking goy cattle. Like, really? Yeah, that's nothing to see here. Nothing to fucking see here.
In the heavily Jewish area of Montreal. Now, this neighborhood, the Côte des Neiges, is a very Jewish neighborhood. It's nice, probably a very nice place. And the headquarters for MindGeek, it happens to be there. You know,
yeah, it just so happens to be there.
It is what it is.
They just so happen to own all of the major porn sites, MindGeek. It just so happens to be in the heavily Jewish neighborhood.
Amber Alert was issued once the shooter was firing. So clarification here, the gunman, the Chud, was posted in the hotel next to the HQ, and he started firing inside of the MindGeek headquarters. He was aiming for CEOs, for high-ups. This is what was detailed in his manifesto, which I read. I read the whole thing. Unfortunately, and we'll get to that later. He was firing inside, but he didn't have much success. He didn't get anybody. He wasn't sniping. You know, I don't know what happened. Maybe the windows were fortified. Maybe people were properly evacuating. Maybe Bonnie Blue was there and she just spread-eagled.
Yeah, that's got to be it, right? Yeah.
right at the window, and her snatch absorbed all of the high caliber rounds like some sort of tank in a team shooter online multiplayer game. But because he wasn't having much success shooting from the hotel, he then decided to storm the building because he was gunning for these executives. But this is when he got into the firefight with the police and ended up sustaining fatal wounds himself. The attack took place next to numerous kosher restaurants, a Chabad center, Jewish schools, and Jewish community centers. So,
okay, who cares?
The P-Hub headquarters, that's where it's located.
Yeah, I love how they say this, like, this is a tragedy that he shot near a Jewish school. The Jewish school is next to fucking MindGeek HQ. Yeah, I'm crying so many tears right now. Yeah, fucking whatever, just written with no self-awareness at all.
Right there. Super out of place, right? Videos from the scene showed a sequence of events, including Mohammed, the police officer on the ground, and a second police officer, the female police officer, opening fire at the bystander, Mizrahi. The second officer was later seriously wounded by the attacker.
Yeah, because like Canadians got a bunch of their guns taken away, right? So all he had was an SKS. Yeah.
The female officer.
I guess that makes
wounded,
more
but
sense.
She's since recovered in the hospital, which is interesting. I wonder what's going to happen to her. I don't know if you could just slime out. I don't know if you could just slime out a rabbi and live to tell the tale. The gunman was later identified by local media as Seth Hatfield from the Canadian province of Alberta. Seth Hatfield. Can I get a physiognomy check on this bloke? Seth Hatfield. Hatfield, very Anglo. Fits the profile. Okay, is this him or is this just a random? Okay, I mean, any of these kind of make sense. This would be hilarious. I think this is it. Why does this motherfucker look like me? Yo, but tell me why the
Yeah, wait a minute. Kirby was Jewish the whole time? Wait, hold on.
thing with like the long philtrum or whatever, is that what it is? I think it's the long philtrum. Tell me why that shit is still undefeated with this guy's face shape. No way. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I think I'll try to find the image.
So this is just some friendly fire shit. It's not really filtered, just an elongated chin.
Or the meme.
False flagging.
It's like all the shooters, they have this same long first name Seth, last name Hatfield. Like a sprained ankle, these female cops ain't nothing to play with. According to local media, Hatfield prepared a manifesto before opening fire and sent it to various media outlets. The suspect's 104-page manifesto called for a violent revolution to take down modern capitalist society and attacked police, Jews, women, and pornography. The chief of
Okay, yeah, so this sounds like this is some false flag shit then. That's a huge red flag. Yeah, the supposed incel shooter wants to take down capitalism. They're not even getting their ideology straight here.
Take down modern capitalist society and attacked police, Jews, women, and pornography. The chief of SPVM, which is the Montreal Police Service, Fady Dagger, change your name, says the investigation is still ongoing. Yeah, so they only have the one suspect. So yeah, that's the story. People have found the exact address. It is the MindGeek headquarters. This was not mentioned here. Certain things were withheld. It really is bizarre. I can't process it in my brain.
Look, the only good news is a woman shot a rabbi. You know, that's just poetic justice because the rabbi wanted the woman to be a police officer in the first place. So, you know, silver lining.
It's just, what a time to be alive, you know, truly. What a time to be alive, 2015, Drake and Future. Rabbi, them boys up to something. Sorry. Okay, so there are a few questions that were not answered by this Jerusalem Post news coverage here. And for some answers, we may have to speculate.
Ironic.
Question often asked as well,
Ironic.
What's a rabbi doing at the headquarters? Now, this was a very Jewish neighborhood. The Chabad Center was close by. He could have been running errands at the kosher market. He could have been doing any number of things in the area. The report does say an Amber Alert was issued to everyone in the area. So why he wouldn't have gotten that, I don't know. Why he would have been walking in the area where shit was going down. So now there is a video, which I will not show, taken from someone across the street with their phone, looking down at the situation. And it shows the woman cop kneeling down behind a pillar right in front of the MindGeek headquarters. And there are these rows of pillars, and she's behind one of them for cover. And her partner, the cop named Mohammed, is next to her bleeding out on the ground. Mizrahi, he pops out from behind this pillar and spooks her, and she just shoots him. She shoots him. They're right in front of the building, and this female police officer is getting a lot of flack. Understandably so. They're saying, oh, that's not good. There shouldn't be these female officers. If you watch the video, it is pretty crazy. The guy, the rabbi, he pops around that pillar. It's like weird. It's like weird the way he pops out. It's like it was sudden. And I do want to clarify for all my viewers, okay? It's just like I'm desensitized, okay? And this event is so crazy. I'm taking it. I'm trying to have fun with it. It's just a coping mechanism, whatever. You know, it's a very unfortunate situation. So that's enough of that. Let's get into the manifesto. So
I mean, like, you know, assuming there's no crazy schizo shenanigans other than the fact that it's a false flag. I would just say the rabbi thinks he's untouchable God. There's no way the Goyim would harm him because they're not human. So he just was like chilling, like nothing can hurt me, and then the bitch just shot him. That's what I'm assuming happened.
read this manifesto by Seth Hatfield, the Alberta Chud, and I'm not going to pull it up here. Maybe I'll put screenshots on during editing, but I'm just going to go through the sort of cliff notes. Before that, actually, the writing, it was interesting. I think it started off very solid, like pretty good writing. As it continued, it got more and more personal and emotional. The sort of differences in writing and prose throughout this 104-page manifesto, it was kind of wide.
Every time there's one of these stupid ass manifestos, it's fucking the only time if we're allowed to read it, you know it's bullshit. That's how you knew the fucking the trans man, the woman who shot up like the kindergarten or whatever. That's how you know that one was real because we literally were not allowed to see it, right? So we know that one was real. If we're allowed to fucking see it, then it's fake as shit. Like that's the shit where it's like, okay, instantly this is bullshit. Like, this is complete bullshit.
And this can naturally happen, but you could also get the impression there was like multiple writers. Some of it also could have been AI. I'm not super great at spotting this. There's just a lot of unknowns. You don't know what's happened to this document, what's going on. I'll point.
All right, I think we got our what. I'm not interested to hear the rest of this, to be honest. I think I got what I wanted to hear out of this. Jack Mack, thanks to $2. Have you seen ER's new video? Actually, no. I don't want to watch it on stream because I just want to absorb it, and also I don't want to, you know, do the whole like YouTubers steal views from the guy by just reacting to the whole video. Plus, I think it's over an hour or something, isn't it? I've been waiting for the end of the Legend of Korra videos. Actually, it's not the end. Isn't there 4 seasons of Korra? And this is just the end of season 3 or something. I don't know. Anyway, the point is, I've been watching him make these fucking videos for what, like 10 years or something? I should just watch. I'll let you know what I think. I just haven't gotten around to watching it, but I will watch it on my own time. Jack Mack, thanks to the 1 gifted membership. He's not doing season 4. Really? Why? Is it just that bad? Damn. Maybe it's just that bad. Insider Cologne, thanks to the 2 pounds. Video eulogy for video games. Oh, okay. Eulogy for video games is what it is, I guess.
Testing is a stage of grief that's often overlooked. Most are familiar with the stages of grief, usually knowing them as being denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. But testing is the stage in between depression and acceptance. It is where one looks for solutions, where one works within the limitations to see what is still possible. It's not the illusion of limitlessness that accompanies denial, nor an attempt to take the easy way out, like bargaining, but truly throwing yourself at the wall repeatedly to find what options are realistic and doable. I believe that the challenge run is an analog to the testing stage of grief. A challenge run imposes a limitation on a video game, often one that's...
Okay, I have to say, I'm getting tilted. Why is he not picking up the blue stud? I'm getting pissed. Why is he not picking this up?
One that seems impossible, like beating a platformer game without jumping. and then attempts to overcome this seemingly impossible challenge. And most of the time, the conclusion is that the challenge is indeed impossible.
Yeah, do you know how many of those fucking video? I hate that video algorithm. That whole. This is why I hate the algorithm. I'm not going to rant about this because I could easily go off on a tangent, but all it takes to manipulate that, you can manipulate the YouTube algorithm like fucking stocks if just enough people get together and decide, hey, I want this to be the new trending thing. If just a bunch of popular YouTubers, like let's just say like 20 of like the most popular YouTubers all decide one day, we should all make videos titled like, I mean, we could just, I'm not going to come up with an example. We could just be like, can you beat, Mario without jumping? Like if everyone at the same time, assuming the trend didn't exist, they all released a video titled that at the same time, instantly the algorithm would push every video with that title. Instantly. You can literally manipulate it in real time if people work together to do it. Because it's shit. The YouTube algorithm is fucking dog shit and always has been. But anyway. That's what I always hated about those videos. I've seen several of them. I usually resisted, like, when they all got pushed at the same time. I'm like, this is inorganic and it's not even that interesting, but people love them anyway for whatever reason. It's stupid. But 90% of the time, within the first 5 minutes of the video, the answer is, no, we can't. We have to cheat at this part. All right, go fuck yourself then. If people had any goddamn balls, they dislike the video, hit don't recommend channel, and never watch them again. But no, they're all cum guzzlers. Every single one of them. Like, never mind. I'm not going to try to do a rant about my videos, but that's what deserves dislikes. Not hearing an opinion you don't like, you fucking bitch. All right, moving on.
However, it is nevertheless impressive how often they come close to their goal. Even completing 75% of a platformer game without jumping is far beyond what seemed possible. I think there's something inspiring and empowering about seeing possibilities we have never considered being discovered within the confines of rigid limitations. I myself have done several challenge runs of my favorite video game.
I mean, I'm gonna let him keep going, but yeah, I agree. He has self-awareness clearly because he's going to obviously address that this is fucked. Like I get, I'm assuming what he's leading up to is the only reason you even do challenge runs is because you're not having fun playing games anymore in the first place, right? Judging by the video title, yeah, eulogy for video games, yeah.
Dark Souls. Now, I am by no means a pro or a speedrunner or anything. I rarely do crazy out-of-bounds glitches or things like that. But every time I replay Dark Souls, I impose a different limitation on myself and abide strictly by that rule. For example, I did a run where I didn't use any Estus flasks. Now, as I said, I'm not a pro that can beat Dark Souls without taking damage or anything, and I still allowed myself to heal using Humanities, but even this is a harsh limitation. Humanities don't refresh at bonfires like Estus flasks do, and are far more limited in quantity. They also have a slightly longer healing animation, so they are riskier to use in combat. Beating Dark Souls this...
Yeah, I'll speed it up a little. Do 1.3.
This way gave me a new appreciation for the game. The Estus flask once seemed like an essential part of the game, but if you play well enough, it's actually not so necessary. Another run I did, perhaps my personal favorite, was beating the entire game using only one bonfire, the one at Firelink Shrine. And holy, you think the runbacks in Dark Souls are bad enough already? Imagine my agony dying 3 times to the Bed of Chaos fight and having to walk all the way from...
I'll never understand this type of autism. If there's no tangible reward for doing something, what the fuck's the point? Like, in defense of the videos I was shitting on before, there is a tangible reward to those. They make money through ad revenue. And if you have sponsorships, right, you need to make a video anyway to stick with the sponsorship. There is no reason to torture yourself like this. There's no way this is fun. Like, I don't know. This is such a fucking waste. I can't help but think, I don't know. You could say I'm a hypocrite, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. But I can't help but think like the type of people who are able to persist through challenges like this for no reward are the type of people who should be doing something useful in society, because clearly you are fine with torturing yourself with self-imposed challenges for nothing. So you probably should do something hard in real life nobody else wants to do. Because like what the this is fucking stupid. This is torture.
Firelink Shrine to get another attempt. But honestly, aside from that painful moments, playing Dark Souls this way was actually a phenomenal experience. The world is so well designed and interconnected, it rarely felt like it took an excessive amount of time to get anywhere. Excluding the Bed of Chaos, of course. And because I couldn't rest at any other bonfires, I had to manage my Estus flasks and humanities wisely. Not to mention, the stakes for dying were much higher, which made each encounter much more intense. Completing the game this way was quite an enriching experience. Might be the most enjoyment I have ever gotten out of Dark Souls. I also...
That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. This is why the Souls games went to shit. Because all people cared about at the end was the challenge. Not the good level design, not the interesting bosses. None of that. They care about, is it hard? Yes, no. If it's not hard, it's not good.
did a run where I could only attack using throwing knives and fire bombs. That also made me play the game very differently and was quite fun. And surprisingly, I successfully completed all 3 of these challenges. It's amazing what's still possible, even within strict limitations. I think it was around the time of the pandemic I started doing these challenge runs, which is fitting.
Yeah, see, here we go. So yeah, you were locked inside, had nothing better to do. This is just, man, I don't know.
As this was a time where we were all restricted in one way or another. I remember at the beginning of 2020, before the lockdown started, I had a bit of a self-improvement phase. I started working out, and I vowed that I would get out more often, that I would go out and meet people, and do more outdoor activities. Of course, life is cruel and ironic, so that's when the whole world decided in that moment to tell me to stay indoors and isolate myself. So then I gave up on my self-improvement phase, my depression came back, and I was once again back to playing Dark Souls, as usual. However, now that everyone was demanding me to stay inside and play video games, it wasn't quite as fun anymore. So I had to find a way to make it fun, and thus, challenge runs. Sometimes, less is more. I think it's no coincidence that challenge runs are popular in the 2020s. We are in a time of excessive limitations. The pandemic was just one such instance, but everyone, and especially millennials and Gen Z in particular, are poorer now than they were before, and poorer than the last couple generations as well. There are financial limitations being imposed on us.
Oh my god, wait, why does this look cursed? What the fuck's wrong with the visuals?
And I think that factors into the popularity of the challenge run. In better economic times, we might have just alleviated our boredom by buying a new video game. But that's hard to justify when the new AAA slop costs $100 a game, and probably isn't even that good of a game anyway. And that's another factor. The quality of video games has dramatically...
That game, man, I kind of botched the video a little. I don't know what, I was smoking crack with the audio. I'm usually pretty good about audio mixing. I fucked it completely in that video. But, I really don't remember why. Because, like, I knew immediately after I uploaded it was fucked. I should have just literally re-uploaded it. I think I was just tired of working on the video. I didn't care. I've gotten burnout so many times over the years. That was probably just another burnout phase where I'm like, I'm done working on this. Just fucking shove it out.
decreased. Most games are released buggy and half-finished, and even the ones that function properly are often boring walking simulators with 200 hours of cutscenes and lackluster gameplay. Speaking of limitations, most modern video games are so on rails and give you so little agency that it boggles my mind they are video games in the first place. At a certain point, it might as well just be an animated film instead. Gaming has become so costly and boring that people would rather do challenge runs of LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, a simple children's game from 2007.
Okay, I think you're vastly overrepresenting the demographic that's actually doing challenge runs. I think the only people doing challenge runs for fun are autists. Because there's millions of games you could play. Yes, everything you said about AAA was correct. There are decades of video games that you've never played before. Thousands. There's no way, there's no fucking way, especially this guy admitted to wasting hundreds, if not maybe thousands of hours playing Dark Souls. you could have played other games, new cool games from the past, new to you, you know, old games. But old good games have new experiences instead of waste them playing the same game for the millionth time. Like, and I wouldn't even say price is a restriction, because if you have a computer, you can just emulate most old games. Like, they're not demanding at all on modern hardware. So, like, emulation was a problem for people 10 years ago, you know, if you had a low-end PC. But a low-end PC now can run all the best games ever made. So, I don't, like, maybe, I feel like that's not even an exaggeration. Honestly, a low-end PC built today could run every good game that's ever come out. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, my to tie back into the point, I think most of the people who do challenge runs, it's for the YouTube algorithm, unironically. Like, I don't ever play the whole woe is me, I'm a YouTuber game. But one of the things I sympathize the most with people getting burnt out on YouTube is that the algorithm really restricts you to doing either one or two, maybe three types of content if you get lucky. You know, if you look at every popular channel ever, if they want to do something completely different, they make a second channel, right? Like, the equivalent for my channel would be I would have the Strange Seed video on my second channel, because I know the non-stream viewers, you know, which is the majority of my audience don't watch streams, are never going to click on the Strange Seed video, and that's exactly what happened, right? So I don't have a second channel, and I don't have the energy to run a second channel. But people who do have a second channel, right? My main channel really is just for two types of videos. It's for modern game reviews and Gaming is Dying. I guess you could say the third type of video is movie and TV show reviews when I bother doing those. But that's it. Anything outside of those three things is not going to be successful.
Recently, I've been binge watching Lego.
My low-end laptop from 10 to 15 years ago could still emulate GameCube. Yeah.
Star Wars challenge runs from time to time, and it's fascinating how much stuff you can pull off in that game, often employing very outside-the-box thinking. For some reason, they just don't make games like this anymore. It's as if it's physically impossible to recreate in every single way imaginable. They released a new Lego Star Wars game in 2022, and lo and behold, it's a boring walking simulator. The charm is gone, and the mechanical depth is missing. It's as if the fabric of the universe won't allow us to have nice things anymore. I know that's...
Well, you know, that's the gay way of saying it. The accurate way of saying it is Jews love ruining everything. It's not the universe. It's very calculated and on purpose. It is definitely on purpose. There's so many factors at play here. Like, even I would say the leftist interpretation is even better than just saying the universe. Like, yes, corporate interests, investors, that kind of shit. Again, I love how they agree with us on the private equity firms thing, but they would never say BlackRock, because that would be acknowledging the grifter chuds. But they do agree. They're just being fags as usual. That is a big component. Obviously, the game developers being incompetent fucks is an equally big component that they don't want to acknowledge.
Sounds a bit dramatic, but it's very bizarre to me that the bog standard, average, decent video game from the early 2000s is somehow just impossible to recreate or surpass. It is always just a downgrade from the original.
The Phantom Menace and Skywalker Saga is an hour and 3 minutes long with 14 minutes worth of cutscenes and about 26 minutes of walking around or running or flying from point A to point B, where you aren't actually doing much outside of maybe like 2 puzzles in this entire time period. The remainder of the time was 23 minutes spent actually playing a mission. This means that...
It's crazy how it has become less and less common to point out shit like this, because people are just, they've been conditioned. They've been fucking conditioned. Everyone who praised, like, I know, I can blame myself, even though I didn't have a channel at the time, so it's not like I could have done any damage to the game industry, but other than the money I spent. But, like, every single person who praised God of War 2018 you know, you can go further back than that, like to The Last of Us or whatever. But I think God of War 2018 was a big, huge turning point. But everyone who praised like the 15-minute cutscene at the beginning, it's just like, this is how we got to this. Every single game became The Last of Us, is what happened, but worse. Everything was worse in terms of the movie game shit.
At 64% of my playtime is spent not even in a mission and either watching a cutscene or just running from point A to point B. And that means that 36% of it is in mission gameplay. 85% versus 36%.
It's only been 20 years. That's not that long ago. How is it already a lost art? I think about games like Skyrim and Red Dead Redemption, and how impressive those games were when they came out. And despite the many flaws of those two games, I still feel like they have not been surpassed. They still feel like the height of gaming's achievement as a medium so far.
That's the worst thing I've ever heard in my fucking life. This is how games got this bad. It's like, how could you say... Never mind. I'm not going to get into this. He might have had a point with Skyrim in terms of Bethesda has no competition, but if you even for a goddamn second are pretending Skyrim is one of the greatest games ever made, you are fucked in the head. Absolutely fucked. The worst priorities in human history. How do you spend, you know, like half this video complaining about like basically, well, I guess he was very vague in talking about gameplay, but games like the old, even though they're fetus games, the old Lego Star Wars games were about gameplay. Skyrim is not about gameplay in that sense. It's about immersion and quests and like RPG stuff. The actual gameplay of Skyrim is extremely mediocre. Extremely. Like, it is like the most, like, it has no depth, no good complexity whatsoever. Like, fuck no. No, like, it has its appeals. It's not a bad game. But if we're talking about gameplay, like actual gameplay, that's like one of the weakest elements of Skyrim. To claim that's the pinnacle of gaming's achievements is insane. And Red Dead is fine. Like, I feel like if I played Red Dead Redemption again, I'd probably have the same problems I have with all of Rockstar's games as I got older, right? But, you know, I remembered liking it as a teenager, so I'm not really going to shit on it. I mean, I like Skyrim as a teenager too, but you know, as I got older, I'm like, wow, this is like really shallow and poorly written in a lot of places and just kind of, I don't know. It's not that fun to actually play.
And again, I could rant for hours about the problems with these titles. They are far from perfect, but honestly, what has even come close to these games in recent years? It's been well over a...
I mean, it depends on your priorities. That's the thing, like, in those specific genres... Like with Skyrim, like what's the competition for Skyrim? I'm not gonna say Tainted Grail because like Tainted Grail doesn't even have the same appeal. Like Skyrim is like Tainted Grail is almost like if Skyrim was made by a guy who just wanted to kill stuff all the time. Like the RPG stuff, the immersion stuff was like secondary definitely to just bashing things over the head. Which would be fine if like it had really good gameplay, but I think it was just like decent. You know, it could be much better for sure. Yeah, Avowed. Yeah, when the competition is Avowed, and like you look at the other games that Bethesda's made sense, Fallout 4, Starfield, you know, this shit. Yeah, of course Skyrim looks good next to those games. But like, I don't know, this is a terrible example because I've played plenty of better games. I mean, that's an understatement. I played a fuck ton of games better than Skyrim. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't like that.
Decade, and they still have yet to release an Elder Scrolls 6 or a GTA 6. I genuinely feel like our cultural output has just ran out of steam, and we are incapable of creating things like this anymore. And that's also why the gaming industry is so reliant on remakes. I find myself looking back on games like Skyrim or even Lego Star Wars as if I'm looking at Stonehenge or the pyramids of Egypt, like I'm staring at some Gothic cathedral and wondering, why can't we make things like this anymore?
Yeah, the fact that he compared Skyrim to a Gothic cathedral, just go back to your Dark Souls example. The problem is obviously Dark Souls, there's so many games since, but like none of them captured the magic of Dark Souls. That's the difference. Bloodborne was the closest. Bloodborne, Bloodborne definitely, especially if we're talking about Gothic architecture, then Bloodborne is a literal comparison, right? But anyway, the point is, I still think Dark Souls was their best game because every area they improved on since Dark Souls is either not important or directly hurt the other unique elements of Dark Souls, right? Like, I'm not going to talk about Dark Souls for the millionth time. We all know it's basically an unfinished game, right? So that's a problem. And I think From Software did get better about that in the games they made afterward. But, yeah, I don't know.
I think it's very telling that people are choosing to play and watch videos of those older titles rather than what's currently coming out. The YouTube trends over the years are interesting to note as well. In the late 2000s and early 2010s, Let's Plays were popular, as well as angry video game reviews. And these types of videos were casual and not that serious. You could laugh along with PewDiePie as he's playing through Octodad.
Don't worry about it. It's totally not TV. Don't break the TV, girl. You broke the TV. That's not even a TV. Okay, we're in the kitchen. Hey, babe.
Morning, sleepyhead.
Wow, you sound like a man.
That you could say that. You could. I mean, you definitely could just say that. The fact that that's even offensive now is ridiculous.
That's okay.
Or be amused by James Rolfe throwing a tantrum at an old Nintendo game and having some elaborate skit with some guy in a Bugs Bunny costume.
You can't hit anybody without getting hit, and everything you try to step on, it breaks away. It's just total ass.
What you got? I can't believe it, in my own house, it's Bugs Bunny!
It was all a fun time. It was all escapism. Then in the mid to late 2010s, YouTube videos on video games became more serious. It was the era of the video essay. I remember back in 2017 and 2018, I was watching people like Joseph Anderson and Matthew Matosis. Instead of goofy reviews or casual Let's Plays, these late 2010s video essays were analytical and serious. They would assess games in detail, describing why certain game mechanics work and why others didn't.
With more than one opponent, incoming attacks can layer over each other in unpredictable ways. You may successfully dodge the first attack but get caught in the second one during the exact same roll because there was no correct time to roll at all. Holding your shield up faces the same problem, a barrage of attacks that layer over themselves so that there is no real opening for a counterattack. Enemies also have an additional advantage in that their attacks don't bounce off walls like yours do. It makes sense that you can't swing a sword through a wall, but it doesn't make sense that the monsters you're fighting can. It's one of the most frustrating features in the game and is also full of inconsistencies.
And maybe discuss.
Yeah, that's some autistic dog shit complaints right there.
The game's story or its themes.
Demon's Souls' greatest strength is how it pulls you into its bleak, dangerous world so that you think about situations the way you would if you were actually there.
Dude, I seriously, especially since he's back to making videos, Devin apparently watched his latest video and said it wasn't very good because he was complaining about coyote time, which I'd never heard that term before, but it's basically in a platformer, like you basically have a small window after you walk over a ledge where you're still able to jump, right? And Matthew Matos said that's bad because it's dishonest or something. It's just like, that is fucking retarded. I'm gonna be honest. Like, listen, we all know everyone on V is a LARPing faggot who doesn't play video games anyway, but that's why it annoys me, because, like, people don't say this anymore, but they used to say a lot, like, I stole his opinions from 4chan. It's like, listen, I've always been very honest about, you know, using the site, obviously, but these fucking, listen, Matthew Matos is overrated. I'll just say it. That's it. I don't have to say a whole bunch of shit, but, like, there's so many things he said in those videos that I feel like it sounded great when you're a fucking teenager and you've never heard it phrased in an eloquent or intelligent, simple way. But if you actually examine the opinions, like, a lot of them are ass. That's all I'm going to say. Like, this is, like, Demon's Souls is immersive, but it's not like, oh, wow, what would I do if I was there? No. Absolutely not.
This is something that the Souls games continue to do kind of well, but Demon's Souls still does it the best of them all, because excluding the innovative online features, almost everything else works in service of that larger goal. Phalanx, Leechmonger, Tower Knight, Fool's Idol, Old Hero, Man-Eaters and Armor Spider all have quirks to their design or their arena that the player can exploit if they figure out. You don't outright win by doing so, but you gain a big advantage if you're willing to use your brain. On the other hand, dodging telegraphed attacks, which come out in predefined combos, is...
This I do agree with. That part is absolutely right. Like, this stuff, Like, again, we didn't watch the Firelink conspiracy thing, but I'm sure Firelink conspiracy is like, actually, here's 35 examples where you can use spacing in this way. I mean, it's like, no. His general point is correct. There might be exceptions. This I do agree with. He's absolutely right about that.
Just exploiting your knowledge that the AI is acting within the constraints of a computer game. This has the opposite effect. It widens the gap between the character and the player.
And these videos were usually a lot longer than the angry review format, and also much more minimalist in approach. No elaborate skits, just some guy talking over game footage. Finally, we get to the 2020s and the challenge run era of video game videos, and it kind of feels like a weird hybrid of the other two eras. The fun is back, like the Let's Play or angry.
And the real issue here is these autists have literally spent more time analyzing these games than the devs spent creating the game. Yeah, there seems to be two types of people when it comes to like critiquing or praising game development. You're think the game developers were gods, experts in their craft, knew everything to make things correct. And then there's like my team, which is they're incompetent tards. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Which obviously I'm not talking about the same people, right? Like the same dev team. But the reality is sometimes things are accidentally good, and you know, it's through like refinement in like QA testing or even just like personal like dev time on playing the stuff that it ends up being good. It doesn't mean they wrote a manifesto on how to build a good boss fight or something that they do every time to like make the best thing ever. It was probably something in Demon Souls case is probably something as simple as like, okay, every single boss needs to have a gimmick of some kind, and then they just came up with a list of gimmicks like, okay, Leech guy is weak to fire, you know, fucking Phalanx is a bunch of dudes who's stabbing you. You know, like you just keep coming up with stuff. The fucking Adjudicator's got the huge butcher knife thing sticking out of him, and the rest of his body's like rubber, so it bounces off. You know, they probably literally just, that's what they did. They just like, okay, throw an idea. What's an idea for like a spin on this fight? It wasn't like, I can't even do like a fucking Scottish, Irish, whatever the fuckish accent, but you get the point. It's like, my brain's fried, guys. Let's move on.
The review era, but with the added understanding of the mechanics of the game, like the essay era. But instead of just reflecting on the info, we now put it into practice. We exploit this knowledge in order to replay these old video games in new and creative ways. And I think these eras reflect the cultural zeitgeist and generational mindsets of the people creating and consuming this content. The first era, the Let's Play / angry reviewer era, was the bargaining stage of grief, a time of just goofing around and having a laugh, procrastination, distraction, escapism. And the people making that content were largely Gen X or older millennials, those with a bit of a snarky, jaded disposition, hence the character of the angry reviewer. And if you're shouting at the screen right now about how dumb I am saying that the angry reviewer era is the bargaining stage when there is literally an anger stage of grief, I'll explain. I believe that the generations lag a bit behind the time.
Yeah, something I've realized about this video is that he was kind of like waffling around so much about like random shit that I forgot this is supposed to connect to the 7 stages of grief. Did he even talk about like what the context is for the 7 stages of grief? Like, is the 7 stages of grief in this case supposed to represent all of life or something? Like, I'm confused. Like, I'm assuming this is unscripted, which, you know, I've had this problem in my videos sometimes where you just kind of like go off on a tangent for so long you forgot like what even the point of what you were talking about is, which I've done on this very stream today multiple times. But I am actually confused like what the purpose is. Like, okay, he says eulogy for video games, but the only thing he's described specifically is we're talking about the fuck, I already forgot what the stage was. I'll remember the timestamp. Testing. Yeah, so the point of this video is talking about the testing phase in the stages of grief, right? But now I fucking, what was it, 1457 or whatever, so we're like 15 minutes in the video and now he's talking about bargaining over here and he's about to explain why it's not anger. I'm still confused as to what the fuck any of this is representing. You know what I mean?
the times. While I think the 2000s was a rather childish, carefree period, a lot of the content of the time was created by people who grew up in the 90s, often people who had already reached adulthood and solidified their personality before 2000. And a lot of the edginess people associate with the 2000s is actually more so residue from the 90s that Gen X and older millennials brought with them. There's a bit of a lag between the generations and the decades they reside in. I hope that makes sense. I just know if I don't address that, I'll get a comment or two saying, "Hey genius, wouldn't the angry reviewer be the anger stage of grief? Duh." Likewise, the second era, the video essay era, is like the depression stage of grief, reflective and sober, a bit of a downer compared to the former fun era. However, the people who made these videos were often millennials who had a bit more of a bargaining.
See, my problem is if the 7 stages of grief in this case is supposed to be like, oh, we're lamenting the death of gaming, then the angry review shit doesn't make any sense because video games were still good in 2008. Like, didn't Angry Video Game Nerd start his first video in like 2004 or 5? It was something like that, the first video. That's literally the golden age. Those were joke videos about just an angry dude. It was about Mike Matei, ironically. Basically, the Angry Video Game Nerd character is James Rolfe just doing Mike Matei, basically, as like a skit character. I mean, Mike Matei wrote a bunch of the episodes. So the fucking AVGN episodes are coming out during the golden age of video games. So clearly it can't be about the death of video games if that's what this is about. That just makes no sense. Like, I don't understand. Like, I'm confused as to what the point of this video is. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even saying it's terrible, but I think like somewhere where he was writing this or writing notes or however he determined this ramble shit, that he lost the point somewhere. It doesn't matter for those guys. I'm just looking at things from like having a brain perspective instead of being like a retarded boomer type thing. Like, no one with a functioning brain thinks the golden age of gaming was the 80s. Nobody. Like, seriously, nobody fucking thinks that. That's just retard shit. But I know some of these nostalgia-blinded boomer autist types might LARP about that, but that's just not true.
Outlook. The bargaining stage of grief often involves a lot of what ifs and what could have beens. So these video essays often involve a lot of hypothetical reimaginings of these video games, envisioning a theoretical version of a game with all its flaws removed and some other features enhanced. These millennial essayists hold out hope that if only the gaming industry could address these complaints, they could create the perfect video game, or at least a game that's much better than the ones that currently exist. Into the 2020s, the third era, the challenge run era, as I said, it is the testing stage of grief, a time of experimentation. However, these videos are often created by Zoomers who have a disposition of depression, so they are heavily inspired by their nostalgia, of looking back into the past with reverence. Often their whole channel will revolve around one game or one subset type of game from their youth, such as BD1P, who covers the LEGO games.
I'm going to try my hand at beating LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga without ever jumping. Now for my personal favorite part. Once the rest of your group finds their way over, you need to perfectly, and I mean perfectly, time the force push of your life. You have to make it so R2 gets pushed onto the bucket as it's rising up, so that by the time R2 crosses the middle section, they'll get pushed onto the raised platform, like so.
HypnoShark, who plays almost exclusively Crash Team Racing.
Dingo Dial is in the back rooms. Oh my god, he's stuck. Wait, did it just spawn me? It spawned me against the wall so I get discombobulated?
Or the various channels that strictly cover the Souls games. These channels rarely cover newer games unless they are related to a property that they are nostalgic for. Maybe if they cover SpongeBob or Spyro games, for example, they'll do runs of a new release in one of these franchises. However, they'll probably get bored of it after a week and go back to obsessively playing the older games. As I touched on earlier,
like I said, there's another very obvious reason for this. If you've dedicated your channel to talk about one game and you cover another game, that video will bomb so hard that you'll fucking, like, you know, have a depressive episode and freak the fuck out. Honestly, I should be thankful that my video bombs still usually end up getting 40 to 50,000 views because, like, I've seen way worse. I've seen way worse. That proves I actually have a decent, like, true fan base. I'll watch anything I put out as long as it's not complete shit. There's people who, you know, if you fucking, I don't know, I'll just say a random example. If your whole channel is dedicated to Super Mario 64 and one day you play Dark Souls, like, you're going to go from 100,000 views to like 5,000 views. Like, it's that fucking bad. Because YouTube will not show the video to your own fucking fans because the algorithm is fucking shit. It's shit.
The newer games rarely have the same charm as the old games, and also, newer games are more stiff and rigid, which literally makes challenge runs less feasible, as glitches and exploits are less common and less impactful on the gameplay. I know I'll sound like I'm just getting old, but it really does feel like games are devolving.
Kind of like you when you make a video that doesn't cater to Pole LMAO. I have never made a video that caters to Pole tourists. I'm sorry.
Last year, I was in a game store, and I noticed a game called Shadow Labyrinth. It intrigued me, but I had never heard of it and had no idea what it was. So I looked at the case. Of all the things it could have been, it was a Pac-Man game, which is hilarious. A dark and edgy take on Pac-Man. The gameplay reminded me of something like Hollow Knight. I guess even Pac-Man has to be a Souls-like Metroidvania to remain relevant nowadays. But jokes aside, something saddened me about seeing this, as this new game was 2D. Pac-Man, of course, started off as a 2D arcade game in the 80s, but by the turn of the century, you had the Pac-Man World games, which were 3D, which I played when I was a kid. Now in the 2020s, Pac-Man is back to being a 2D game again. It feels like we're evolving backwards.
It's because the corpos didn't want to give it a budget higher than, you know, 2 nickels. So this is the best they could do.
Nothing about Shadow Labyrinth feels like it needed to come out in the 2020s. As far as the gameplay and graphics are concerned, I think something like Shadow Labyrinth easily could have come out in the 90s. So I think I made this whole video because I myself am feeling grief over video games of all things, as it feels like the best is behind us when it comes to my favorite pastime. I suspect that Generation Alpha won't like video games as much as we do, and might largely move on to other things, all while millennials and zoomers stay fixated on their escapism and nostalgia. And this is why we have the challenge run. It's a way to make the old new, to make do with what we have, rather than hoping for something better.
This is still nonsense. There's so many other options. There's so many other options. This is a, you know, neurodivergent problem, is what this is.
And in this way, perhaps, we will reach acceptance. Our acculturation continues.
Alright. That was definitely a video. I don't know, it held my attention. We definitely could have stopped that like 5 minutes in, but I was just curious because there were opinions, and I like real opinions even if I disagree with them. Unless it's rage bait. Yeah, I already see rage bait in the video suggestions here. I don't know how long we're gonna watch this shit. I'm tired of rage bait. Jack Bag, thanks for 2 more gifted memberships. Sebastian Howard, thanks for $5. I literally can't watch your stream because the stupid app keeps on glitching out and crashing on live streams. I'm sure it's SARS on Android. Yeah, I have had a million problems with the YouTube app over time. None that bad, but I've had a lot. Mr. White, thanks to the $15. Don't have to watch it all, but I saw this video on my suggestions called "There Are No Woke Games, You're Just a Bad Person." I mean, see, that's just too obvious rage bait. That sounds familiar. Did I actually watch this already? Let's find out. I don't know if I watched it or not, but I've definitely been recommended this video as well. This isn't woke. Do you like how this fucking 4chan posts, and I'm assuming they're from Pole? I mean, it's not a blue board, so I'm just assuming it's Pole. It's probably not GIF.
So look, quote-unquote woke games, as certain people will call them, don't actually exist.
Wait, were any of those my thumbnails? Hold on, I blinked. I had a heavy, slow-ass blink. What? None of them are mine, you fucking pussy-ass bitch. I know you've heard of me. Don't be a queer, alright?
Exist. In fact, the people who use that kind of terminology in this day and age tend to be some of the worst people imaginable. Pronouns! Much like a lot of slang that's been...
Oh yeah, a guy who screamed about pronouns is one of the worst people imaginable. Alright, so he's already... The semen guzzling has begun. Lefties can't help themselves. Zesty Buck he's gotten broken in real time.
Co-opted by groups of people who have no idea how to use it and thus create new bastardized meanings. The term woke was coined by Black Americans. Dating is
Yeah, here we go. I love black people pretending that the original meaning of word matters when they've butchered the majority of the English language. But yeah, don't worry. You are right, technically. You are right. But that's the whole point, is woke is being used ironically, which I'm not surprised that you don't understand, but okay.
far back as the 1930s. The term was first used by American folk and blues singer Leadbelly when he was interviewed about a song he wrote called the Scottsboro Boys.
I made this little song about down there, so I advise everybody to be a little careful when they go along through that, but stay woke, keep their eyes open.
The song was based on a story about 9 black teens falsely accused of rape by an all-white jury. The song was intended to inform black people
falsely
of the injustices around them and to keep an eye out. Woke was cultural shorthand, a reminder within black communities to stay awake to systemic racism, oppression, and injustice. It wasn't a weapon, and it was most certainly not some kind of dog whistle. It was something most white Americans can't even begin to fathom. It was survival.
Okay, so this guy's just a racist. I mean, is like, I don't know, do you even have to... This is the type of person who doesn't believe black people can be racist. You already know. I wonder what his opinion is on Carmelo Anthony. That's I don't even care about this video. That's really all I want to know about, because you already know. You already know this faggot. You already know.
And that's what people don't get. Much like how cancel culture or political correctness were twisted beyond recognition, woke was solely hijacked and rebranded by people who neither understood its roots nor cared to.
How can something from the 1930s be hijacked, you fucking retard? It literally wasn't in common usage until more recently. It was because of black Twitter specifically calling retarded ass, you know, not even schizo shit. It's just basically chimp shit. Woke, like they understood how the world worked, and is the most retarded shit you've ever read in your life. So yes, it's been lost because it was co-opted by grifter people. That people were saying woke to mock you because you were calling stupid ass bullshit that would never be true in a million years woke. As because you won't say red pilled, which basically woke is just the gay ass version of red pill, because the point of red pill is to see reality. Obviously the reference to the Matrix. Like, that's what I love about this little gay ass history lesson, is that it has nothing to do with the current cultural conversation at all. Like, legitimately less than nothing. He had to feel smart because he's obviously insecure about his intelligence. I wonder why. Like, we don't even have to get into the video part about where, like, he's gonna have supposed debunks of what's woke and what's not woke. You already can tell this is, he, you know, is huffing his own farts. He thinks he's above average intelligence. In reality, you're a retard. I've already exposed you. You're a moron. It's over. I hate libtards that pretend they don't know what we're talking about when we say woke. Again, the fucking tweet is so accurate. They just pretend to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible. That is their primary debate tactic. Just pretend you don't get it. It might as well just say you're pretending to be retarded. Okay, yeah, completely misconstrue the opponent's points at all times, and wow, you won the imaginary debate in your head. Congratulations, you fucking bug. Good job. Your prize, you're getting raped by a legion, a sea of rapists will come to your door. That my sense of humor is so fried, chat. I'm sorry. We're 1 minute and 11 seconds into this video. So what you're saying is you're disagreeing because of his skin color. That is exactly what I'm saying. I'm glad you understood. Your media literacy license is coming in the mail. There's no point listening this. Like, if you made it past the 1 minute mark of this gay ass vid, then like, I don't know, you're a fucking tard. I don't know what to tell you. This needs more dislikes. Absolutely. I can't. I don't know, chat. This is just rage bait. This anti-woke game criticism is not real criticism. Deconstructing discourse. Am I gonna be in this video? I should be in that video. Deconstruct me so I can have my far-right death squad deconstruct you limb from limb with the machete. It's always fucking Asmongold every time. Come on, throw a synth out. Is that ranting for vengeance? Wait, ranting for... Am I not in this? Ranting for vengeance? Hold on. Am I not in here? Come on. Come on, brother. Shit. I ain't in here. Yeah, ranting for vengeance, the biggest. Let's see. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Games were always woke. Yeah, you know you're dealing with literally gallons of semen if they're pulling this argument. This is literally like I get that you're a massive flaming homosexual, but you don't need to tell the world every minute of every day. Okay, this is just a suggestion. Pain. Of course, Irish synth is here, but OG synth is. I know. This is I know he's seen my video, and I know he thinks I'm a bad person as well. There's no way I'm not. I'm probably in this at some point, but I don't feel like scrolling the whole video because my fucking Spider-Man 2 review is the most viewed video on my channel. He's got to have seen it, not counting that fucking short. All right, whatever. I'm sure it gets way worse, Mr. White, but I'm tired of rage bait vids like this. Like, that's all this is just complete rage bait. Like, that's why it's titled rage bait. You know, you're just a bad person. Yeah, it says the black guy who hates all white people. Thanks for the input. Thanks. I couldn't dream to be as racist as the black protesters who were outside of the Carmelo Anthony trial. Like in a million years, like I don't even think I'm capable of those levels of racist. I need to step my game up. And before someone asks, yes, I actually did watch the Shoe on Head video on it. I know. I can't believe I listened to a void again. I need background noise. Woke isn't dead. It's just really pathetic and spiritually defunct. Yeah, I know. Like, again, I don't have anything against Arch, truly. Like, I there's no beef or anything. But that does annoy me in his videos. Like, he said, like, probably 100 times now that we're winning, we won, whatever. It's like, we've won when I get my alt-right postal game where I get to gun down all the people I don't like. I can't even say it with a straight face, even though I do want it, though. Like... The thing is, I'm laughing not because I'm lying, because I do want that game to exist, but I'm laughing just because it is fucking absurd to even think about that being real. I actually watched that whole Choco Pro video already. Yeah, I think he's all right. I've had some issues with some stuff he says because he's not really a chud, but he's made some decent stuff. I'm okay with him. Yeah, Arch is definitely not like actually right wing. He's definitely adjacent to like the griftery crowd, but he's not like one of them, thankfully. But he's in that same line of like, you know, the skeptic days. You can tell he hasn't really gotten much more right wing than those times. Read Poir's chat about Noah Divergence. That Noah Divergence individual is literally just utterly Noah. He must have rebranded his YouTube channel after getting exposed for being a plagiarist. This is utterly Noah, the gay furry guy. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. He's gay. He's a gay furry and autistic. That's an opinion I'd want to trust, I think. Well, it's okay because he shit on Asmongold, so he must be right. Entropy, thanks to the... Oh, wait, hold on. I missed one. Wotan, thanks to the 2 years of membership. Void cops are actually good for something. You can just say furry. All right, I don't know if Deranged Doomer's still here, but I'm sure he'll protest against it. He was here earlier. You should have said that while I was here. I'm sure he just made a comment about Fuda. I'm actually surprised. Well, maybe people did see. I don't think I was reading the chat that much that stream, but I'm surprised. I'm surprised I didn't see any comments in the chat about his thumbnail with fucking Hitler and like the Fuda femboy like porn game. Like surely there must have been someone in chat who brought that up. But yes, I did watch the video. Did I see Chud the Builder got exposed for dating trans and being on Grindr? No, but like the fact that I'd never heard of the guy before was already a red flag, so you know, I remember you guys mentioned him because he got arrested or whatever it was, yeah. Anyway, Entropy, thanks to $2. Every Lego game with voice acting is garbage. Yeah, that's probably right. Did Lego Marvel Superheroes have voice acting, though? Because that game was good. I think that was the last really good Lego game, was Lego Marvel Superheroes. That one's actually good. Zendatsu Gaming, thanks to the $5. But this is falling apart before our eyes. Scooter V. Can save it for next stream if not enough time. Oh, that's the name of a video. Bethesda is falling apart before our eyes. Scouter V. Does he like breakers? This is an important question.
My dudes, get your lubes! I came back to warn you about what Xbox and Bethesda are doing to Elder Scrolls 6. My god, it's horrible. You'll never believe this, but the...
Who's laughing now? You dork.
Oh, thank god. It was all a dream.
All right, I hate the zoomer editing, but I'll hold it together. Oh wait, I'm still in speed up. I just realized. I didn't even realize we were still in speed up with the black guy's video. I'll be honest, he must have been talking pretty slow. All right, well, I'm not gonna skip back. It's fucking
dork.
Oh, thank god. It was all a dream. Or was it? Here we go again. Look like a lot of you dudes, I'm a huge fan of Bethesda and that little man known as Todd Howard. But I've got some serious concerns about the future of the Elder Scrolls franchise. After having played the disaster known as Fallout 76 and struggling to get through their new mediocre IP Starfield, I'm sure that
I love how... I know I keep bringing up the same shit, man, but I can't leave the website. Every time I've seen anyone in a video talk about Starfield, they always have to show the ugly NPCs, including me, of course. Even when I reference it in my videos, I always have to show the NPCs, because that's the most memorable part of Starfield. Yet, to this day, they're fucking psychos, like schizos, contrarians, whatever. I refuse to believe they're Bethesda marketers. It's been too long. It makes no sense. But they'll make threads on Starfield pretending like it's a good game. They never talk about anything in the game, like anything that's done in the game. They're just like, oh, Starfield's the white man's game. And then like this is just NPC reactions. Then there's always someone who replies with a picture of the NPCs, like, oh yeah, white man's game. And then shows all like the aboriginal gross creatures. And it's like, this shit is a fucking psychological experiment. There's no human beings who should still use V in this day and age. I definitely need to go somewhere else. I can't go to another image board though, because they're all dead. I tried. No one fucking posts. Like I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. I gotta do some experimentation.
I'm sure that a lot of us are hoping that the next Elder Scrolls game is gonna pass Skyrim.
Yeah, they're the same people as Fallout 3 shields. That's absolutely correct. I'm not even saying. The sad thing is, of course there's truants like New Vegas. I'm not denying that for a second. But like this weird ass fucking Indian psyop that they're trying to say Fallout 3 is better, and then they post these weird collage gross ass memes that are made by some like third worlder with like a sub 80 IQ. Fuck. Like what is going on? Stop. It's insanity. Anyway, let's move on.
And set a new standard for open world sandbox RPGs, so we can all jump back on that gay for Todd bandwagon. Maybe some of you dudes haven't noticed, but if you've been playing games for a while, there's been an obvious pattern of AAA companies sacrificing gameplay mechanics and depth to cater to a wider audience, aka dumbing things down. Bethesda is no stranger to this. I'm sure that people who got into the Elder Scrolls series with Skyrim and then went back to play Oblivion or Morrowind would have noticed how many more mechanics there are, like more armor slots, or being able to choose which stats to put your points into. The Fallout series has been getting the same treatment as well, but basically almost everything that makes an RPG an RPG has been slowly chipped away at. Take a look at the amount of skills removed from the games over time. Morrowind had 27 skills to build your character with. They decided to drop it down to 21 in Oblivion, and now Skyrim has only 18, as they've been removing things like spears and throwing weapons, in addition to combining skill trees like axe, sword, and mace into one specialization called one-handed. Maybe some people don't think this is a big deal, but removing content from the game takes away the fun of making multiple characters and trying to make your own unique build. On top of that,
Yeah, that's why there's a joke in Skyrim about everyone becoming a stealth archer.
magic is now the weakest form of combat in the series now, which is why there are so many mods to revamp the entire system. In Morrowind and Oblivion, you could actually create your own custom spells, letting you do some crazy things like making spells that look like nukes. And don't get me started on the removal of athletics, which lets you jump around the map like some superhero badass. Another thing that's making the game worse is that the series initially had 4 armor types: unarmored, light, medium, and heavy armor. But they removed being able to spec into unarmored, and they completely removed medium armor because they thought it was too complicated. But who are we kidding? They just don't want to model extra gear. And like I said, they've been removing armor slots by doing things like combining chest armor with leg armor in Skyrim. We've gone from 9 equipable armor pieces in Morrowind to 6 in Oblivion, and now just 5 in Skyrim. And it's not like this is something that the players want either. Take a look at Elden Ring and how many unique builds you can make. Almost every player beat the game in their own unique way.
That's not true. That's just not true. That's not true. Stop jerking that fucking game off. That's not what happened.
I don't know how far they're gonna go with Elder Scrolls 6, but there's obviously a pattern going on here. I mean, did you play Starfield? Armor has been simplified all the way down to just 3 pieces: a spacesuit, helmet, and a jetpack. I mean, come on. When are they gonna stop? Do they really think we're all that stupid? Well, yes, actually.
Yeah, people are that fucking stupid. I guarantee you, the moment they show gameplay for Elder Scrolls 6, conveniently, everyone's going to have forgotten about Starfield. Conveniently. Even though Starfield is quite possibly one of the worst games ever made. I would actually argue it is one of the worst games ever made. They'll forget somehow and just ride the next hype train. They do not learn. They do not learn.
In 2017, Pete Hines, the senior vice president of global marketing and communications, was getting heat for dumbing down skills in Fallout 4. And he posted this statement: "If you're gonna complain to anyone at Bethesda on Twitter, don't bother. We do not care what you think about our decisions on writing, removing skills, or universal retcons in Fallout. We make our games accessible to as many people as possible, including women, and that's..."
Including women. Again, gallons of semen. Pete Hines is... He absolutely is a semen guzzler without a fucking doubt. Absolutely. There's no question.
So it makes sense. That sounds weird, Pete. What are you trying to say? Some dude replied with, "What about older fans who helped build the series, who care about these things? Aren't they relevant?" And get this, Pete replied with, "Look, what we do is our concern. It's our IP and our..."
See, this is... You wonder where the whole entitled fucking game developer shit like came from. I mean, it all filtered on down from the top. Now, I would question why the hell peons, fucking worthless, replaceable bug people, have this level of ego. You know, like all the DEI hires and shit. But like the people up top, literally after a certain point, are like, yeah, no, we don't make products for the customer. We just make shit and you will buy it, you bitch ass motherfucker. You consumer ass, whore ass bug man. And you know what? On some level, they're right. On some level, they're right. Because the gamers got outnumbered 10 to 1, 20 to 1, 30 to 1, like, 15 years ago at this point. So, yeah, depressing.
our company. If we decide skills are too complex and unneeded, they aren't needed. So what he is saying is that Bethesda thinks that they need to remove complex skills and concepts in order to make their games more accessible to people such as women because they think they are too stupid to handle these systems.
Are they wrong? I mean, what types of games are women playing?
Wait, I think he kind of has a point.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute.
ブルースカイの人たちにキャンセルされちゃうよ。
ごめん、もう言わないから。別に気にしないけどさ。
はぁ？喧嘩売ってんの？
いや違う。So get this, last month, Bethesda Shadow drops the Oblivion remaster, and the game instantly blows up, and rightfully so. The game looks amazing now. I will say that it runs like crap on high settings, but Oblivion was made during the golden age of gaming, where gaming studios could just make what they wanted and not be forced to add a bunch of political nonsense into it. But that's when the drama started. Just like almost every other AAA gaming studio who releases a remake or remaster of an old game, Xbox and Bethesda couldn't just release it like it was without making a bunch of stupid changes to it that literally nobody asked for. I'm sure you've already noticed, but
I wasn't aware of how based this guy was. I'll be honest, like I was kind of like on the fence. I was kind of on the fence, like is this guy based? All right, never mind. Never mind. Okay, I got you.
from the character creation menu. I know that some people are just gonna say it's just a few words, but if it was just a few words, why was it changed to begin with? That's because it is a big deal. If it wasn't, Nexus Mods wouldn't be banning mods that changed it back to male and female. I'm sorry guys, but I'm never gonna understand how excluding 99% of the players and forcing everybody to play as non-binary characters is inclusive at all. But let's be honest, is this going to be a deal breaker for most gamers? No. If the game is good enough, most people will ignore it. But like I always
Yep, I'm glad he showed Baldur's Gate 3 because that is the example I think of pretty much every time.
say, it's an immediate red flag that the game you're playing either has some sort of political messaging in it, or at the very least, some form of censorship that only applies to female characters. I mean, come on, dudes. Do you really think that the weirdos that these gaming companies are paying for to push all of these social changes are just gonna stop at gender? Of course not. And what do you know? Bethesda has gone out of the way to censor female characters in art, and almost every female set of armor has been either toned down or replaced with a male version instead, because these freaks are disgusted by femininity. While making this video, another YouTuber went in depth about all the changes I was planning to cover here, so I'm just gonna leave a link to her video in the description if you want to see everything for yourself. But to sum it up, they changed almost everything to be more modest, especially around the chest area, and try to cover up more skin. It looks like they just opened up paint and lazily pasted all over them. Some skirts have been also made longer as well, and almost every single female statue has been completely reworked, which completely changes the art style of how women are portrayed in the entire series. I also noticed that every zombie was apparently wearing the same pants when they died, which looks stupid, and they are way less creepy than the original. And one thing I personally noticed that not many people are talking about is that they put underwear on the dead body of Lucien, who was part of the Dark Brotherhood questline. I mean, come on, are you telling me he was hung upside down, brutally tortured, and at the very end they put a fresh pair of Hanes on the dude? It's ridiculous. And no, none of this is because of the ESRB. The game was rated M for mature, meaning that Bethesda censored their game for other reasons. Get your tinfoil hats on here, boys, because personally I think the main reason they shadow dropped the remaster was to avoid controversy and gauge the reaction to the censorship and body type change in preparation for the next Elder Scrolls title. And I'm glad that so many people are calling them out, because I'm so sick of this bullshit.
Ooh, Todd Howard, yeah. You made a lot of promises to the Macho Man, didn't you? Promises that you didn't keep. But letting Xbox ruin the Elder Scrolls takes a lot of guts, brother. Which is great, because that's all that's gonna be left all over the map after WrestleMania 5!
He's lost his mind. Close on. Another one. It's over. Uh-oh, he's signaling. He can taste it. He smells it. Good God. Enough's enough.
Why would Bethesda do this to a 20-year-old fan-loved game? Well, I don't think it was Bethesda's fault at all. I covered a lot of this in my Avowed video, but I'm gonna say it here again. Xbox is currently forcing their worldviews and design philosophies into every single one of their studios instead of letting them create what they want. No, this isn't some conspiracy. They proudly state what they are doing on their website. It's all under product inclusion action.
Help customers feel seen. And yeah, don't. It's not make a good product. Make, never mind. Whatever.
Help customers feel seen. Are you reinforcing in a negative gender stereotype?
Yeah, the negative gender stereotype is leaving any woman alive working for Xbox. I want Asha Sharma's head on my fucking porch in Roblox.
Are you necessarily introducing gender and gender barriers into your code or design? This explains the stupid body type 1 and 2 bullshit and why they censored the private part area of the zombies and Lucian. They think that having male and female is an unnecessary gender barrier for the you-know-whos.
How can I describe you?
I'm non-bi.
Thank you for coming in.
Are you creating playable female characters that are equal in skill and ability to their male peers? If you played the original game, you might have noticed that female and male characters had different physical capabilities, and it reflects on their stats as you can see here. You know, just like in real life. Well, Xbox doesn't like that. I wonder why. So they went out of their way to add this origin system, which changes your stats instead of gender, removing something that made this game so unique. It's just so stupid. Are your female characters equipped with clothing and armor that fits their tasks? And there it is, my dudes. This explains the censorship and why they are moving away from armor designed for female bodies and making them all wear the bulky male versions instead. We saw a ton of this in Avowed 2, which is why the female guards look terrible and completely out of place. So do all these changes completely ruin the game? No, that's not what this video is about.
Yeah, Oblivion does it to itself by not being good. Oblivion didn't need to be ruined. It already wasn't good.
Honestly, the remaster is just as fun as the original. So you're gonna see a ton of people who don't care about any of these changes at all. But I'm telling you guys, you're not seeing the whole picture. The worst part of this whole situation is that the next Elder Scrolls game will be the first in the series to be built entirely on Xbox's core values from the ground up, which is going to affect everything from writing, world building, and art. It's gonna feel and look completely different than what we're all used to and love. Here's some quick examples of how Bethesda usually writes. This one's from Skyrim.
Everything's for sale, my friend. Everything. If I had a sister, I'd sell her in a second.
And here's another one from Oblivion.
By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia? Just asking.
It is actually insane how cursed the NPCs look like in Oblivion. Like, what the... They purposely tried to make them disgusting, I swear.
Let's assume... no. That's nothing compared to Morrowind, thanks.
These types of jokes and funny lines are going to be completely absent in future titles because these weirdos are going to think...
Wowie zowie, is that a modded video game? Nobody would ever leave that in their video and get age restricted with nudity. Nobody would do that.
It's offensive to women. Nobody. We've already gotten a sneak peek on how bad the writing is going to be with Starfield. We're all going to be non-stop bombarded with these immersion-breaking, strong, independent, don't need no man female leaders that talk down to these soy men constantly. And I'm not just talking out of my ass. Literally everything on this page was used in Starfield and Avowed. Do they have
Yeah, it's crazy because no one actually played Starfield, but I do recall pointing out, since I did play it, that like the bosses of like every faction was a woman in like every case. Like whatever the faction leader was, it's like, you gotta be kidding me, man. This is just so painful.
Exaggerated body proportions. Bam! Say goodbye to fun bags, my dudes. Probably the worst one of all these, though, is the what % of screen time, on-screen presence, speaking lines, heroes are held by different gender racial identities. I think this locked post on the Starfield Steam forums sums this one up perfectly. Are white men...
Are white men extinct? That's how I felt, man. That's how I felt. It's just like there's two characters that are part of Constellation that are white, And they're like the 2 white people in the game. You know, not counting like your character's parents if you decide to play as a white character.
Extinct in Starfield? I can barely see them anywhere. I have a feeling they are extinct like dinosaurs. And he's exactly right. Since these studios now have quotas to meet for diversity, instead of making a believable world, we all have to deal with these half-assed, ugly NPCs sprinkled all over that take you right out of the damn game.
This doesn't make any sense.
This is the image. This is what I'm saying. Like, V is just purgatory where the same threads are repeated every single week. It's just it's a fucking bot script where some random Indian ass motherfucker is like, Starfield is the white man's game, that's why everyone hates it. And then what's the first reply? Is this image every thread for like 3 years.
Another thing I gotta bring up is that I am disappointed in where the next game is gonna take place. Nothing has been confirmed yet, and people are still debating on it. But who are we kidding here, dudes? Take a look at all the races. We all know what went down at Bethesda.
What's that demographic? Black people. They're gonna love that idea.
That's right, the Red Guards. I'm calling it here right now. The next Elder Scrolls game is gonna take place in Hammerfell. And don't get it twisted, I'm not saying that this means that the game's gonna suck. I think Red Guard lore, and if they add ships to...
See, the thing is, they always have to... What you should really be worried about is the amount of censorship that will be done to make the game not accidentally based. Like, if I play as a Nord or a Imperial Bull in Hammerfell and decide to, you know, TND, they're not going to let me do that because all of them are going to be essential NPCs. Because, like, Skyrim already had a bunch, Fallout 4 had a bunch, and then Starfield, everyone with a fucking name was an essential NPC. So what you saw in Starfield is what it's going to be if it, well, I say if, it will be in Elder Scrolls 6. Like, you're not even going to be able to kill anybody. These fucking bitches.
Around the world in has a ton of potential if done right, but it's a huge letdown to have another game based on real-world looking human areas. When we just had 2 in a row, Cyrodiil had a European setting, and Skyrim was more of a Nordic Viking theme. Hammerfell is just gonna be covered in brown.
Just say motherfucker.
Yasuke, chill. I'm just saying it's gonna take place in a desert area. What makes Morrowind so awesome is how unique the landscape and the creatures are. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that feels this way, dudes. I'm willing to bet that if you polled every single Bethesda fan, Red Guards and Hammerfell would be the lowest on the list. We could have had a unique game based around orcs, Argonians, or elves. Hell, all of you
Let's
pick
just
the
keep
furries.
moving.
And before I get any weird comments, if you think that black people only make Red Guards and that's all that they're interested in, there's something wrong with you, not me.
Yeah, in reality, they're making orcs, because why would you choose to be black when you could be an orc? Am I right?
Me. And get this, dudes, Bethesda already made a game called The Elder Scrolls Redguard. It was a commercial flop, but they're gonna try again. Why? I don't know, dudes. Maybe I'm gonna be completely wrong, and honestly, I hope I am. I grew up playing Bethesda games, and I still want them to succeed, but all the signs are pointing to another disappointing title unless they return to their roots and stop trying to cater to people who don't even play their games. Either way, we still have the old games to go back to, and with the soon-to-be-released fan remakes of Morrowind and Oblivion, all entirely rebuilt on the Skyrim version of the Creation Engine, Elder Scrolls fans are gonna be eating good for years. And if you're into open-world RPG games, I would suggest checking out Tainted Grail, as it feels like a mixture of Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim all combined, with a lot of that old school feel that Bethesda has lost along the way.
Unfortunately, the fine print is without most of like the immersive like towns, villages, NPCs and stuff. I mean, there are obviously a few, but they did not feel very immersive. I have to always say that, you know, like, I'm not holding it against the game. You know, they did give me a free collector's edition, very cool statue, but I mean, if you're trying to play it for like the immersive world experience, that's like the weakest element. The other stuff is fine.
Peace.
And that was pretty good. Not gonna lie, that was a good video. Certified Chud Core video. What time is it? 1 a.m. Yeah, I'm getting tired, chuds. I see his Tifa only folder. No comment. Ironic, thanks for $5. I've been playing Twisted Metal Black, and it's probably 98% just gameplay, and it's fun. Also, which Fire Emblem do you like the most? I'm not really a Fire Emblem fan. The only games I played were Awakening and what was the Game Boy Advance one I played? Sacred Stones, I think. I'm not really the biggest Fire Emblem guy. I think Awakening was fun at the time because I hadn't really played like the matchmaker thing was kind of novel to me. Obviously, I'm not a shipper, but like doing that in the game was, I don't know, it was kind of interesting. I should probably check out those Twisted Metal games at some point. I never played any of them. Eli, thanks to the $2. Approval through consensus, whichever, whatever, is biased because people are dumb. Yeah, true. Strange Axel, thanks to the 9 months membership. We was Kangs and shit. Naka is what he wrote. I think I could say that. I think I'm allowed. Mega Rock and Roll, thanks for $5. You mentioned a few streams ago that you could check out my recent vid on NTE. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, hold on. All right, we're watching a moderator. I can't even say it. It's a Janny's video. A Janny. I'd be curious to hear some feedback from the Aesthetic Man. Okay. Never to Everness is the worst game of 2026. Damn. Worse than High on Life 2? I find that hard to believe. I don't think you played it. Nah, I mean, we all know the actual worst game that releases each year is just some Steam AI slop trash, but whatever, no one cares about that.
My goal for the stream is to not get bored and go to prison.
A few moments later.
Look, I'm just sitting here, officer. What did I do wrong? No, okay, no. He's gonna George Floyd me. I can't breathe, officer. I can't breathe.
It's fine. It's not over yet.
Chud Jack.
Neverness to Everness may just be one of the worst games I've ever played. Now, I'll admit, I almost never play gacha games. The last time I even touched one was when Genshin Impact released back in 2020, and I fell off it after about a month or so. But when I was recently on vacation in Japan, I couldn't escape these billboards for a game called NTE, plastered all over Shibuya and Akihabara. Seriously, I couldn't get away from this game, and I knew as soon as I got back home, I had to at least give it a try. And what I stumbled into was, frankly, one of the most bafflingly horrible video game experiences I've ever had in all my years playing video games. Like, genuinely, I was shocked how bad it was at various points. Now, like I said, I don't really play gacha games, so maybe a lot of my complaints are commonplace in that gaming world. So consider this the point of view of a sane, rational person stepping into this world. So without further ado, let's get into it. As you all know, one of the worst aspects of gacha games is always the monetization in them. And this is some of the most disgusting, predatory monetization in any game ever.
That's
seriously,
like every
this shit
gacha
would make
game.
EA blush. For those who are unaware, the main gameplay loop of gacha games outside of the actual game part of the game is buying in-game currency and doing what they call rolls in order to unlock new characters, weapons, skins, what have you. In Neverness to Ever...
Bruh. Do you just see that? Is she in zero gravity? Her tits are literally just moving for no reason. Like what the fuck is
unlock new characters,
you see this?
Weapons,
What's
skins,
happening?
What have you. In Neverness to Everness, in order to get the most bang for your buck, the game recommends doing a 10 roll. Now I want you to guess, how much money do you think a 10 roll costs in this game? Would you say $5? $10? I mean, $10 for 10 rolls, that sounds pretty reasonable, right?
It's always like $12 or something.
What if I told you a 10 roll costs almost $30?
What the
and
fuck?
Of course, the game doesn't let
30?
you just buy 1,600 Rift Crystals. You have to buy around 1,900 Rift Crystals, but it comes in at $30. Now, if you want to split hairs and say, oh, well, you know, you're only
Oh, wow,
using
this is a
1600
furry.
of the 1900, I guess then it's closer.
Deranged tumor, where the fuck are you? There's a furry in this one. I don't know if there's furry women, but there's...
I don't know, $25. What is steal, right? Pissing away $25 on these rolls that are mostly garbage. Now, what a lot of other gacha games do is they'll have D-list and C-list characters, ones that aren't as powerful as the, you know, B or A or S tier characters, but we're still likable and endearing.
For the record, I
This
do
gives you
appreciate the
something
Pokemon
for your
XD
rolls.
soundtrack.
But in NTE,
I just had
it's
to
very common
acknowledge
that
it.
out of a 10 roll, you might not even get a character. You'll just get 10 items, mostly duplicates. And speaking of duplicates, it's also littered with duplicates of characters you unlock within the story. Now, I will say getting duplicates does power up your character.
Yeah, dude, that's every single one of these fucking things. The first time I saw that... When was that? So I've talked about this before. I'll keep it brief because it'll be like a really long tangent. But my first exposure to like gacha wasn't even a gacha game. I played a fucking Marvel Facebook game called Marvel Avengers Alliance. I unironically loved the combat system of that game, but I'm not going to talk about this here. But that didn't have gacha rolls. So what happened was, when that game eventually shut down, I was looking at other cape shit slop games because I was still a cape shitter. And, you know, I'm trying to remember which one. I think Marvel Avengers Alliance actually had a sequel that was released while the game was still being updated, which was extremely retarded. And I think that one had a gacha. But I played like that one beat 'em up one that's shit. They're all shit though. I'm trying to think, was there a specific part of this story? Anyway, my point is that was my first exposure, was the beat 'em up one. Maybe someone will say the title. Yes, I did play a Facebook game, not gonna lie. What the fuck was the I don't know if anyone here played it, but it literally was just like linear levels. You just hit special attack shit and beat up everything. No, not Contest of Champions. That's the fighting game-ish one. Synth, you are trolling. How am I trolling? Or maybe it is Contest Champion. I didn't think it was Contest. Future Fight, that's it. I played Marvel Future Fight, I believe is what it was called. Where it's literally just like linear ass, like go through levels, beat up dudes with whatever units. And like me just seeing like this whole like you get duplicate shards of characters to stack up to make a better character, so that like it's basically your consolation prize. That's what it is, like psychologically, is just like, ah, fuck, I got the same fucking character again, but then you use the character to make your character better, and then you have to do that anyway. So even if you do get the ultra rare character, it's only a 3-star, so you gotta like spend whatever fucking currency to get it up to a 4-star, a 5-star. Like it's just, it's completely fucked. You know, it's completely fucked. That's why they lean into the Coomer shit so hard though, because it's like basically psychologically it's just foreplay for when you just look up, you know, whatever hentai site you use, right? It's the whole point of the shit. You need the context, the personal emotional investment for the pornography. Like that's why these gacha games make so much money, because it's just manipulating male psychology. Because yeah, there are people who are detached, like the pure gooners don't need to spend money on gacha because they're using your waifu as a cum rag. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try not to get too vile here, but obviously like the pure gooners don't care about having like foreplay for like jerking off to the characters. But like for the gacha like waifu mentality, you do need to be invested in whatever franchise you're jerking off to. Is the point. So that is milked billions of dollars from people.
So if you want to use some of the free story characters, at
I
least
generally
the
don't
duplicates
coom
in
to
the
characters
gacha
I get
do make
attached
them
to.
more
That's
powerful
brutal.
in the game.
That's
but
brutal.
Still, it feels really underwhelming when you finally roll a character and it's one that you've already unlocked. The game also does rolls on this sort of Mario Party board game type layout where You'll roll a dice before landing on what you get, and even though it's all pure RNG, it makes you feel like, oh, I almost had that S tier. Ooh, I almost got the item that I wanted. It's not far off from when you go to the casino and the slot machine is
That's
like,
probably a
oh,
good thing, though. I mean, I don't know. I guess depending on how you look at it, maybe it's a good thing. I'd say it's a neutral thing. Like, well, is that good or bad? I've talked about that before too, where it's like compartmental. Never mind. I don't even know how much I want to talk about this. Porn addiction is brutal. Like, compartmentalizing it is the best case scenario, because then you don't turn out and become like a disgusting abomination. Because that's what happens. Like, there's so many like, we'll just call them like these Psych 101 pseudo intellectual retards who try to analyze like why this shit happens. Sorry, Sammy's barking, so I'll be right back. I'll try to conclude this thought in a less disgusting way if possible. But whenever you talk about porn, it's impossible to not be gross about it, because it is gross. It's just inherently. All right, hold on. Hold on. NTE is good. Billions must play. No, you get it. It's time to stop. Do it for your own good. It's not worth it. Just play a real ass video game. That's always my opinion on like Genshin Impact, ZZZ, all these things. The closer a gacha game gets to the real game, like the more like cognitive dissonance it gives me, where it's like I'm playing this fucking Skinner box shit when I could just be playing a real game. Like there's a disconnect when the gacha slop game isn't really a game and it's just a number go up simulator. Because at least then you have like the RuneScape like progression shit and you don't even care about the game part. But if the game part is just a shittier version of another game you played, why wouldn't you just play the good game, right?
Almost landed on 3 sevens. You were so close. But the problem is you were never close.
Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
But that being said, I didn't spend a single penny on this game, and the game is pretty generous at the start with all of the free
That's all
rift
of these
crystals
games.
and rolls it
They got to give you a taste of crack.
gives you. But as anybody who's ever touched a gacha game knows, that they're pretty much only like that from the beginning, and once it dries up, everything is set up to make you want to spend your money. But of course, because they want you to spend your money, that means they made a worthwhile game, right? A fun game that makes you want to spend money on it. You know, I mean, the game is free, right? Obviously, they're going to make a game that's worth giving them money for. But, yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, Chief. I guess I haven't talked about the game itself yet. So the game is kind of like a Grand Theft Auto clone, which, to be fair, is something we haven't really gotten recently. I definitely enjoy a good open-world sandbox. I love Prototype, Sleeping Dogs, and look, it's that with an anime aesthetic, right? It's awesome. At least that's what I thought, until I started playing the game, and right from the get-go, the game punishes you for having fun. The first thing I did as soon as the game unleashed me from tutorial hell was run off and steal a car, and there was a brief moment that I was having fun. I know, having fun in a video game, right? Crazy. But that fun came to a screeching halt, quite literally, when I realized there's no vehicle physics.
Okay, yeah, no, that fucking what the fuck? How do you fuck that? Okay, yeah, no. Nope. No. That's an instant fail. Come on. Like, people are bullying Watch Dogs for, it, you know, the vehicle physics being unrealistic because you could just basically bulldoze through everything. Like, that's just non-existent. Like, oh, okay. Fuck off, man. Why would they even make it a GTA like if they're not even gonna have vehicle physics?
Running your car into another car simply stops you dead in your tracks. No momentum, no funny ragdoll physics. Just stopped dead in your tracks. And on top of that, the game punishes you at every corner for trying to have fun. This is probably the most asinine wanted system in any game like this I've ever played. Your wanted level goes up for hitting pedestrians or hitting other cars or even running over bits of the environment.
And of course, none of this reacts. Like, what the hell? Dude, what?
Problem is that when you hit pedestrians in the game, whether attacking them on foot or with your car, they don't respond. Literally, it's like they're not programmed to even act like they've gotten hit. It just raises your wanted level. What's even worse is when the cops come after you, you can't even fight back. You phase right through them and do no damage to them. It's crazy. Now, while this does make a lot of sense being a Chinese game, they wouldn't want anybody getting any ideas that you can, I don't know, start some kind of armed revolution against the tyrannical government of the CCP. If you do get into some kind of scuffle with the cops in this game, you're basically fucked. And unlike a game like Grand Theft Auto, if you die fighting the cops, you know, you just respawn outside the hospital with, you know, your weapons and some of your money gone. This game takes it a whole different direction. This game has a whole intricate prison system where you're sent to prison and forced to waste real life time twiddling away waiting for the day to pass. Now, if you just go along with everything in the prison system, you're now trapped in this unskippable section where you're forced to waste time and do bitch work if you don't have enough money to pay your way out of it.
What the fuck is the
and
point
even
of
once you
it?
do pay your way out of it,
Why would you even commit any crime in the game? Like, this seems like a fake. This is Mind's Eye. I'm getting Mind's Eye vibes, except it's gacha. See, unlike Mind's Eye, a gacha game being a like money laundering scheme fake game makes sense because it's just designed to milk money out of you. Mine's Eye made no sense, but whatever, you know. I had to get my obligatory. This how you know we need to make a synthetic man bingo card of like the shit I talk about every stream. And like one of the things is gonna be Dark Souls. Another has got to be something related to Mind's Eye at this point because I feel like I mention it all the time. Like it's obviously the free space is gonna be Jews, and there might as well be two free spaces with the second one being like misogyny or something. Or, you know what I mean? Like something to that effect. Just shitting on women in any fashion.
I hit a point where the game, for some reason, wouldn't let me fast travel, so I had to ride this unskippable boat section off of the prison island, which took 10.
Synth, play this stuff yourself. The guy in the vid is lying his ass off. What? Which part is a lie? He hasn't even said anything that seems like a lie so far. The gotcha shit is definitely true because I've played gotcha games before.
10 real-life minutes, and that was the most agonizing 10 minutes I've probably had in my entire life. You can also try to tunnel your way out of the prison in the sort of escape section, but I could never get past it. One wrong move, and not only does it immediately throw you back and waste more of your time, but it also adds 3 extra days to your sentence. I kept trying to escape, and it ended up...
Is there any benefit to committing a crime? Like, they had all these systems in the game. Can you, like, I don't know, steal some important currency of some kind? Like, why would you ever commit a crime if they did all this shit and it's not even fun to do anything, you know, any criminal activity in the first place, because nothing in the world is interactive.
Building my 5-day sentence into a 15-day sentence. The game really does not want you to have fun. But I know, I hear your complaints. I can hear you furiously typing in the comments. But Mega, it's not a GTA clone. Don't play it like one. And I heard that same exact voice in the back of my head, and I thought, you know what? Okay, game, you win. I'll play by your terms. How is the game the way it's meant to be played? And would you believe me if I told you it's still bad? The game features a combat system that's basically a super watered down version of, say, a Platinum Games type hack and slash where you have an attack button, a dodge button, a special move, and then an even more special move.
These are level 1 enemies, and they take like 50 hits to kill, dude. This... Oh my God. Like, this is literally supposed to be the tutorial to get you hooked into the game. And these enemies are taking like 50 hits. Like, this is literally the first fights. How the fuck could you play?
You build up with a meter, and you can unleash a big attack with. Being completely...
I didn't pay a dime. I got every character and their weapons, so yes, he's lying about the gacha. Okay, what's your playtime, buddy? Do you have a screenshot of your playtime? Oh boy, you played 5,000 hours and grinded out everything in the gacha for free. You sold your soul and haven't played a single good game in years. What a good trade-off.
To be honest, it's kinda snappy, and when the tutorial was going on for the first bit of combat, I thought it was alright. But it quickly turns into a repetitive slog in just a few short hours. Even early game enemies end up having super inflated health bars, and they don't even do that much damage to you, so I ended up not even bothering with dodging and just hitting square over and over.
What the? Are there unironically gotcha sloppers defending this shit combat? Obviously your damage goes up as you level. Let's use our brains. Name one fucking video game you've played in the past 5 fucking years where it takes 50 hits to kill a level 1 enemy. You fucking subhuman retard. Are you fucking serious? Name your 3 favorite games right now, or I'm banning you. I'm not even kidding. You fucking Chinese bot bug fuck. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Holy shit. Like, seriously, you're defending this, like, are you out of your goddamn mind? Like, it takes 50 hits to kill a level 1 enemy in the beginning of the game. What are you fucking talking about? Halo Reach? Oh, yeah, that's... are you fucking... Halo Reach? Not even one of the good ones. Monster Hunter World? That's not bad. Skyrim? Skyrim and Halo Reach. Why am I not surprised? I don't even like the game, but I tried it out. What? Okay, when you played Halo Reach, does a fucking grunt take 50 headshots to kill? There you go. We can use your own example against you. Now, Monster Hunter, I can see why you'd say that, because yes, obviously Monster Hunter monsters take a long time to kill, but they're all bosses, basically, so it's not really the same. But, like, can you imagine if a grunt in Halo took 50 fucking magnum shots to the head? What are you talking about? Reach is... I knew. I don't hate Reach either. I was just saying that, like, Reach is definitely not the best one, though. I mean, it's still pretty good, but it's definitely not the best one. I was just hamming it up a little bit. Is synth or rage baiting? If Reach is your favorite one, you're not a human. I'm just saying. Like, that's an official... Like, that's someone with good taste. You like licking feces off the ground, like the bug man you are. Me, refined Spyro God, Elder God. I honestly don't really have a favorite Halo. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Halo 1, 2, and 3, I feel like all three of those have their own flaws. I definitely think Halo 1 is the most soul, though, for sure. Halo 1 is the most soulful.
Just waiting for combat to end. I'm not asking for Dark Souls or anything. I just want to at least be incentivized.
Okay, how old are you, your organization? And how old are you? If you are fucking over 20 years old and you think Reach is the best one, you are literally, like, you're the most fecal retard bug ever. Fecal. I was 5 when I played it, and it was my first game. See, that I would understand. Fecal. Like, what? Like, I love how this is what people don't understand about my channel, because the type of person that I am is, obviously I'm not normal. That goes without saying. But even like the type of personality type is extremely rare, where it's like, to me, overhyping a 7 out of 10 is infinitely more offensive than like pretending a 1 out of 10 is like mid. You know what I mean? So like, if someone says a 7 out of 10 or even like a 7.5 out of 10 is like a 9 out of 10, I'm mad. Like, I'm instantly mad, because I'm like, because that complacency is what led to games getting this bad. Like, Halo Reach is a good game, but it is a step down from Halo 1, 2, and 3. Like, there's so, like, a fucking armor abilities suck ass. Fucking, I think the DMR, the whole Bloom shit sucks ass. DMR is way shittier to use than the battle rifle. Like, I don't know, I could go on. The weapon balance, I don't like the weapon balance at all in that game, and I don't like armor abilities. Anyway, and I think the campaign was missed potential. Like, I see what they were going for, and it's not handled that bad, but I just think I was never given a reason to care about Noble Team, so I didn't really care when they died. Like, not only do you know they're going to die, but most of them aren't really that memorable or likable. So, yeah, it's kind of just, I don't know. I wasn't, like, it's still pretty good. It's still a pretty good game. But it's just like, when I think about it, I'm just like, this is, if you had to remember Halo for something, like, this is what the series represents and what it stands for, you would never pick Reach in a million years. When you think of Halo, you think of 1, 2, or 3, depending on your preferences. Reach, you're not going to think of Reach. Reach is not what Halo is. I mean, it was a good idea, but the implementation was just flawed. Anyway, we're supposed to be watching this video, and I'm distracted.
Hit dodge every now and then. And while, yes, a lot of the combos are relatively flashy, it's something that I've seen coined as press X to awesome. where, yeah, you're doing all these cool flashy combos, but you're just pressing one button over and over and watching something cool happen on the screen, but you're not really doing cool combos. It's not Devil May Cry. The story and characters weren't catching me either, and again, being a gacha game, that's supposed to be the main appeal of it. These are supposed to be the characters that you get invested in, that you want to spend your hard-earned money. You want to buy the $100 pack for 4 10 rolls just to play as these characters and see more of their story, but everybody was so flat and one note, and these designs honestly look like if you just asked Google Gemini or ChatGPT to make Hoyo.
That's every gacha design, though, pretty much. Well, there's a few exceptions. I'm sure Chad's thinking of one right now. But I'd say, like, the generic, like, China slop gacha design is just, they all look the same. Like, if you put, like, in a lineup, you know, characters from Genshin, you know, Zenless Zone Zero, this thing, and you could name some other ones. Like, I would never in a million years be able to tell the difference.
For style designs.
Wow.
And knowing that this company was outed for using AI assets all through the game, I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually what happened. If they, I don't know, maybe during the concept phase asked ChatGPT or Google Gemini or Grok, hey, make me a character that looks like they're from Hoyoverse, but make them kind of legally distinct, so at least we can't get sued, but it's China, so they have a tenuous grasp on intellectual property rights anyways, so who cares, right? It's also quite common for gacha games to be called phone games, being that they're primarily developed with a mobile audience in mind. So I figured, in my due diligence, I have to download this game onto my phone. Yes, I willingly put the Chinese spyware on my phone. Not like every other app isn't spyware, but this one is Chinese spyware. And I was honestly kind of shocked how poorly it ran on my phone. Now, granted, I don't have some crazy water-cooled gamer phone or anything, but I have an iPhone 17. It's a current generation flagship phone. Again, not the Pro, not the Pro Max.
Well, clearly your mistake was having an iPhone in the first place.
Just a base model iPhone 17, which again, you'd think would be sufficient to run a modern, new release mobile game. But even on medium settings, the game could barely hold 60 frames per second. And that was after I turned upscaling on. No, I don't know if it's just the game being poorly optimized or if it's Unreal Engine 5 being the mess it usually is, maybe a little of both. But I was blown away with how badly it performed on my phone. I just expected, it to be a phone game. I always thought the audience for this kind of game was usually poor people in Southeast Asia with, super old phones and really low-level processors, so I don't know. Maybe they're just playing it at 10 frames per second at the absolute lowest settings. I guess I'll never know. And eventually my playtime came to a somewhat screeching halt when I hit a point where I didn't have enough money to progress the story, and I would have had to have grinded for in-game money in order to actually go any further. And that was the point where I said, you know what? I'm good. I'm done. I'm bagging it and tagging it. I'm not gonna sit and grind for cash at this point. I've seen enough. I've seen enough. I've done enough. That I'm good. I'm good. So that's really all I have to say about this. Don't play this game if you value your own sanity. I mean, it is free, so it technically doesn't cost you anything but your own life force to play it, but I hope after watching this video you walk away with zero interest in this game. But that'll do it for me. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. This has been Mega Rock'n'Rolla, reminding you to keep rocking.
Okay, so for criticisms, first one I'd say the music's a little bit too loud, and I think you should probably I think you need to condense your voice in whatever audio recording software you're using, Audacity, Adobe Audition, whatever. Just so that like your voice stands out a little bit more. The music selection was good though. I would say definitely need more meat to like the critique of the gameplay, because Especially, like, I think the gotcha section was a little bit too long without, even though it's only 2 minutes. Like, it just feels like it was too vague, and I think most people know how these gotcha games work by now, so you don't need to explain, how they work, but you should explain the details. Or if you do want to explain how they work, just do it in, like, 2 sentences, right? For the gameplay part, I feel like you only basically said, like, 2 things about the combat specifically. I feel like just watching the footage in the background told me most of what I need to know, but I realized obviously a lot of people just listen and don't really watch. Like with my videos, you can tell a lot of people just listen to what I say and don't really look at the video itself. Yeah, I think this just needed like more. I realized you didn't want to play the game that long, but I think this is definitely a video that, like, you could have definitely squeezed out enough material for at least 20 minutes and just talk about more specifics about the game. Like, maybe just fuck around more with, like, the GTA sandbox shit that seems to be just a sham. Again, I don't know. Maybe there is a purpose to the prison system, but, like, if you can't kill anybody, your taxes fade through people, you can't really fight the cops, why the fuck is there even a prison mechanic to begin with? Other than social engineering, right? Or maybe it's trailer gameplay. I never made that gaming is dying video. Maybe I will eventually, but there's like a phenomenon I've started to notice where I think mechanics at games, they'll waste precious development time making things that just look good in a trailer that no one engages with. And I feel like that prison system thing kind of looked like that. There are things you can do in jail and goodies you can only get in jail. So you purposely commit crimes to get arrested to get goodies in jail. Okay. I mean, I guess at least there's a purpose, but I mean, what the fuck? You played it for 6 hours. Yeah, maybe it would have been worth suffering longer. But yeah, I'd say generally when it comes to things like this, longer is better. Now, this is the same advice I gave Devin. The biggest curse any YouTuber could possibly receive, even if they like editing videos, is accidentally having a very popular long video. Because, like, you can maybe get away with it once or twice. But the moment that you make a video that's over an hour long, and said video is your most successful video by far, then you are trapped, and you have to make those videos for the rest of your career. Now, me, I kind of weaseled. I did a little weasel move and, like, kind of wormed my way out of that. But every time I make a long video, like when I made the Outer Worlds 2 video, and just out of nowhere, it got, it has 500,000 views. The algorithm's like, okay, you got to make more of those. And I'm just like, I'm not doing that. I'm just not going to do that. And I have obviously I made the High on Life 2 video, so it's not like I haven't made any. But, like, for the most part, I will never be the fucking, like, Mauler long fuck who wastes, countless time working on some slop that could easily be a third or even a quarter of the length and say the same amount of shit. So just be careful. But I would say 13 minutes is on the short end unless it's, like, highly edited content. Like, if it's mostly just, like, talking with gameplay footage in the background, those usually need to be 20 plus minutes if there's no intensive editing. So I would say that's mostly the critiques. I think it just needed more detail, more depth and stuff. What time is it? Fuck, it's almost 2 a.m. I might have to scam these other people or ask for stuff. Like the video, sure. I'll help each other. Damn, this has a lot of dislikes. Is it from people who are like, nah? Curious. Bro forgot High Guard and mixtape released. Okay. This is the type of game you see an ad of that states you won't last 10 minutes. You won't last 10 minutes with this game. That's like every gotcha. Hold on, I'll move my thing up here. Saying it's worst game of the year when it's only been a third of the year is wild. There are worse games than this. Yeah, that's probably true. If NTE is greedy, I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, there were people in chat saying, I guess it's generous by gotcha standards, which really should worry you. That should really worry you. We were complaining about horse armor in 2006, but people are fine paying $20 for a skin or whatever, you know. With gotcha stuff, they usually have a way to earn the stuff in game, right? But still. 0 out of 10 rage bait video. I almost never played gotcha games. That explains it. Why the fuck does this have 48 likes? Are you proud of being like... I know I've already said cum guzzler 20 times. But you literally are like, I am the raped and I'm proud. It's like, there's no one in their life that should have played like a bunch of gotcha games. Who the fuck? What is wrong with you? Genuinely, play a real ass video game. You are not a human. You are not a fucking human. You're treating fucking gambling simulators like it's its own goddamn genre of game that needs to be... Never mind. I'm not getting into this. Yeah, it explains that you're not a human. Is what that explains. Oh boy, if you think NTE is greedy, you'll be absolutely floored by literally any other gotcha. Yeah, that's the fucking problem, isn't it? That's the fucking problem. Blue Archive really wasn't that bad, though, honestly. What? Dude, this is why I hate modern YouTube. Does this look like a title a person who is a human would click on? How a VTuber setting boundaries turned into a disaster. The Demi versus Chibi review situation. This is 668,000. YouTube is so inorganic. Like, nothing about this. If I see this in my recommended, I'm like, okay, how do I send a missile to the guy's house who made this and every person who clicked on this video? Like, this is the least clickable shit in the world, but you know, again, chronic daily cocksuckers by the hundreds of thousands will click. No, absolutely not. I'm tired of YouTube. I'm tired of human beings. I watched that video, lol. All right, you're getting added to the missile list. Now write down your address in chat so I can... Stop watching VTuber shit. Anyway, so... yeah, what time is it? I'm fucking tired, dude. I'm gonna have to scam all the other video suggestions. Click on my notifications. Hell no. He's in Tel Aviv. Yeah, that's where we really need to send the missiles. Alright, hold on. Let me read these other supers real quick. Let's see how many people got to get scammed. Spartan 473, thanks to $2. Watch A Miracle for Sirocco Terror, please. That's a fucking Blue Archive thing. We don't do that anymore. Telly 4816, thanks to the $10. The way he leaps off of roof. Jesus, I'm passing out, chat. I gotta end the stream soon. The way he leaps off of rooftops and flips backwards to face the camera before falling into a headfirst dive is just full of the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. Yeah. Masturbator, thanks for $5. You probably have already been asked, but did you see Saggy Sanchez, Angry Joe, Kobe and crying for the Supergirl film Of All Hills to Die On? Yeah, I heard some stuff. I didn't really see much. I know he just got into beef with Nerdrotic and pals about that stuff. I don't know. Angry Joe's been a simp for quite a while now. You know. Eli, thanks to the $2. The memories emotes being gone is damaged shit. Yeah, truly. Well, it damaged me too, but it is what it is. You're not allowed to have boobs. No boobs allowed. if it was a mutilated, never mind. Like I'm sure you could have like a double mastectomy fucking emo or something. It's just fucking stitches on a gross creature thing. Like that'd be fine because that's probably LGBT or whatever. But Lord Particle, thanks to the $2. Bake me pies, bake me sweet little pies. Francisco Bugatti, thanks to 19 months membership. Marvel Avengers Alliance bros must stay together. Yeah, this is at least one other person who related. Listen, if I had to make a turn-based like RPG, I would definitely steal mechanics from that game. I would steal all the like millions of synergized buffs and debuffs. And I'd probably like steal a similar idea to the class system. Absolutely. No one would know. They would think I'm a fucking god genius innovator when I literally ripped off a fucking Facebook game. That's what I would do. And no one would know. No one would know. No one played that shit. Major spam, thanks to the €2. Watch Doll's Nest update by Saswit. What are these video suggestions? Chat really needs to like jerk off before they come to the stream, I think, because these timestamps, it's got to be some sexual shit. Hold on. I'm guessing it's this.
Sauce here. Dole.
Oh, better hit that weak spot, bro.
Oh, it's still not really much. Okay, I'm dead. I'm casually dead. Because I have no fucking energy to... Fuck, man, this is impossible, really.
I'm not sure this is the right video. I was kind of expecting something else. This is a game that I forced everyone to watch me play all the way through a year ago. All of you are fake cells who don't know. Alright, this one looks like it's more sexual. Whatever the timestamp is. Sure, it's a fucking upskirt shot or
That's
something.
impossible, really. But basically, we take this weird seed, what mocks us for everyone as a, oh my god, there is...
Yeah. Alright, thanks for your input, Cheddar. I expected nothing less. Shadow 1910, thanks to $2. Most unhinged FPS ever made by Elephant Steak. That sounds familiar. Did we watch that already? Hold on. Let me check. I'm not going to watch this because I'm about to end the stream. Sorry, you're getting scammed. Everyone's getting scammed. Because I'm passing out in real time. Because I didn't sleep that well. Oh, no, it's this. Yeah. Devin played both these. Yeah, he played both Citadel games. Maybe we'll watch it next time. Just remind me. Scooping Hamster, thanks to the $2. Blue Archive. Dude, where the fuck is this coming from? I literally have not played the game in 6 months, and all of a sudden we're getting a bunch of Blue Archive comments. Brian C, thanks to the $2. Watch incredibly skippable chill stream. Yeah, I'm watching it and I'm in it. I'm in it and watching it at the same time. 90s gas prices, thanks to $2. YouTube's a cocksucker, Tony. Yeah. A future video essay, how this indie dev ripped off a Facebook game and made millions, big red letters, fraud. Yeah, they'll just start the video clipping me admitting to ripping off of Marvel Avengers Alliance. I mean, I'm never going to make a game, but, you know, that's just what I would do if I did. Alright, let me double check. Did I miss anything? I'm going to end the stream. There's no promises on Pride stream. I know I failed us all. But, you know, if there is a Pride stream, it'll have to be tomorrow. So, yeah. I'll see you.